Everybody's...
Attention! Attention! You are listening to a pre-recorded episode of The Curious Realm. Curious Realm is busy traveling the vast void of time and space to find the best paradigm-changing content the universe has to offer. Enjoy the fun. Remember, stay curious. Coming to you from the City of the Weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the official coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas with the Curious Realm. Chris Jordan here, coming at you live. Welcome our first guest, Marianne Robb. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so very much. It's great to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming out and helping lead part of the field investigative training yesterday. You are with UAP-PD.com. You're a former law enforcement professional, correct?
Right, correct.
How did you come to begin with to get into law enforcement? Let's start there.
Well, moved out to Arizona from New Jersey back when I was, 13 years old, so back in 1980. And we had a career day, and there was a police officer that came out and talked about the career of law enforcement. And they talked about Boy Scouts of America had a program called the Police Explorers.
Yep.
So at 15 years old, I became a police explorer.
Wow.
And through from about 14 years old to 21, just was an explorer. And it was so cool because I did patrol work. I did all kinds of really cool stuff, just growing into becoming an officer. So 2 days after I hit 21 years old, I was in the police academy.
Wow.
And became a police officer in Arizona, and never looked back. I did 34 years.
Wow.
As an officer, worked various. I was a property crimes detective, an arson detective, a narcotics detective.
Okay.
But my most favorite was working patrol. Most of my career was working patrol, and I just love being out there on the street, always being the first on a scene.
Yeah.
And it was thrilling. It was a lot of fun.
It's remarkable. One of the things I speak of regularly on the show is the importance of cataloging data. Mm-hmm. The importance of properly cataloging data. And that's a lot of what y'all were going into yesterday in the field investigator training.
Right.
How did those skills as a police officer translate over to the world of paranormal UFO UAP investigation?
Well, what we just do is we do the interviewing. We're teaching people how to do a good interview.
Okay.
So field investigators, really being a police officer, being a field investigator, it's the same type of interview.
Yeah.
There's nothing different. You want to know the who, what, when, where, why, how. You ask open-ended questions. I mean, it's just something you do. You don't ask, closed questions or yes or no questions, I should say.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing is get the rapport with the person you're talking to. Mm. Get a good rapport with them. You're going to learn their mannerisms, that somebody's, how they act, to see if they do something different. There's a possibility they might be deceptive.
Sure.
And we show them signs, what to look for if a person is trying to be deceptive.
Okay.
I don't think everybody is, but that's why you have to know the person. And build that rapport to see what they're doing and then when you do the investigation, if they do things a little different, like maybe cover their mouth or close their arms or do something, it's a possibility that they could be deceptive. So that's what we teach these guys in the field investigator training.
Interesting. And that it really is important as you're gathering information. I mean, I just came out with the field observation and encounter log because if it goes past 48 hours, like there's a whole show on TV, 48 hours. Like if a murder investigation goes beyond that, your chances of solving it rapidly decrease. People's memories start fading. The facts start getting obscured by other things. So the faster and more accurately you can get an account from somebody, a witness statement, things like that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And once again, even how you're approaching how you interview that witness makes a big difference in how they reveal that information to you.
Oh, definitely. And another reason we started UAP-PD is not just doing the MUFON thing. I mean, that's really great. We've gotten some stories. We've actually got one that we'll be talking about Sunday morning that started with MUFON, but because they were law enforcement and first responders, they didn't really talk to MUFON, but they talked to us.
And that's something really interesting, because it's something that we talk about regularly on the show is people's reticence to share a story, especially when it comes to people in authority, law enforcement. I mean, we've seen over the last 2.5 years since Arrow started the idea that there is now a pathway for people like that to make a report.
Correct.
Without it threatening a career. Because, if you've spent 25 years in law enforcement, you may not want to go tell somebody that, you saw this thing on the side of the road, and it could very well be something that, a prosecutor may use against you in court. It's not a prosecutor,
but that defense attorney.
Yeah.
And my partner, Dave Rich, talks exactly about that.
Precisely.
You get to a jury, you've got let's say, stolen vehicle burglary. The person's dead to right. We have evidence. We have everything. But if that defense attorney finds out that you made a comment about seeing a light in the sky, or something paranormal or whatever, and they're going to say, officer, so let me get this straight. You saw this light in the sky and you think it was a UFO? And then, of course, the jury is going to be going, and people are going to be snickering.
Yeah.
Because when you got on the witness stand, I'm going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So you have to say yes. You get one juror out of the 12, even though 11 people, he's guilty. One person says, what a crackpot cop there you've got right there. We can't trust him.
Yeah.
Boom.
Whole case is gone.
Exactly. Not only that, but that defense attorney is going to go tell all the defense attorneys, in Arizona for us. Yeah. And then the prosecutor gets a hold of the chief of police, says, we can't use this guy or gal anymore. Yeah. He or she is, they're going to use this light in the sky thing, and the credibility is totally shot for that officer. They lose their career. Yeah. Absolutely anywhere in the country. Yep. That person's never going to be a police officer anymore. Yeah, and we've had that conversation before on the show with Terry Lovelace, who lives right here. Okay. Who used to be a assistant district attorney, things like that. It's like he couldn't tell his story for decades because it could quite literally subject every case he's ever been a part of or tried to retrial. And it's interesting when you start getting into that side of things, when you start talking about people, once again, the ATIP program and Arrow allowed naval pilots to be able to come in and report things without fear of losing their career or their wings. And we really need the same kind of thing for law enforcement professionals, that kind of stuff. Oh, no doubt. See, that's it. When we started looking into starting UAP-PD, my partner, Dave Rich, 25 years law enforcement. I had 34. We said, pilots are talking military. Everybody's talking about them having a safe zone and getting out there, you said, with Arrow and sharing these experiences they are having. But nobody's talking law enforcement. Yeah. Nobody's talking first responders. Yeah. And we said, because my partner had he investigated a paranormal incident that happened in Arizona, in Gilbert, from our police department. And he was told, after he did the thorough investigation, he was called upstairs and told, you talk about this anymore, you're going to be fired. That was 6 years ago. Wow. And he, for 6 years, when he left that office, for 6 years, he says, I'm not saying a word. I need to retire. I have a young family. I can't jeopardize my job or my career or my credibility. Yeah. So he kept quiet for 6 years until last year when he retired. We said, you know what? you had this incident, you had this stress that hurt his health, that hurt his family life. You know there's other people out there that this has happened to. So that's why we started the UAP-PD, and we wanted to tell officers and first responders that there is a safe zone. We are police officers. We understand what you're going through. Yeah. And you're not going to be ridiculed. You're not, if you want to be identified, great. We'll use your name in our report. Sure. If not, we don't. Yeah. But that gets the stress off of them. They talk about it and get it out.
Well, yeah. And one of the things we speak about regularly on the show is the traumatic nature, sometimes of even just witnessing something, because it can be hard to share that. It tears families apart. It tears husbands and wives apart. Even Terry Lovelace, him and his friend that he spent almost 20 years in the military as an EMT with, and they're much like a police officer rolling with a partner. You see things as an EMT with a partner. You get very, very close. And the fact that they both shared that experience, never talked about it, it ate away at their friendship, things like that. Like you're saying, it's no different than the trauma that a police officer goes through when they have to use their gun. Yeah. And there's a reason why we send them through literally, psychological help, things like that, through counseling after they've fired their weapon, because there may be something reticent in there about their having to use that. And they're may very well no different than, a victim of abuse not telling their story. Right. It can very well take root in the same way whenever you've had an experience.
Well, and also police officers have the type A personality. We go into a scene, we're going to solve this issue. Whether it's domestic, we'll go into your house on a domestic, tell you to shut up, sit down, we're taking over. This is our case now. Yeah. Or any case, a burglary or anything. You see a light in the sky. You see a paranormal situation. You see maybe possibly a Bigfoot. You see something. You're like, I don't know what that is. And that's another thing is, the officers are sitting here going, what was that? I can't explain that. And that's another thing. Police officers should be able to solve that crime or solve something. Yeah. They get in there, they see something. And that's another thing. Like you say, two partners, they're like, I'm not going to talk. You're not going to talk. Are you going to talk? I'm not going to talk. And that's it. It's bad that they have to, their friendship, like Terry, just got ripped apart. If nothing else, it should have made them closer. But again, nobody's talking. Yeah. And probably back in those days, you definitely didn't talk.
Oh, yeah.
At least now it's starting to go out with the military and the pilots that, hey, let's throw law enforcement in there and let's start making it.
That's right.
Easier to talk about.
Yeah. Well, because you're quite literally in a position not only of authority, but in a position where your job is see something, say something.
Yes.
And it's no different than not reporting abuse or something like that as a police officer. To hold that information back is hard because you're literally going against your training.
Oh, definitely. 100%.
That is a full-on conflict inside. So I can imagine that makes the conflict even harder.
It is, but that's what we're doing. That's what our organization is, that we don't want law enforcement and first responders to have that stress and that there's no place for them to go. Yeah. We want to get the word out as much as we can. We've tried on podcasts. We're speaking, on Sunday. We're getting it out saying, yes, there is a safe zone for you guys to come and talk. Yeah. Again, just get it out. Get it out of your system. Like I said, my partner has had an experience. I have never had an experience. All my years I've been out there, even fishing and hunting and being out, I've never had anything, but he has. So you get an officer that, look, I've had this experience. I don't know what to do. I am just at my wit's end. Yeah. Well, not only can you talk to us, but my partner's had the same issue. So you guys can, talk to each other and help each other through it. So that's what we're there for.
Yeah. It's quite literally a new type of special victims unit.
Exactly. Exactly.
And one that is highly necessary because, once again, you're talking about somebody who may literally be dealing with an experiencer
Yes.
on a front end situation, no different than a field investigator. And if they're wearing a badge and they don't know how to deal with that, even right now, there's a huge movement. San Antonio, I know, has a fantastic mental illness program that they now send their officers through on
it's cool.
how to deal with people that you may run against on the street, things like that, who aren't violent people. You just don't know how to deal with them.
Right,
Right,
exactly.
And there's been a great documentary about that. It's very much the same way here. Like, how do you, we have a special victims unit for people who've been sexually abused, things like that. But what about people who have gone through abuse like this? What about people who've had experiences like this? Even, once again, police officers. How do we counsel them through that experience, and how do we get them to a point to understand that experiencer when they come across them?
Now, and we've got to get the agencies on board, all police agencies. We have to get them on board to have something to listen to the officers. Hey, I saw this light in the sky, or I saw this paranormal experience. I had this paranormal experience. Right now, the agencies from lieutenant up don't want to hear this.
Yeah.
They don't want anything. This is voodoo. And that is, what do you do? I'm hoping that in time that this will be just like military and the pilots. This will just be a normal thing to talk about.
Yeah.
But that's it. I guarantee a police officer will not talk to just anybody, will not talk to a psychiatrist, will not talk to a MUFON field investigator, will not talk to somebody that is not a law enforcement, that knows the training and everything. My career can be totally just gone.
Destroyed.
Yes, within seconds.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm hoping someday we will get to that point where this will be a norm.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of paranormal stuff. There's a lot of UFOs, light in the sky,
tons.
There's so much.
Tons.
And now that the government has kind of, talked a little bit about disclosure, that people are coming more and more. And I mean, just like this conference here.
Yeah.
Everybody's coming in. I have this story. I have this story. But you just know that there's law enforcement and all that are just still they're going to stay back and go, yeah, I had an experience, but I'm not telling you about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and
So,
with that in mind, let's move things to the investigative side of things, and how you go about teaching people to properly catalog that. Once the experience happens, once somebody comes into contact with an experiencer, even if you were talking to a police officer about, like, I know you've taken interviews before, it's a different kind of interview. Walk us through that interview process when you first meet an experiencer.
Well, if we're talking police officers, because I really haven't, because usually when I was a field investigator, the experiencers, we pretty much sent them to the ERT team with MUFON.
Sure.
But what we do is, if a law enforcement, matter of fact, we have a good case of a homicide detective that had a paranormal experience. It was investigating a homicide. And there was some paranormal things that happened to him, where he actually went out with a medium, a couple other people, another skeptic detective, and a couple others. They went to the area that this person died, and they started doing the talking to this person. And on the voice box, they asked, who killed you? And the voice of this dead person told them who killed him.
Wow.
Well, explain to me, you're really going to take that voice box to court and use that? Oh, by the way, the
cross-examine
deceased person,
the voice box.
is just said who they killed. So that detective, this really stressed him out to the point where he had to retire. He took a medical retirement.
Wow.
Because it was just eating inside of him so much. He said that he agreed to come to my house, and we sat at the kitchen table. And my partner Dave and I were interviewing. He says, I don't want you to take any notes. I don't want you to video or audio tape, nothing. So we just sat there. He started as you know, body language. His shoulders were up. He was in a defensive mode that he didn't really want to talk. Spent about an hour telling us from the beginning to the end of what happened to him. All of a sudden, you watched stress and everything just melt off of him. And his shoulders went down. And when he left, he says, "Thank you. I have never said anything to anybody." So that's what we try to do. First, we try to make them feel comfortable and know that this is a safe zone to talk to us. Then we say, tell us how much you want to give us, all the information that you want to give us. We don't, interview him and try to say, well, what happened now? Well, what happened here? What happened here?
Yeah.
Tell
it's
us
not an
what.
interrogation.
Right. Tell us as much as you want of that experience that you had. And then after that, now he told us, don't take any notes, don't take anything. Plus, it's also still a open investigation, even if it's a cold case.
Yeah.
So we can't do anything anyway.
Totally.
But that's what we do is we want them to relax, get it off of their chest, get the stress out of them. So if nothing else, they're healing. They're going to, their mind can heal at least a little bit that they finally got it off their chest. They're telling somebody that'll listen to them and not call them a crackpot. So basically after that, if they wouldn't mind, if we can use that story, whether or not when we go to, when we do podcasts or when we do different, not symposiums, but different presentations.
Sure.
We are looking at writing a book. And so if we can use their story, their encounter in our book, great, fantastic. But then, we tell them, they're all law enforcement. We're all a family. We are brothers and sisters in blue. As my partner says, that when we were working on the job, we take a bullet for each other.
Yeah.
We will still take a bullet for each other in a matter of sense, as even though we are retired. We will do whatever they need us to do. I'll be more than happy. And that's another thing. When we do interviews, we don't just do them on the phone. If they live in Arizona, they'll come to my house. But I will be more than happy to go to whatever city or state that they are in to get an in-person interview. Because I know a lot of people would rather have the in-person because they have no idea who I am.
Yeah.
On the phone. So that's kind of how we would address if an officer came to us and says, hey, we have an encounter. We try to make them comfortable, and then please share as much as you would like with us. So that's kind of what we do.
Yeah, and how has that been received so far by the law enforcement community? How many officers have y'all spoken with?
We have about 60 stories.
Wow.
And we've got probably 15 that are historical cases, but we have about 60 right now, and we have a lot of paranormal. And a lot of the paranormal are coming from the Indian Reservation, the Gila River Indian Reservation.
Really?
Because it's real interesting that because of the paranormal and all, that is, I don't want to say it's a normal occurrence on the Indian Reservation or like the cryptids, the skinwalkers and Bigfoot, but it is, it's well known.
More accepted by the society there on the reservation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Than it is on just, I call it white man land.
Well, yeah.
And they even have in Gila River, and that's another thing, like if you went to court in at one of the Indian reservations and the defense attorney says, hey, have you, officer, do you see a Bigfoot? And then
about
they
three times a week, yeah.
All of the jury is going to say, well, I saw one, I saw one.
Yeah.
So it's more accepted on the Indian reservation.
Well, it's interesting because at the symposium last year, I spoke with Tiago Tiechi from Brazil, like literally the sole investigator for MUFON from Brazil.
Wow.
Like one of the largest places in the world for UFO contact, UAP contact. And I asked him, I was like, I know you're in Sao Paulo and the tribes, the natives are far away from there, like days travel. But whenever you go out there to talk to oil field people, things like that, do you ever get reports from the natives whenever you're out there? And he's like, on occasion, but it's really more the fact that it's accepted by them.
Yeah.
Like, they don't report it because it's nothing strange to them.
Yes, exactly.
It's not like the people in the city where it's like, what the heck was that? For them, they've been seeing it for generations.
Exactly.
So it's nothing weird for them to report. Once again, those on the reservation are not hesitant to report a paranormal activity. They are hesitant to say, hey, man, just saw a Bigfoot roaming through my backyard. You may want to come check it out. And that would be a viable call. on the reservation as opposed to 2nd Street.
Yes.
You know.
Oh my gosh, yes. They even have policy and procedures when they go out to this mission that's
Beautiful.
out in the middle of nowhere. They have a policy and procedure. When you're driving down that road, you will take your rearview mirror and you will flip it up. Because if you do not, there will be red lights in the back seat of your patrol car. And if that happens, they basically say the best thing for you to do is go find the medicine man and have a blessing done.
Wow.
Yeah, because they say whatever you do, you better flip those lights because it's almost a guarantee that this would happen. And they says that there's a policy on what you need to do, and if you don't do it and you do see the red lights, what you need to do, and usually it's a blessing from a medicine man, and that they smudge the car and everything else that needs to be done. So
interesting.
Yeah, you
That
wouldn't
is-
see that on a city policy and procedure.
No, I'm not going to see that by Austin Police Department. I don't think they have that procedure in there.
Yeah, no.
That's interesting, though, to see the fact that there is even procedure laid out for that.
Yes.
Exactly. Because you're crossing a cultural barrier there and a different realm of understanding.
Yeah, and what's interesting, though, in the fire, I want to say in the 60s, the fire department, their procedures, their national procedures, or whatever it's called, the NPA, or there's a rules and regulations, they had a chapter on crashed UFOs.
Oh, wow.
They actually did. I would love to get that. I'm still looking for that manual. But back, I want to say it was 60s, 70s, that it was in the manual for firefighters. And, of course, they took it away.
I could see that for firefighters, definitely, as far as, like, first response to a hazmat, things like that.
Exactly.
I
mean, they had one chapter just for crashed UFOs.
Wow.
And then, of course,
things I've got to find for my library.
Oh, my goodness, yes. I would love to find that. I've tried, but not yet.
Before we let you go, we've got you for about another 5 minutes. How important is it for any experiencer, and this would be paranormal, cryptozoology, UFO, UAP, how important is it for them to catalog that and record it as soon as possible, Marianne?
Oh, my gosh. It should be done right away. It's very, very, very important. Because like you say, person in a crime, we have witnesses. We have 5 witnesses to a crime. And if we wait a little bit, each person is going to tell us a whole different story.
Yeah.
But exactly, not even just 48 hours. We need within 48 minutes.
Yeah.
If you see something, anything, if you can't write it down, everybody's got a cell phone now. You've got a recorder on that cell phone.
Yeah.
Do that. Record what they see. And even if you don't want to share it for a long time, there is a certain, and I'm not sure exactly how many minutes, but they say when a witness or somebody sees something, there's only a certain amount of time that they're going to totally remember.
Or that they're going to totally remember it without it going through their filter.
Yes.
Without them processing it through the filter of life, through the filter of experience, things like that. And that's something that we discuss regularly. And I'm sure you've run against it with police officers. You walk into a house, you ask 2 kids what happened.
Exactly.
You're going to get 2 different stories, even though they're in the same room when the incident happened, because they're both seeing it through a filter of experience.
Exactly.
And
that's what's great about law enforcement is, we're trained observers.
Yeah.
That is what we do for a living. So it's easier to maybe get their story a little bit later, but if any experiencer sees anything, please document it. Now, even if you send it to MUFON, you make a CMS report, it might be still a few days before you're contacted.
Sure.
So any experiencer whatsoever, please document it right away.
Yeah.
And then we can go back later on and, if you don't remember before, you can fill in the blanks for what you wrote in your
And there's
report.
nothing wrong with if while you're waiting for MUFON to get back to you, you remember more stuff, write it down again. Write it down again.
Right. Write it down, and if you can draw pictures.
Yes.
If you can draw anything that you can do, we need everything that we can get.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time, Mary. I've got to have you guys on again and again and again this is definitely a cause that I can get behind.
Oh,
the
thank
idea
you.
of getting law enforcement on board with this, because once
Yes.
again, until we have a proper reporting system, until we have not even a whistleblower system for police officers and first responders, but a way by which for them to take in a report, give a report, put a report into an official location, so much of this will go unanswered. So much of it will go unanswered.
As long as they know it's a safe zone and they're not going to lose their credibility or their career, that's what they really need to know.
And it's much like the whole idea, and I know a lot of people in the community are upset with UFO becoming UAP. But changing that designation took it out of the Kleenex box.
Yes,
there are
very
1,000 things that are called facial tissues. They aren't all Kleenex.
Yes.
And the problem is, a scientist doesn't want to talk about Kleenex. They want to talk about facial tissues.
Exactly.
So when you put it into a Kleenex box, they aren't going to worry about the Kleenex box. Once you turned it into phenomenon, like that is directly a part of scientific protocol, is to find the phenomenon and subtract it from the data set. So you landed it in the backyard of science by doing that. And we need to do the same thing with law enforcement. We need to find what that language is that brings it into their world and makes it pertinent and makes it important.
Exactly. And that's why we're UAP-PD, unidentified anomalous phenomenon.
That's right.
People don't just see things
in the
sky. They see things on land.
That's right.
And things are in the water. We have reports of things that are in the water that law enforcement have seen.
Absolutely.
So I love that. That is so fantastic.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I greatly appreciate it. Look right there at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about UAP-PD.
They can contact us on our website at UAP-PD.com. We do have a Facebook page of just UAP-PD, and we do have also a Gmail, UAPpolice@gmail.com. Please contact us. Any law enforcement, first responders that have seen or have an encounter that you have not talked about and you would like to share with two police officers, myself and Dave Rich, please contact us, and we really love to hear about your encounters. So
Absolutely. Marianne, thank you so much for your time on this very busy beginning of the MUFON Symposium this year in Irving.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. While you are online checking out everything from Marianne Robb and UAP-PD.com, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. It's where you can like, follow, subscribe, comment. That's where you can order your new copy of the Observation and Encounter Log, where you can write down all the information that you see while you are out investigating. Stay tuned through these quick commercial breaks. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium, coming to you live from Irving, Texas, right after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas. We have the pleasure of speaking right now with Richard Beckwith. He is the founder of the Institute for Human Cosmic Interaction. He is also the state director for MUFON Wyoming. Welcome to the show, Rick. How are you?
I am really doing well. I appreciate you having me here today. A couple of things. The Institute for Human Cosmic Interaction is kind of defunct right now. It hasn't been around for a little while, but it was something that we formed with Dr. Greer, or excuse me, not Dr. Greer, but Dr. Leo Sprinkle.
Okay.
I worked for Dr. Greer on this Orion project, but that was Leo Sprinkle, Claude Swanson, Stanislav Ojak, and some other individuals, and we formed this group called the Institute for Human Cosmic Interaction, and we met for a few years, and it's kind of defunct right now.
Okay.
Leo passed away not long ago, which was really sad. Leo was a good friend and really a sweet person, and very knowledgeable about the area that we study.
Yeah, and well, even with that being defunct, though, how did that relationship begin? How did you step foot into the world of UFO UAP studies, Rick?
Well, when I was a kid, my dad told me about Roswell, and well, he didn't know the name of it. He just said that when he was a kid, he was telling me this when I was about 10 or 11 years old, that when he was a kid, that he remembers that they had a UFO crash in the desert, and he didn't know where, just somewhere in the Southwest, and the Air Force picked it up, and I thought, well, Dad's kind of full of it. I just went. I did what a lot of kids did back then. I went to the library. And so I started reading everything that I could on UFOs, and I read every book in the library on UFOs, and that's where I got started, and it's just sort of hung on ever since. I was, probably 10, 11, 12 years old, and I found out that my dad was right. There really was a crash, and the Air Force did come in and pick this thing up, and there were all kinds of other things that were happening too.
Sure.
So just by saying that to me, and I just sparked my curiosity, and it sort of changed my whole life, I guess, just by telling me that there had been this crash of this alien spacecraft in the desert, and I thought, well, okay, now here I am,
Well, and it's interesting that you bring up the library, because that's one of the things we talk about regularly on the show, is the idea that our society is different. I'm coming up on 50 years old, and I remember riding my bike to the library on a weekend. And it was literally whatever was in your card catalog or an adjunct one at another library that could be sent to you, or whatever was in microfiche. And it's interesting now, the range and realm of data that we have in the data set now, Rick, as opposed to that.
Well, one thing I find with our youth, however, is that they have a little bit more difficulty paying attention. And I think that somehow we're going to have to, as a society, figure out our way a way to healthily interact with the technology so that it's not damaging to our youth. I think social media is pretty damaging, but I just notice in our young people there seems to be they don't have a lot of patience. They want to get to the answer right now, and sometimes the answer isn't right there. You have to be patient enough to look into things and study all aspects of a particular area and be an expert in it.
Well, and even the idea, the analogy that we give on the show regularly is a gutter and a colander. Like our brain is a filter. It's there to filter data. It's there to be able to take in a data set, cull through what's necessary, cull through what's unnecessary, and make a decision.
Right.
The problem is because, yes, once again, at one point, 20, 30 years ago, that stream of data was slow. We didn't wake up with the news from Poughkeepsie in front of our face.
Right.
Unless you had family in Poughkeepsie that called you up and said, guess what happened in town? You didn't know what happened in Poughkeepsie.
Yeah, and if you wanted to go someplace in downtown Denver, you needed to get directions. And you couldn't just get on the phone and go, oh, well, it's right here. You just got to, and then it tells you
where had key maps, and you had to know how to use them.
Right.
And that's just it. Right now we're looking at the fact of it's a hurricane outside, and somebody's got a colander at the bottom of the gutter.
Right.
It's overflowing. The information is coming so fast that it's hard to properly filter it.
Yeah, so fast and in such great volumes.
Yeah.
And so thank God for the human mind, because you need a filter. You cannot absorb all the information that's taking place. And our world right now technologically is advancing so quickly that no one individual anywhere on the planet has the ability to comprehend everything that's happening right now. Science is moving forward so quickly. I mean, even a year or two ago, did you see robots walking around? And now all of a sudden you can buy one for $16,000.
I literally in Orlando saw robots at probably about 5 of the restaurants that I went to like a month ago. I was there for 2 weeks. Went out to dinner 10 times. 5 different restaurants had robots that brought me my water, brought me my dessert, things like that. It's regular. You see them greeting you at airports now, where it's just like a friendly robot to say, hey, things like that. So, our world, the way that we interact with the technology, the way that we use technology, and really the way that we depend upon technologies, even whenever we're out and about, one of the things that people regularly say is, why don't we have better pictures of these? Everybody has a phone in their pocket.
Yeah.
Well, even though you have a phone in your pocket doesn't mean you're a trained camera person.
Right.
Doesn't mean you know how to shoot when you're full of adrenaline.
Yeah.
And doesn't mean you have your camera ready when most sightings take up about 10 to 15 seconds of somebody's life.
Yeah, they used to. I remember they used to use that same excuse back in the day. As a matter of fact, there was a line, I think, in Close Encounters of the Third Kind where they were having the press conference, and the guy says, there are 400 million pictures taken every year by people with cameras. Why haven't we caught really good pictures of these? And where is, with all that happening, where is the unmitigated proof? And, that's, of course, just smoke and mirrors, because you're exactly right that, you're not always ready right there. I've seen a couple of things where I wish I had my camera. I can't necessarily say that, what I may have seen as an alien spacecraft, but you're right. You don't always have a camera right there ready to go.
Yeah.
And even though if you're someone like me, I have cameras all over the place. I've got video cameras and still cameras and multi-frequency cameras, spectrum cameras, and I've only seen recorded one UFO.
And that's just it. It doesn't increase your odds of capturing anything by having it. It just means that maybe you will be ready if it happens.
You just have to be a little more attentive.
Yeah, and it's funny because it does once again come down to culling information and being willing to cull information.
Right.
And I think honestly, I think that's sadly what a lot of people in some communities get upset with MUFON about is the fact that they are willing to cull information, willing to say, like, your picture's fantastic, but here's the experience, absolutely, and nobody's denying your experience. However, given the set of circumstances, given the direction this was taking, the time of night it was taken, this is probably the explanation of what you saw.
Yeah. I had a case recently where I had an individual that recorded what he believed were two objects. And he saw one object, a kind of a bright red pulsing light coming in from the west, and it took a hard right turn and appeared to be interacting with another light off to the north, and he got this recorded. So, I just did what all the other investigators do. I looked at the data, looked at the time, and looked at the radar, and it turns out that the bright object that he was seeing, the red object, was actually just an emergency helicopter flying into the local hospital, and it took a hard right to land at the hospital. And so, and it gives you the designation of what the helicopter is. And it's kind of disappointing for the folks because they're thinking, oh my God, I'm seeing an alien spacecraft. And the answer is, well, you're seeing a helicopter. But that's, people get a little upset with MUFON because we're willing to do that, like you said.
Yeah.
And of course, we're also willing to say, I don't know what this is.
That's right.
And which opens up the possibility. If you don't know what something is, then you can't say what it is not. And so it's very possible it could be an alien spacecraft or,
Yeah. Well, and the prime example of that, which I think, again, a lot of people in many communities were upset about, was the first NASA conference that happened on UFO UAP, where they took the Go Fast video and just kind of eviscerated it. And we're like, how did it make it to this point? Because all of the data for the trigonometry is right here on the screen.
Right.
We have the height of the aircraft following it. We have the speed of the aircraft. We have the distance to the background. We have the distance to the object. We can now tell that this is a 40-foot wide object going 40 miles an hour. All things within a known quantitative range. We do not need to explore it further. We can put our efforts into other things that are unquantifiable. Yeah.
Well, there are people out there whose entire job is to, I call it peeing in the pool. And so think about it this way: if you if you're in a public swimming pool and you decide to you need to let loose, then and then all the other people jump in. Are they swimming in a swimming pool or are they swimming in your wee-wee? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that's how they do it. They just contaminate the whole thing. It's the same thing. Like if you put a little bit of poopy in a pie, what kind of pie is it?
Yeah, and you kind of have to be willing to do that. You have to be willing to call the data. That's the scientific process, and
you have to be willing to make a call and say, okay, this is or this is not.
Well, and probably my favorite thing about MUFON is because it with MUFON, it starts with the scientific process. The first step in the scientific process is observation. You have seen something.
I'm glad you said that, because this is, you're getting to the importance of MUFON. We are the data collectors.
That's right.
Okay, we're the lab technicians of the UAP UFO community, the people who are studying this. Now, we have all kinds of members, and they have all kinds of opinions about what UFOs might be. We have, some of our members are crystal bearers, and they're just absolutely convinced that, aliens are benevolent brothers from space that are here to help us, and there are others like me that think that we probably are being visited, but I'm not so convinced necessarily that they're all that friendly, or that there are all kinds of things that we don't know, and maybe we don't want disclosure. But the important part is they all perform the same function, which is gathering and collecting the data, and that's the important part. And then that leaves that open for other folks with higher degrees of learning, lab people and scientists, physicists, philosophers to come in and look at this data. So we provide the data for them to make the judgments. And as a matter of fact, I think that I can safely say that Lou Elizondo came to brief the board back just right after the Tic Tac videos were released. He came, he came to Irvine and briefed the board. So I was really lucky to be able to spend a couple of days with him. Interestingly, they used some of MUFON's data to justify the ATIP program. We need to study this because we've got this civilian group out there that's collecting all this data. And look, this shows that there's something happening here.
How do they have more data on the military than the military?
Then the military was willing to share with other branches of the military. But I was really proud of the fact that Lou told us that our data, some of our data, was used to justify the existence of those programs.
Good. And that's just it. From 1969 to now, and this is what I say regularly, is that you probably have the most unbroken archive of experiences, people's abduction experiences and sightings, hands down. I mean, you guys followed closely by NICAP.
Yeah.
And that whole process of intaking data and setting up a data set includes, unfortunately, culling data. It means that when something doesn't fit the data set, like that's what you're supposed to do as a scientist is, observe, hypothesize, experiment, and then wash, rinse, repeat. You're supposed to keep going through it.
Right. And I think the important part of that is what I say is learn how to kill your darlings. If as a scientist, if you're thinking scientifically, you have to be willing to give up everything that you believe based upon the new data that you're being confronted with. And so, but that is inapposite to what human beings do with data. We as you know, we talk about confirmation bias.
Yep.
And so folks have a tendency to just take that and in that culling process, they take that information and go, that's an alien spacecraft. You have to spend some time on it.
And two of the things we speak about regularly is confirmation bias married with where we are in a society right now of that want of confirmation. Like the two things are so intertwined right now, Rick, that it's kind of dangerous. The want of confirmation of belief and faith married with cognitive dissonance of now you're presented with something that's against that and should logically help you sort things out, but you're just perfectly willing to get rid of that.
Right.
And also the fact that so much of this has been put into a Kleenex box.
Oh, yeah.
Where there's 1,001 things called facial tissues. Everybody calls it a Kleenex.
Yeah.
So everything's been called UFO for so long. Like, that's one reason why scientists didn't want to get involved for so long, is because now we've gone down a wild rabbit hole that science has a real problem going down.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in a lot of communities do not like the relabeling of UAP. I'm all about it because it brings science into it. Yeah. Phenomenology and figuring out that 5% phenomenon is literally the job of science. And that's what they said in that first NASA panel, is we have been woefully disregarding our job as scientists because of of fear of ridicule because of a label.
Yeah,
You know?
I have, when I was a kid, I was really fascinated with space, but I have a little problem with NASA.
Sure. I can understand where there might be a couple of issues.
In particular with regard to the ET issue, because I think it's common knowledge that NASA's been aware of an ET presence for a long time, probably from the inception of and it may even have played some role in the impetus for the creation of our space industry, knowing that there are these things taking place. But I think NASA's known for quite some time, and the new Arrow thing, I think that's just ridiculous. It's just Project Blue Book 2.0. They have absolutely no intention of telling us anything. It's meant to pacify the public, and that's it. That's its only purpose.
I will say the one thing that Arrow did that was good and highly necessary is that there is at least now a unified reporting system for those in the military and those who are private pilots, where they will not lose their career.
Yeah.
You know, and much like we spoke about with UAP-PD yesterday, we need the same thing for law enforcement.
Yeah.
We need the same thing, and not necessarily whistleblower, but where you can come forth and say, hey, man, I know this is wild, but I was out on patrol and this is what happened.
Yeah.
Without fear of losing your badge.
Well, and the problem with that is, of course, you may not lose your badge, but
you lose your credibility.
Yeah, and I'm a prosecuting attorney, and so I deal with law enforcement officers all the time, and thank goodness the UAP issue has evolved to where, well, if an officer sees a UFO, then they're just one person that saw a UFO. That's but normally in the past, what you might do is use that to inflict some damage on their credibility during cross-examination.
And if
so isn't it
if
true?
A defense attorney didn't use that, you'd kind of want to question that as a client.
Isn't it true then when you were arresting my client that you saw a UFO hovering right above the nearby?
We know you said you saw this, but you also said you saw this at one point, and we have that on record. So what can we trust as far as your observations, officer?
Right.
And then we even whenever we talk with Terry Lovelace, he was a former prosecuting attorney as well, and if he had come out about his experience in the Devil's Triangle, in the woods. And his abduction experience, imagine how many cases would have had to have been retried in American Samoa. You'd have been talking decades worth of cases to be retried.
Yeah, I don't know that they'd have to be retried. I think they sort of lay them to rest after the appeal process has gone through. But no, you're right. It could be damaging, and it certainly in the early years of my career was always kind of used as a little bit of a jab, but now people are like, well, now they want to know, they have questions. It's kind of neat to have been there, to have lived through the whole process where UFOs are a complete joke. Lou Elizondo comes to Cherry Hill, New Jersey in 2019 and tells us that we were all right. That there's aliens coming here, they're coming in these UFOs, and all of a sudden there's a big sea change where now you go from nerd to the person to talk to, the one that knows about these kind of things.
Well, and that's just it. We have to be willing. We need way more Magellans in this world, Rick, that are willing to go explore the 5 to 7% anomaly.
Right.
That are willing to go and poke and prod it and look at it, because at one point. Like, this whole show started because of uncomfortable conversations in society that, well, unfortunately, because we aren't having them in society, society is actively suffering.
Right.
It may not be comfortable to talk about human trafficking, but we need to talk about it.
Right.
It may not be comfortable to talk about targeted individuals and Havana syndrome, but we need to talk about it. We need to be willing to talk about these things because like we were just talking about with Geraldine about the Hopkinsville situation, even with UAP-PD, the idea that these experiences are traumatizing to people. And when they aren't able to talk about it, when they're ridiculed about it, it's no different than ridiculing any victim of abuse. Because unless you saw it in the sky and it was like, whoa, look at that, your experience was probably thrust upon you. Mm-hmm. It wasn't something that you necessarily invited. It wasn't something that you were necessarily courting. it just happened to you that you were taken, you were abducted, that this thing came into your room while you were asleep. Things like it's no different than any other invasive trauma on your life.
Sure.
And to not be able to talk about that it's hard.
Yeah. You kind of making me think a little bit about just disclosure in general, because I've sort of been on the fence about disclosure myself personally. Sure. About I certainly think that it's inappropriate or wrong, I guess morally wrong, for the government, whoever that is, the many facets of the government, to lie to us about all of this. But I'm, on the other hand, I'm not convinced that they don't have a good reason.
Yeah, sure.
There, and I'm sure you've had these discussions, but there's every possibility that what is not disclosed to us is something that's so uncomfortable that we can't handle it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to have the idea, to think that maybe the human race might be an experiment, a genetic experiment.
Sure.
And it's something else to believe that that maybe they might be using us as a resource. But it's a completely different thing to know that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so there might be,
and to have been on the other side of it.
Well, right. And so let's say that you're one of the few insiders, that has, all the security clearances, and you have direct access to the information, and you're one of the few individuals who has an idea about the whole big picture. And let's say that that one of the resources that the aliens use is our souls. That they use our souls as a resource.
Yeah.
Do you tell somebody about that? Do you go home and tell your kids, by the way?
Do you go tell your pastor?
Well, right, because it's completely inapposite to religion. It goes completely against. One thing that's interesting, though, is that I do think that the visitors, whoever they are, and I don't really necessarily think they're visitors. I think they've been here for a really long time. They may have been here longer than we have been here. But I think that it's important to understand that we may not want to know everything.
Yeah. Well, and that's an important thing to think about, Rick, is that moment of revelation to humanity. Because, yes, here's the thing. I would love disclosure on what my government is doing.
Sure, because they're just people just like you.
Yeah.
But again, put yourself in the position of that individual who's right in the center of it, who's one of maybe 10 people on the whole planet that has an idea about exactly what's going on, and you know this to be true. That's one thing. The other thing, of course, is the technology. And so my concern is that maybe it's not that bad, but the only reason they don't tell us is because they want to keep the technology. Well, who's they? Yeah. It's not our government. We're talking about folks that are beyond government, corporations. And that's actually what I'll be talking a little bit about today, is that this information is being held by corporations. And they say, well, we can't give you that information because of national security. Well, wait a second. You mean it's for corporate security?
It's for corporate security,
Because what's going to happen when they're able to fully develop these technologies, are they going to just give it to the United States because they have such a patriotic bent, or are they going to sell it to the highest bidder?
Or are they going to monetize it? And that is exactly what I have said for the last since everything started with the hearings, and with Arrow and Grush and everything else, was what you're seeing right now. Because I am firmly convinced that a good 95% of what we are seeing in the skies, even strange things, are fully known technologies that are within black budgets. Yeah. I mean, Skunkworks said years ago, we got the technology to take ET home. That was way more than a decade ago that announcement was made at a speech. So we're looking at a lot of this stuff that is our technology, and probably a good 5 to 7% of sightings that are still up in the air, where it's like, okay, now this is true anomaly. And I don't think they're going to. I don't think those people who have control of it, Rick, are going to disclose anything that is not financially beneficial.
Right. And so
even my computer that I'm using here, as fantastic and whiz-bang as it is 3 generations behind what they are actively using right now in their labs.
Yeah.
You know, it's 3 generations behind what military technology is.
The folks at DARPA and all that.
And QTEL and things like that, what they are funding the future of right now.
Right.
The video cards they're processing, we will probably never even see in commercial use, you know. Unless you're inside of one of those labs, you won't have access to that technology, like as a consumer. Yeah. So, unless it's lasers, which will give us CDs and things like that, which will give us faster listening capability on phones, but unless it's something that can be monetized in that way, you're likely not to see it disclosed.
Right, and I think that the other part of that, of course, is that let's say that you have a technology that allows you to deliver a weapon of mass destruction at any location on the planet at any given moment. One person could hold the whole world hostage.
That's right.
And
That's right.
And I guarantee you that if that happens, they're going to be beholden to a corporation. Not even to the people of Earth.
Yeah.
They'll be beholden to the corporation that pulls their strings.
That's it.
And this is the battle for disclosure. It's between our right to know and our right to know what our destiny is, where we came from, versus the corporation's right to keep holding on to this technology to our detriment.
Yep.
And they don't care about us.
That's it.
You're not in their club, and I'm not either.
The cause of disclosure began with Eisenhower's farewell speech.
Right.
Quite literally. And the more I watch it, the more, especially if you watch the segments before and after, where he talks about the industrial military, you can truly see, as somebody who took the oath as a soldier to defend the Constitution, you can truly see the conflict in his eyes and in his heart as he's saying, like, we gave these people this power in order to accomplish this task. They aren't supposed to have it. Remember that. They aren't supposed to have it. Like, we aren't supposed to have a 24/7 army. Yeah. Constitutionally,
I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today.
The idea that we have surrendered some of this stuff to the corporations, and that's what I've said about the Grush testimony. Whether you take him at the fact of little green men being in vials in people's labs, what have you. When people like my dad and my dad's age are like, oh, little green man, I'm like, okay, let's get past aliens. Let's put this in the eye set and the optics of, you know, the Iran-Contra affair. Were you cool with that? Were you cool with the fact that we spent millions of dollars and that your money was spent to send things over here and fund that and make that happen? Because what Grush has basically said is that his job was to go to these contractors and say, so you have our money, show us what you're doing. And they were like, nah, screw you.
Right.
No, we're not going to show you what we're doing with your money. So,
well, he was able to get quite a bit of information, as you know, during his investigation. But it just all went to hell when
doors that were slammed in his face also. And I was like, what he basically exposed was the fact that since 1940s, billions of your dollars have been spent without your knowledge and without your explicit permission.
Right.
And you're cool with that.
Well, and that's I think that is the inside. That's the way to get inside.
Yeah.
And you know, but what it's going to take is political will.
That's it.
And
that's
you know, having been a government attorney for about 20 years now, I can tell you that political will has everything to do with everything. And you know, it could be the most important thing in the world, but if you don't have the political will, the political courage to do it, it's never going to happen.
That's right. That's right.
But I can see things sort of picking up in Congress a little bit, and thank God it's become a policy issue. And I want to shout out to Daniel Sheehan because he predicted this. This is way back when Dr. Gurr was doing his disclosure project, and I believe that Daniel is still the attorney for the disclosure project. He said and predicted that, UFOs will become a serious policy issue in your lifetime. He said this.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they have become a serious political policy issue. And I don't think it's going to. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. The toothpaste is out.
That's right.
And everybody can see it laying there. And so, squeeze the tube a little bit more. Then let's see what else you've got in the tube.
That's right. That's right. Now, once again, it comes.
And that's their fear because the toothpaste is out, but. Can you empty the tube?
Yeah, and the idea that the political solution is what's going to have to happen. And once again, I don't think they're going to wheel bodies and wreckage out onto the floor of Congress. But what's going to be exposed through it is the dark channels through which money happens, the ways through which contractors keep information from the American public. Things like that. The way that the contractors actively keep things out of the eyes of the military. Yeah. And have full guys to do whatever they want. That will be exposed. And that's what's important is to expose that side of it. Same thing with targeted individuals and targeting technology. Yeah. The only solution is for them to make a law that says we have a law that says you subliminally can't put commercials in people's heads. We have a law for it because we know it worked.
Yeah. right.
People bought more Coke at the movie theater. We know those ads worked.
Yeah.
So we made a law for it, to protect everybody from it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is that those are the means by which we can save ourselves. Those are the means by which we will get disclosure.
Yeah. I had this. I have to tell you that we met in Washington, D.C. with some congressmen and senators and so forth. We had a meeting with one congressman, and this congressman asked, can we tell the people? This is a meeting with the board.
Wow.
And I immediately said, no, you can't. and the rest of the board was a little upset with me, as you can imagine. But I said, you really need to think about this because it's one thing, just like I said a moment ago, to believe that we're being visited by aliens.
Yeah.
But what happens once you know that? And there's a complete qualitative difference between believing and knowing. And once you have the knowledge,
it changes belief.
Well, the problem with that is that if everyone on the planet all of a sudden goes from, some of them believing to everyone on the planet knowing that this is true. You're talking about, in my view, the scenario that may have been predicted by the Brookings Institute, complete social collapse. Because, and this is what I told the congressman, you cannot predict the outcome.
That's right.
Because every human being on the planet places themselves at a specific place in the hierarchy of things.
That's right.
We have an ego that tells us where we exist in relative to the rest of the world. And if you wake up one day and tell people this information, you're talking about a complete restructuring of the individual egos of every human being on the planet, and you cannot predict the outcome of that. That's exactly what I told the congressman. You can't predict that outcome.
That is exactly why that NASA study that happened about a year or so ago had the 12 theologians in it. Is because you're talking about a philosophic because here's the thing, and I've former Roman Catholic seminarian, things like that. Yes, the church needs to change. However, the church is also a global aspect. So though we in the West may be ready to change, is Africa ready to change in the same way?
Right.
And that's what we have to consider. We here in America may be able to fully handle that disclosure. What about Papua New Guinea?
Well, I don't think you even have to go to Papua New Guinea. No. I mean, the guys here could maybe handle it, sort of. The people here could maybe kind of handle it. I'm not even certain that the MUFON members could handle what the real truth is. I'm very reticent to necessarily see all that happen. But you don't really necessarily even have to go anywhere beyond the United States to just look down the street. Most people just don't care. And all of a sudden you tell them that this, and then they know it. It's, you're talking, I mean, remember the pandemic when you couldn't buy toilet paper?
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying.
That's nothing.
It is a massive shift in mentality at that point. And you're talking about a shift where it challenges religious belief. It challenges who you are. I mean, you think an experience challenges who you are and gives you that ontologic shock. Wait until that comes out, because that's a big one out there.
But the problem ultimately, though, is that it has to happen. I mean, there are these others, and we have a right as a species, not just as United States citizens, but a right, a fundamental right as the human species to know and have knowledge of the other.
Yeah,
we have that right.
Yeah, fully, and I have you here for another couple minutes, Rick. Technically, we've gone a few minutes over, but you mentioned earlier that you worked with Dr. Greer.
Yeah,
I'm a huge fan of his work. I'm a huge fan of the work of Dr. Stephen Bassett as well. Both of those guys preeminent in the world of disclosure movement, disclosure with the government, things like that. I've got to ask you while I have you here, what are your thoughts on his recent statements regarding the Betty and Barney Hill case?
Well, first of all, I admire Dr. Greer. I think he was a pioneer, and if you really think really hard about it, he kicked this whole thing off. 20,
press
25 years ago.
Everything else.
Right. I don't necessarily agree with Dr. Greer's stance on or position on the MyLab abductions. Or particularly on the Betty and Barney Hill case.
Yeah.
It's my personal opinion that that's not likely what happened.
Same.
But Dr. Greer has different sources of information than I do. But just having read the book that Stanton and Kathleen wrote and being familiar with it just doesn't make a lot of sense why the military would go to such great extent, because you're talking about the expenditure of a lot of time and money to accomplish what happened with Betty and Barney Hill, and if that was a government or MyLab operation, there had to be some justification for it. And I'm not sure what the justification would be for the military to become involved. And you're talking about many years ago, 50, 60, 70 years ago, and so. Did the military have such sophisticated technology at that time? Perhaps, and maybe Dr. Greer's right about that.
Sure.
But, I don't know what happened during the Betty and Barney Hill thing, and so maybe he knows something that I don't. But my personal feeling, my personal opinion is that it was a genuine abduction experience, and it appears that Betty had a real conscious recollection of what was taking place, and I just don't see what the ultimate purpose would be for the military to take two people, off a lonely road, take them on board their whatever it is, a spacecraft or a big truck,
dirigible, whatever.
Right. And I don't see because the military doesn't do something unless there's a reason to do it. They're going out on a mission to accomplish a particular task. And so was the task simply to go out and see if the MyLab stuff worked? I'm not sure what the ultimate motivation would be.
And this is we did a whole episode on this. I actively invited Kathleen Martin on the show to respond, and Earl Grey came on, and it was a fantastic episode. And she also said she fully respects the work of Dr. Greer. Same with Earl. Same with me. And I brought up the fact of, we definitely had MK Ultra rolling at the time, so you could have totally drugged some people. But I don't think that there were enough abduction cases like that to be able to build, let's say, a trope profile to implant.
Right.
So that it would be believable to say. I don't think it was trope enough in the consciousness of America to be like, here's your implanted memory, to buy it as the person being implanted. It was strange and interesting to hear him. And I think, could it possibly have been contractors that did it? Yeah. Well, I think it'd be much more likely contractors than the actual U.S. Air Force.
Yeah, and well, I just have some difficulty imagining the scenario under which something like that would be possible. Now, I didn't work for the Disclosure Project. I worked for Dr. Greer's Orion Project, which was the project to identify and hopefully cultivate new forms of energy, new types of energy devices, and I'm aware of a couple of devices that Dr. Greer's group was able to locate, but they were taken. And I was actually, I can tell you that the stuff that he had in the movie Sirius was true, because I actually wrote the contracts, drafted the contracts for the purchase of the Stan Meyer technology.
Wow.
And I was directly involved in the negotiations, and all of a sudden, and we actually had a couple of engineers that were down looking at the stuff that they had stored in the estate, and we had made some determination that there probably were some things there that we could use, and so we made an offer, and somebody came, and all of a sudden they just stopped talking to us. I'm sure somebody with much more money came in, and I was a little,
it up.
But when Dr. Greer was out asking for donations and so forth, we really were attempting to purchase this technology.
Yeah.
So his request for funds and so forth, that was a legitimate request, because we were attempting to obtain this technology, and I'm not sure exactly what Stan Meyer had going, if it was some sort of an easy way to produce Brown's gas or hydrolyzed water, because he ran things on water. This is the guy that he had a dune buggy that just he'd pour water into it
and go
right, and so this stuff really did work, but somebody else got it. And I suspect, corporations. But the other thing, of course, that may have happened is it could have been taken under the Patent Secrecy Act, which is one of the things that I'll be talking about today.
Wow. Rick, thank you so much for your time. I
Thank
greatly
you.
appreciate it.
Sure.
Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about you, your work, where they can go to join up with MUFON Wyoming.
Well, yeah, you can sure go to MUFON.com, and if you're interested in joining MUFON Wyoming, just go to the MUFON website and sign up. That's all you have to do, and then you'll be part of the local chapter. And then we have monthly meetings. We have monthly Zoom meetings every month, first Wednesday of every month, and we get together, members, and I have a couple of in-field investigators. In Wyoming, we don't have a lot of field investigators. I think it's just me and another individual right now.
Oh, wow.
And I was all by myself for a long time. Wyoming is such a big place and so few people that, I think when people become FIs, they sort of imagine, they get a call in the middle of the night and they have to grab their MUFON field investigator kit and their cameras and slide down the pole and get into the UFO
MUFON
hunting mobile, right? And it's not like that at all. It's nothing like that. You get a call, and then you call the people, and then if it's something really interesting, you go out to the site and where was it? And you do all those sorts of things. But it's they're few and far between. They're really good sightings. Mostly what we get in Wyoming are anomalous nocturnal lights. Individuals in remote locations, one or two, seeing something that they can't explain, but we have some good ones on occasion. But if they want to join Wyoming MUFON, all you got to do is go to the MUFON website and sign up, and you'll be on my list, and then you'll start getting the mailer every month, and you can meet with us.
Well, fantastic, Rick. Once again, thank you so much for the time. I greatly appreciate it.
Sure, I appreciate it.
While you are online checking out everything from MUFON Wyoming, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. It's where you can follow, subscribe. That is where you can get your official copy of the field observation and encounter log. Stay tuned through these quick breaks, everybody. We will be right back with our continuing coverage from the 2024 MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store. to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium here in Irving, Texas. We have the great pleasure of being joined by not only guest, but friend of the podcast, Kathleen Martin. Welcome back.
Thank you. Great to see you again and in person this time.
Absolutely. I want to thank you so much for the time, especially for the great interview about your aunt and uncle a few weeks ago.
My pleasure.
It's been interesting to see things in the community as far as that announcement went over the last couple weeks. So, how has the symposium been for you this year so far?
It's been wonderful. It's like old home day where lots of hugs. I love to hug.
Yeah.
And, lots of good conversations because it's last night it was with Bob Salas at the banquet, and that was very good. He's an old friend, a good friend, and really enjoyed seeing him. I had breakfast with him and his wife yesterday morning. So, that was great. Today I've been to the first two lectures, and the first one was on Antarctica, and what he absolutely knows, and then the speculation.
Yep.
And then the second one is of particular interest to me because it was on Havana syndrome.
Yes.
And also on a little bit on Gary Nolan's study on the brains of military people who have been too close to UFOs and suffered what first appeared to be brain damage, but was not in the end brain damage. It was actually beneficial.
Interesting.
Yes, it gave these people greater spatial awareness, higher intelligence, and a higher level of psychic ability.
Remarkable. And that is quite literally a lot of where your research has taken you here in the last few years. And that's what I wanted to have you on to talk about, actually, because you were one of the founding members of the Experiencer Resource Team with MUFON, the idea of how we approach the experiencer, and those who have been in close quarters contact, those who have had abduction scenarios, things like that. Mm-hmm. It's pretty interesting. One of the things I have held for a while is and we talked about it last time you were on, the idea that much like any analog watch that gets around a large RF field or a magnetic field, things are changed, and that watch doesn't work the same as it did previously. So it always carries that magnetic signature with it.
Yes.
And I'm kind of the same mind, especially with UFO, UAP, that you're talking anything that could bend space and time, travel that kind of, you're talking about extreme RF fields, extreme magnetic fields, and those, can absolutely change your brainwave patterns, brain structure, all kinds of things.
That is true, and MUFON has done studies on that in the past. I have worked on two studies where we were looking for commonalities among experiencers. And many experiencers I knew from anecdotal reports had said that they had a medical diagnosis of chronic fatigue and immune dysfunction syndrome. And so that was a question that we asked. Now, it was less than 1% in the general population on our first study, yet it was 34% among experiencers of ET contact.
Wow.
Very, very high percentage. On the second study, it was actually 43%. The prevalence in the general population has risen a little bit since COVID and post-COVID syndrome.
Sure.
But still 43% among the experiencer population of the 516 individuals who took part in MUFON's ERT study.
Wow. Wow. And once again, that has led you down the road of your recent work, where it's much more of a spiritual basis, much more the change that happens with somebody as these things happen. And once again, the idea that people come back changed, sometimes even physically.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And I was very interested in academic studies done by Christopher Rosing and Kenneth Ring. And what their studies indicated were that experiencers of ET contact were undergoing changes. They were becoming more spiritual. They're developing psychic abilities. And very much the same kind of experience that near-death experiencers have.
Yeah.
The only difference that they could find is that the ET contact experiences often had developed trauma, particularly when they were children. And so I found that very interesting, and I wanted to look further into the commonalities that experiencers share. I knew a lot from academic studies,
Sure.
from anecdotal reports, from experiencers that I'd worked with over the years, but we wanted statistics.
Now, when you're talking commonalities, are you talking about commonalities post-experience or commonalities pre-experience? Is there a tie amongst the commonality of the type of people that are chosen for abduction, does it seem?
Well, I have to tell you, I wanted to answer that question, but so many experiencers today are intergenerational experiencers, and so, they're probably taken in the womb,
Yeah, sure.
or shortly thereafter. So how can you then get good quantitative data on that kind of thing? How long ago was it? Most of the people who participated in our study, it was something like 75%, stated that they had been taken for the first time when they were less than 20 years old.
Oh, wow.
36% when they were less than 5 years old.
Wow. And yeah, you kind of have to wonder, especially with as traumatic as these experiences are, so often, especially as children, people just bury that trauma completely and utterly. It becomes a buried part of their psyche that doesn't even emerge sometimes until you're 20, 30 years old,
Yes, that's true. And, when you have to remember that young children are very prone to fantasy as well. So there are so many variables that come in here that make some of our questions difficult to answer.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to studying the phenomenology of these and the connection between them, it can be very convoluted in that way.
It can be. Now, there were people who indicated that they had a family history of psychics, and that they felt that they were born psychic. So we know that there is a percentage, I can't remember the statistic itself, of people who actually had some of these gifts all of their lives.
Okay. So yeah, people who had come from sensitive backgrounds, people who had clairvoyance in their family previously, things like that. And now, you were talking about the generational experience, or the idea you yourself are a generational experiencer. You had people in your family who were experiencers as well as you. In
the previous generation, and perhaps the one before that.
Yeah. Now, what kind of commonalities have you found amongst generational experiencers like that?
Well, those were generally the experiencers who tested for having UFO abduction syndrome on a scale that Dr. Don C. Donderi, who worked on the study with us, was able to administer to the participants. And we were able to identify, using that American Personality Disorder Scale, those who were had UFO abduction syndrome, true abductees, those who were wannabes or simulators, as they were called, and those from the general population. And so
the
and
control,
we found
so to speak.
that those who had UFO abduction syndrome, and we don't use abduction very often anymore, but that was done back when that was the word.
Yeah.
And so what we've discovered is they, and we separated them, have all of these commonalities at a much higher rate than the general population of experiencers.
Wow. Interesting. And what percentage did you find amongst experiencers that were generational experiencers?
It was a little over 50%.
What?
Knew that they were. Yes.
Wow. That is remarkably large.
It is. Yes.
Wow. Well, yeah, that is. I'm sorry, my brain is still trying to write, because it's very rare in any scientific study that you get a ratio of 50%. Period. Much less the fact of something like this, where 50% of experiencers were generational experiencers, where numerous people in their family or other people in their family had similar experience.
Yeah, those with UFO abduction syndrome.
Wow.
So I have to separate them from experiencers by calling them
I'm sorry.
abductees.
That's true. Yes.
Now, the abductee group also had 95% increase in spiritual awareness.
Interesting.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
They were psychic or intuitive at a much higher rate than general experiencers. There were all of these things.
Did y'all find a percentile of that? What was the percentile of people that amongst abduction syndrome that had increased psychic ability?
I think it was 85%. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not that great at memorizing statistics.
That's okay.
I don't have them in front of me.
Even once again, though, to know that it is beyond the deviation of norm by any large percent is fantastic and amazing. And when you start considering especially the means by which a lot of abductees discuss their conversations with entities happen. Most of them are not verbally. They are via mental telepathy, things like that.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you think it's the fact that does it seem that those that are abducted have to be changed in order to be communicated with? Does that seem to be the case?
I think in terms of telepathic communication with these non-humans, probably.
Yeah.
But some of them are actually telepathic with one another as well. Not many, but lower percentage. And something, a question that we asked that I found very interesting was, did you wake up paralyzed and able only to move your eyes? And so it was a fairly high percentage who said they'd been able to have that experience. But then, you could explain that as sleep paralysis.
Sure. I'm a sleep paralysis sufferer myself. So.
And then we went on and we asked, have you been awake? And did you observe non-human entities coming into your room, and then were you paralyzed? And the percentage dropped way off for the experiencers in general.
Sure.
But for the UFO abduction syndrome group, that was still high.
Wow. Incredible. And now, before this study happened, I assume the fact, I can hear my audience now. Like we took all these people through standard psychological testing, things like that, before they went through the study to make sure that everybody's psychologically balanced, all that kind of stuff. We had, like you said, control of normal population inside of there, everything else.
Yeah, and in that study that Dr. Don Derry standardized, when he was working with the people who had actually developed the American Personality Inventory.
Okay.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, no, and that's just that's what I wanted to make clear for the audience. Was like all these people went through standard psychological testing to begin with to make sure,
but
like
not the people who participated in MUFON study.
Oh, okay.
The 516, they did not.
Okay.
Go through standard psychological testing.
Okay.
I mean, that would take a whole
lot
lot of money.
It would.
We didn't have the funding.
Okay.
To be able to do that, it would have been great. It would have been wonderful to be able to do
Sure,
all
sure.
sorts of psychological and medical tests, but nobody's giving us the funding to do that.
Yeah.
So we do the best we can with the tools that we have.
Okay.
A very interesting question that we asked is, if you could end your experiences today, would you?
And what was the percentage of yes with that?
Very low.
Wow. Wow.
With the experiencers overall, 71% said they would not end their experiences today if they could. And it was even a higher percentage with those who had UFO abduction syndrome.
Interesting. And out of those with UFO abduction syndrome, how many were repeat abductees, where they'd had more than one abduction scenario?
We had about 20% who had an experience only one time.
Okay.
We had a very large percentage of individuals, most of them after that had numerous experiences periodically throughout their lifetime.
Wow.
And we even had one participant who was in her 80s and still had contact.
Interesting. That is remarkable to know that somebody has been having experiences for that long of their life.
Yes. And, so many people think, oh, well, this is all about reproduction. It's not. It is far more scientific and much wider in scope than standard reproductive procedures.
Interesting. And by that you mean people weren't just abducted to take DNA. They weren't just abducted to take an ovum. That kind of stuff.
That's correct. There are all sorts of things that are going on, and one of their concerns is about our toxicity, the level of toxicity in our in our bodies.
Yeah.
And there are people who are being tested for this. It's showing concern by these non-humans for our human bodies.
Interesting.
And so, there is some compassion there. There is some concern. And they've been educating experiencers for a very, very long time about our environment and their concerns about our failure to be good stewards to our environment, and also about our use of nuclear weapons.
Yep.
That's another major concern to them. They take people around nuclear weapons bases.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah,
nuclear
and I mean
facilities.
we heard from Robert Salas last night about the Malmstrom incidents and Echo Flight and everything else. And with that in mind, how many experiences of those with abduction syndrome had a malevolent experience?
There were about 5 people out of 516.
Interesting.
Who said that they had a malevolent experience, that this was just plain evil. And as I interviewed them and learned more about them, this was something that was very, very dark. This was more what you might think of as demonic.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody initially is traumatized. They're fearful. They dread this. They think that something terrible is happening to them, and they have the right to feel that way. They're taken against their will.
Yep.
Their bodies are being probed. They're not treated very respectfully by certain groups.
Not by our standards, anyway.
No, not by our standards.
Not by human standards.
Yeah. But I don't know what I was going to say.
That's all right. That's all right. It's it's interesting to talk about this study specifically because when because yes, there is a difference between experiencer and abductee.
There is.
And it's when it comes to abduction, when it comes to people, like you said, being taken against their will, it's not like you just saw something sitting in a field.
That's right.
It is an invasive thing. It definitely it leads to a lot of trauma in
the
people's lives.
psychological impact is much greater. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and not that people aren't. There are numerous people that are reticent and afraid to tell people that they've seen anything, be it in the sky, on the ground, what have you. But it's different.
Long-term taboo.
Yeah, no, exactly. Especially if you live in a small town, if you're a law enforcement officer, anything like that, there can be consequences in some sides of society for literally saying you have seen something. Much less if you have been assaulted or violated in this kind of way. It becomes a very personal violation. It becomes something that's very hard to share with family, friends, anybody.
It is. And when we set up the ERT at MUFON, we discovered that there were people who might have attempted to speak to their family about this. And the family simply didn't want to speak about it.
Yeah.
If they spoke to somebody, they would be ridiculed or they'd be told, don't tell anybody this. And so the ERT wanted to just provide the opportunity for the people to listen to someone would listen who was non-judgmental.
That's right. Yeah.
That was the whole thing.
Well, and you, even as a generational experiencer, your Aunt Betty told you, like, this ever happens to you, honey, don't tell anybody.
She did tell me that, yes.
And it's interesting to see how much of society has opened not only to the experience, but to being able to share the experience in that kind of way. Have you seen an uptick in report? I know you're no longer intimately involved with the ERT.
Well,
I'm
the
way that you once were. You're
right.
a consultant.
I'm no longer the director.
Have there been an uptick in reportings over the last few years to the ERT since the founding and the real rooting in to the community?
Not as many now as we had initially.
Interesting.
And around 2016 through 2018. 20, something like that.
Yeah.
We were receiving at least 100 reports per month, sometimes 150, that high during a certain period of time. But now it is slower, and the ERT has changed because MUFON decided that the primary focus is investigation.
Yeah.
So if you want to speak with an ERT member, you must first undergo a field investigation by an investigator, level 3, highly experienced, compassionate investigator.
Sure.
And then you can speak to a member of the ERT for another compassionate investigation.
Sure.
So it's, they're not receiving as many reports as they did prior to this.
Okay. Well, I think it's more the fact that they're receiving more filtered reports. It's really more what is coming to them will be much more curated as to focused directly with the ERT.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. And people trusted the ERT because it was confidential. 100% confidential.
Yeah.
None of that information went on MUFON's case management system. And now it will. And people are concerned about things like violation of confidentiality.
Yep.
And we know this happened with my aunt.
Yep.
And it happened to me, too.
Well, and especially when you're talking ERT, when you're talking... There's a lot of medical stuff involved there,
There is, and a lot of very personal,
yeah.
intimate information that you do not want down on paper.
Yeah. Well, and that you may want to give anonymously. You may not want to have your name tied to that.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's
you
firmly
can
understandable.
give an anonymous report,
Yeah.
but it's not entirely confidential the way it used to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time. It's always great chatting with you at these events. It's always great having you on. Let everybody know where they can go find your book, Forbidden Knowledge.
Yes, Forbidden Knowledge Edition 2 now.
Yep.
And it's available on Amazon. And also you can purchase an autographed copy from my website.
Fantastic.
Kathleen-Martin.com.
Awesome. And where can people go to get a hold of the MUFON Experiencer Resource Team?
Go to MUFON.com and file a report. And it's separate now. It used to be only file a UFO sighting, but it's separated so you can file an ET contact report or abduction report.
Awesome. Awesome. Yes. Kathleen, thank you so much, as always, for your time. It's more than a pleasure.
So great to speak with you.
Absolutely. Well, you are online finding all of the great information from Kathleen Martin at kathleen-martin.com. Make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com. That is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment. That is where you can find your official copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log. Stop on by and check that out, folks. Stay tuned. When we come back from this break, we will have more of our continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas, after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium here in Irving, Texas. We have the pleasure of being joined by our friend and guest, Earl Gray.
How's it going there, Chris?
Doing great. Southern California director of MUFON.
My joy and pride.
Right.
And all my guys are here.
I
all
know.
my field investigators came out. It's like 7 of us.
That's awesome. What a great representation here
so
for you
thrilled.
guys.
I'm so happy.
That's always great whenever you can get that many people from a chapter
So
out.
proud of my team.
That's great.
They're like the best, and my God, I feel like the head of the scout team or something, It's like, follow me, boys.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, now it's interesting. We had you on a few weeks ago to respond to everything coming out from Stephen Greer.
Wonderful.
All that kind of stuff.
With Kathleen.
Yeah.
You just had on, my mentor.
Well, and it's been interesting to see some of that throughout the community, to see some of the reverberations, even having conversations here about it. And the idea of what these kind of announcements do to communities.
Yeah.
Even a couple years ago, to see where we've come from the symposium in Denver, where the conversation was UFOs and the media, where the media had just started using terms like UFO denier.
Yeah, it changed.
It flipped on a dime.
I know.
And to see now the mission of transparency, the idea of what can we do for disclosure, what can we do for opening the doors of not only conversation, but the open the doors of political debate on the topic.
Yeah.
So
well, there needs to be that political debate, you know. I mean, Bob Salas last night when he gave his presentation was so wonderful and so fantastic. And he knows firsthand about the obfuscation that comes from officialdom. It's been going on for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And, but Bob was my idea. Don't tell anybody. But they were looking for a keynote speaker, and it's like, well, Bob Salas, and he's a local. He comes out to my meeting out in the West Valley of Los Angeles.
That's great.
So,
and I mean, for those who may not be aware, Robert Salas was one of those. They're present at the Malmstrom incident.
Yep.
Echo Flight, and what was the other? The one he was actually a part of.
Well, I know the Minot Air Force Base incursion of UFOs. Yep. I mean, he and David Schindel, they both had pretty much the same record of where they had an incursion of a UFO into the nuclear ICBM base. That they both were the COs of kind of next door to each other.
Yeah.
State-wise. And anyhow, I mean, that's kind of when we see this repetitive behavior by our visitors, you have to stand up and take notice. What are they trying to tell us? It's not just a joyride. Let's take a joyride, over to this ICBM base.
Yeah.
I mean, they're telling us something, and Bob knows, and he got straight to the point, and it's wonderful.
Well, and it was interesting to see him talk about some of the aftermath after him asking, like, okay, well, this has been declassified. Are y'all going to research into this? Are you gonna and their roundabout way of saying, like, yeah, no, not really.
Yeah.
Like, no, we aren't really going to declassify anymore or say anything more about it. And it was one of them that was brought up in the congressional hearings, things like that, where it's like, apparently there were these issues that happened, and you'd think that the government at this point would let the people know that something like that happened in a nuclear base.
Yeah, you would.
It's a long way down the line to still be obfuscating it.
Yeah.
Especially when the battle cry seems to be these dangerous things in our skies. I mean, even one of them that I keep quoting was the one that came right out of Los Angeles, like where the UAP was on the tail end of Air Force One as it was leaving LAX. And it's like, man, you could not get more of a direct threat to democracy as we know it.
Well, the Southern California aliens, we got an alien problem, right?
but the fact of these things are over our skies, they're over airports, they're taking over airspace and dangers to airspace.
Well, it is a danger.
So, sure. Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
As far as it being a national security threat, I mean, I don't know that so much of a threat as it's just what do you do? I mean, it's not like an anthill can't fight the army.
They can't fight the magnifying glass.
Yes, no. Well, maybe an army of magnifying glass. And so there's not a whole lot that we can do about it.
Yeah.
So I can understand why the Air Force wants to keep shoving it under the rug. Because they're supposed to be protecting the skies, and what are they supposed to tell the public? We can't protect you against this, and how come we're getting a paycheck,
Yeah.
But I mean, we don't even. I mean, I don't think that they're an enemy. It's 70 some years since Roswell, and we're still our own worst threat. I don't think that ETs have ever threatened us with nuclear annihilation, but we sure do that to each other a lot.
Yeah. No, exactly. We tend to point things all over the place and then wonder. And it's one of those I'm not going to say that I am of, as we discussed last time, I'm not going to say I'm of the Stephen Greer mentality.
Oh, I'm not either.
Everything has our best interest at heart.
No.
I think
it runs the gamut.
Yeah, it's one of those hey, there are dogs that bite for no good reason.
Yeah.
No trauma in their life, they just bite.
Cute dogs.
It's what they do, and it's one of those I refuse to believe that in the universe that there isn't just one species out there that just maybe a little malevolent, or even as we were talking with Kathleen a minute ago, really that idea of malevolence kind of comes from us.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a person in a community not too long ago who was like, well, this Bigfoot in this encounter did this horribly evil stuff, and it's like, well, by whom's definition are you defining evil? Humans or the Sasquatch?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
If you get into the whole morality thing there, I want to know whose level of morality we're judging by, ours or the aliens.
It may be the worst thing in the world to not hoot properly or to not hit the trunks of the trees together in perfect timing or something. You don't know.
And
your moral code is
it's vastly different, one would think. But it is interesting how when experiencers are panicked, when or abductees are panicked, scared, that they tend to give them the message of, we aren't here to harm you.
Yeah, that's true.
We aren't here to hurt you. It's not like, don't worry, we're only here to take your ovum from you. You know, like, we're only here to harvest your DNA for these evil purposes. That's not typically the overarching message. But I
was talking with one guy recently, an experiencer, you know, and he put in an ERT questionnaire, and we had this wonderful talk. And he had this great attitude about it. But he said that he joked with his entities when they took him. And they took his semen. All right. Okay. And he made a big joke out of it, and they started joking back about it. I mean, he had, you know, the telepathic tall guy that you know, is calming.
You think it's bad for you? Try having it as your job.
Exactly. Well, that was the tone of the conversation. And he said that we just had a great time. We were just like yucking it up the whole time, and it was just this pleasant thing. But they you know, extracted his DNA. You know, I don't know if I would have been that you know, calm,
casual, you know, and calm about it.
He said that, you know, the cup that they used to extract. It's like, I think I might have, you know, been a little freaked out. You know,
well, and you know, that's just it. It's one of those. How do we interpret intention? How do we interpret these things? How do we interpret them as a threat when we know very little? You know, and it doesn't seem like, I guess maybe they interpret it as a threat because, yes, they've appeared over a couple of nuclear facilities. They tend to hang out around those facilities. Their obstruction to aircraft, things like that.
But, well, what do you think that the incursion on the nuclear bases is? You know, I usually think, personally, I like to think that it's them telling us that we know what you're doing and it's not good and you need to stop it. But, you know, there's also, I mean, it might just be like, you know, directed at the military and saying, you know, you can try to do this, but screw you. You know, we're in control. You know, so, you know, better not try anything. You know. Well, but I don't know. I mean, we would probably do the same thing.
That seemed to be the message, though, with what happened at Mino and Malmstrom was that things were shut down.
Yes.
Now, granted, if they had that realm of technology, they probably could have just as easily detonated
in Russia,
the nuclear arm.
You know, in Russia, there's that story. I guess Paul Stonehill would be the person to ask, but when the Iron Curtain went down, there was one case where they had a very similar thing to the Malmstrom and the Minot base cases, except in the Russian case, they set the timers on the nukes. They were on launch mode.
Oh, wow.
They put them on launch mode, and those were pointed at us, you know. Yeah. And then at the last minute, it shut off. So I think it was a warning to them. They were saying, you know, you're playing with something that you don't know, and this could go out of control very easily. And look, this is the end of the world, and it could have happened just now.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the
and to see things, especially like the story out of Vandenberg many years ago about the
shutting the missile down. They shot the little laser beam.
Shooting it with a beam, shooting the missile head with a beam of light and shutting it down.
You know, the UFOs and nukes, and of course Bob Solis was in that film and was very very astute in that.
And he brought that up a little bit last night. You know, when we're talking about these things, when we're talking about how we process this through society, how we process this politically, how we process even the conversation of it amongst people, Earl, you know, it's a multifaceted issue is the only way to put it.
Yes. Well, you know, going back to the are they good or are they evil, people ask me that. And it's often, you know, I get that, you know, and I'll usually turn it around on its head and say, well, how about humans? Are we good or are we evil?
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, you know, you can find something beautiful like, you know, Van Gogh's paintings and, you know, something as silly as the Ice Capades or, you know, but then you could turn around and, you know, I mean, I don't want to bring up Auschwitz and stuff, but I just did, you know, as the same race of beings, you know, they're capable of both. And
great, horrible atrocities as well as amazing beauty.
Yes.
And, you know, it's interesting because that, one of my favorite guests and just people in the world is Lynn Buchanan. He was one of the people in the Stargate remote viewing program, things like that. And, I asked him one time, just privately, as we were having a meal, it's like, have you ever tried to remote view our visitors? And he was like, actually, yes. And basically came out and was like, the Greys that I viewed, seems like they are very much almost robotic AI in the way that they operate, and to the point where they had to come to a point of hive mind in order to achieve what they achieved. But because of that, they have lost what we would consider to be humanity.
Yeah.
They've lost individualism, which means they've lost the ability to create. They've lost the ability to see, like, oh, here's this awesome tablet. How else can I use it? Because they have no more means of creativity or individualism.
How sad, huh?
Things like that. So he's like, they're basically utilizing and sharing this technology with us because of our ingenuity in the universe. In the universe, we are unique with that kind of ingenuity, with that kind of, way to see things in a different way.
Telepathy.
Yeah.
All of these different groups of beings that we've met, the one thing that seems to be in common is they all seem to be telepathic. They don't speak with their mouths.
Yep.
The mouth is like the veriform appendix to them. It's just this
it's
leftover. And if you can read everybody's mind, there's no reason to write a love sonnet. There's no reason to do a painting. And so you lose that, all of the arts, and imagine life without Beethoven's Sixth, or I can't. I mean, I live for that, or great works of literature, East of Eden, or and so perhaps there's this longing within them, and I wonder how that makes them. I mean, do they feel? I think they do. I think that there must be at least a vestige of that.
Well, sure. And I mean, there's, and that brings up once again that philosophic question of what is feel? At what point does it change to personal emotion from empathic emotion? From what we share together, which is that vibration, to when it becomes a personal internalized feeling. And that connection that people seem to have. Even talking with Kathleen Martin a little while ago about specifically abductees and the fact that does it seem to be, especially as somebody with the ERT, or being one of the heads of the ERT, does it seem that people are changed in that kind of way from their abduction experience? Like, were they necessarily telepathic, clairvoyant, able to communicate in that way prior to being in that location with those beings, or did the beings help transform them to be able to communicate in that way because it's the only way they can communicate?
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's this gift that you're left with, and people, oftentimes they get stuck behind that speed bump of ontological shock, and that's where you get the, and I have great respect for David Jacobs and Bud Hopkins, even to a point where, it's the threat from outer space.
Yeah.
But for me, everybody, if you've listened or are familiar with my story, I had my own experience, and I was horrified at first. I was confused.
Yeah.
The people around me at the time weren't very helpful. It's like the ufologist that I, was being mentored by was very nuts and bolts. And it was kind of like, you better keep that to yourself. People think you're crazy, but it. So it kind of festered, and when I spoke with Kathleen, it sort of gave me permission to be okay with it. She was very accepting of this crazy story I told her of these beings coming into my room, and once I got past that fear factor, then I noticed those gifts that you're talking about. They were enhanced. I mean, synchronicities began happening, and maybe they were happening before and I didn't notice, you know.
Sure.
But
just
something was
activated.
Was activated. And, just love seemed to flow more readily from my heart. You know, the whole, the empathy thing was very, very, very important. And I look back, it's almost like BC/AD in my own life. You know, it was this flashpoint, you know, and it changes people, but you have to be able to get past that initial horror. And that initial shock.
Yeah, the trauma of the situation actually happening to you. And once again, a good 85-90% of the time was zero consent on your part, you know, because it's not like you, once again, that's where we got into that differentiation with Kathleen a few minutes ago, was the idea of the difference between experiencer and abductee. Mm-hmm. You know, the idea that an experiencer, like, you've seen something in a field, you've seen something from afar, maybe close up, but that up-close abduction experience, the one that takes it to that next step where, like you said, you didn't invite anybody into your room.
No. Well, I did, though. I mean, that's the difference. But I think I might be the weird, exception. But I mean, I wanted to meet aliens. And I heard of the CE5 thing. I mean, we've talked about it. I'm not going to do the whole thing again.
It's all right.
But for me, I was meditating. And I just sent out the message. I said, if abducting me and taking my DNA is the price of the ticket, go for it. I want to meet you. I don't, I was confused who it was, who I was dealing with, and who they were. Because there was this family history of my mom working with programs, special access programs, where she was aware of our visitors through working with Hughes Aircraft in the 50s. I didn't want any more obfuscation anymore in my life as to who this was. And I got what I asked for, so I did ask for it, but most people don't. And it didn't help in the moment, I was just, stop with my mind, and no, they weren't stopping.
And it's interesting. It's interesting that you bring that up, actually, because I had forgotten that it was a CE5 experience that led to your experience, and that is one of our regular topics of conversation, is the idea of I'm a big fan of Stephen Greer. I have the CE5 app. I have not gone to anything yet, but
I didn't use his program or his protocols. I'm too cheap. I'm not going to dish out $3,500 or whatever. So I just tried it on my own. I used to meditate when I was young.
But what I'm bringing up is that idea of invitation. That idea of open-ended invitation.
You don't want to. Maybe you want to specify. Who you want to meet.
Let's get very specific about what we want.
Valiant Thor. I insist. It has to be Val Thor, maybe a cute blonde,
maybe female version
of
Valiant Thor,
tall white,
But that's just it. There's a large preconceived notion of not only abduction but experience. And once again, as we talk about regularly, the Kleenex box, the idea of everything gets put into this one experiential category.
Yeah, and it's different. And there's a whole realm.
It's a layer cake.
Yes,
it's a layer cake. It's not just icing and cake.
Did I ever tell you about, and I can't be too specific, but there's one gentleman that had an experience in a national park, and he works for the Park Services now. I'm not going to say what state or what, but he had an experience with the tall whites. And it was this beautiful, beautiful, he said he never felt so much love in his life. And he actually, after it had happened, they left and they were gone. They didn't come back. And he had what I guess I would call ontological shock, because he pined to have contact with them again, and they were gone. He sought out help from a psychologist, and she got a hold of Peter Robbins.
Oh, wow.
Peter got a hold of me. And they put me in touch with this gentleman, just delightful guy, artistic guy, wonderful person. Has become a friend. And I told him about my experience, and he said, well, that's all really interesting, Earl, but that's not what they look like. I was there to help him, get through his thing, and he's the one that's skeptical. He said, I don't know, they don't look like that, they don't act like that. And then he told me his whole story, and I told him, they're different beings, different motives, and different means and you got the guys I sort of wanted to meet. But I got the guys that, Saturday Night Live, when they do that skit, they took me and then they did this and that. Those are the guys I met.
And that's just it. It's an experience that is individual for so many people. There's even those that are together. Even Betty and Barney Hill had differences in their experience.
She was able to accept it, and he was never able to. It just haunted him, and he still felt like there you might catch him like a bug in a net again. And for him, it was so traumatic. He wound up with peptic bleeding ulcers. It kind of killed him, psychologically. He was a wreck after it. Betty, she just kind of embraced it all, and I have a photograph of her that I love. She's got a shirt that says, "I was abducted, and all I got was a silly T-shirt." Had the little alien on it.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to MUFON, getting involved, becoming an investigator, how does somebody? What's the process, Earl? Let's say we have people right now in Southern California. They're listening. How do they get a hold of you? How do they become a member of MUFON and become an investigative member of MUFON?
Go to MUFON.com. Everybody should go to MUFON.com. It's the oldest and most revered UFO investigatory group in the world. We certainly have our copies out there, but we're the real deal. And, it's when Project Blue Book closed their doors in 1969, that's when MUFON opened their doors. And we've been doing this ever since. If you go to MUFON.com and you just scroll down a little bit, and it will say Become a Field Investigator, click on that. And it will tell you the process. You want to get hold of the person who is your state director in your state, because we work regionally, which is wonderful. It's personalized. It's not some distant person. You will have a mentor and somebody who will help you through the process and mentor you into becoming a field investigator. You get the Field Investigator's Manual, which my dear friend Ron Rieger helped write the original version of. They keep updating it. They update it again. Now I have to buy it again. But the state director, I better have a
updated copy.
Yeah, the most updated copy. But that's the way to do it, and they'll tell you they'll tell you where to look on MUFON's website to find your local state director. All kinds of people have done it with, have gotten a hold of me. I've been able to, right now, currently we have, I think, 13 active field investigators.
Wow.
Which is really good. It used to be like 4 of us, I think, That's why I have 1,000 UFO cases under my belt. Now I just hand them over to everybody else.
Right.
Kind of vicariously over their shoulder. It's like, oh, that's a cool case, But that's really how you do it. You're part of a team. We'll have monthly field investigator meetings over Zoom, and share about our various cases and help each other. And it's a wonderful experience. It's a team experience.
Yeah.
And we've all become friends. I mean, I think that this is maybe I hope there's more teams like mine in Southern California, but we get together and we'll have game night where we'll do board games and stuff.
Oh, nice. I
mean, it devolved into Cards Against Humanity one night. It was pretty funny with that group.
Too funny.
Yeah, it was all these abduction related answers and stuff. But we're all really close friends. We enjoy each other's company, and we come from all manner of backgrounds. Doesn't matter, We've got the most important thing happening on planet Earth as our core value, and that's what we all work towards. And of course, MUFON's creed, our mission statement is the scientific study of UFOs for the benefit of humanity. And that should always be our creed. It's perfect.
That's right. Yeah. And the scientific part there is what's important. Now, don't get me wrong, folks, because we've had the conversation before. I proudly wear the skeptic badge, the capital S, right on my chest.
And he's my friend. I like this guy.
Because my job is to be ready to have my mind change.
Yes.
And unless I'm skeptical about new information coming in,
you have to be, though. Okay.
Then I'm just going to be stuck in the same paradigm that I'm in, and my mind isn't ready to be changed.
Right.
To
be a good field investigator, you have to walk this tightrope where you're equal parts true believer and equal parts skeptic.
That's
because you can't call everything a UFO, where people will not take you seriously.
That's right.
I mean, if somebody sends in a case and it's a Mylar party balloon, and that,
it's a Mylar
we get
party
those.
balloon.
Yeah, and sometimes people will get angry because I tell them that I'm so
that they're human.
Yeah,
and they made a mistake.
Yes, yeah, and they want it to be a UFO now. It used to be that people were I don't know. It wasn't so cool to have seen a UFO, but thanks to Ancient Aliens and stuff like that, now it's like a badge of honor or bragging right at the bar. Pickup line. Oh, I got a UFO photo for you, baby.
Yeah.
It's changed, but everything is not a UFO.
Yeah.
But some things are.
That's right.
Some things are definitely. That's right. I can't explain scientifically certain cases that come in, and those are my unknowns.
That's right.
It doesn't mean it came from another planet, another star system, but it means we sure as heck don't know what it is.
Well, and
it might be from another star system.
That's right. And the thing is, once it strays past that 3 to 6, 5 to 7 percentile, you're no longer really talking anomaly.
Right.
You're talking known quantitative.
Yes.
You're no longer talking like a fingernail. You're talking a full finger.
Yeah.
It's no longer a fraction of a finger, which is anomalous. Yeah. That's a whole finger.
I will never go and say this is a starship from, Zeta Reticuli. Right? I mean, if it has a license plate on the back and it says that, I know, But so far I haven't seen a license plate, with a custom license plate.
If you're Zeta Reticuli.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm making those now.
I want one.
I can't wait.
Lordy.
The thing is, these are conversations that we need to be ready to have. These are conversations that we need that as we roll into election season, folks. I hate saying it, but these are conversations that if your representative ain't ready to have, you need to consider whether or not they need to be your representative.
I agree.
Period.
I absolutely agree.
Period.
It's an important issue.
It is.
It is one of the top. For me, the most important, it's like the trifecta of most important questions in the universe. Is there a God? What happens when I die? And are we alone in the universe? It's one of those three.
Yeah.
There may be other, branches there, but that's the big trinity there, and it's one of the big, the trifecta of most important human questions.
Absolutely.
So for me, it's the most. I can't express how meaningful and how wonderful it is to be a MUFON field investigator and to be investigating this phenomenon. It's so important, I think, for just the evolution of humanity.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
For our future.
Yeah, if we aren't ready to have the conversation, we do not move forward, as I say at the end of every show. Yeah. It's the fact of that is what moves us forward, is the willingness to talk. Without that, we stymie. We go nowhere. But we would have no science if people weren't willing to talk.
Right.
We would still be a geocentric universe. The sun would still revolve around us.
Galileo, think about it. Back in his day, he invented the telescope. He pointed it at Jupiter, and he saw 4 little satellite spinning around.
Yeah.
He went and made the proclamation. Guess what? Earth isn't the center of everything. Here's another planet, and things are revolving around it.
Yeah.
And, he was not lauded for this new information. They wanted to burn him at the stake. They did give him house arrest.
They did excommunicate him.
Yeah, they excommunicated him. Yeah.
And
evil Galileo.
and revoked that all of about 20 years ago.
That's right. I remember.
Poor dude's been in purgatory for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
But that's just it. Like, we need more Magellans. We need more people that are like, okay, well, let's see what's beyond that horizon. We need more people like the Apollo scientists that we're going to be talking with tomorrow, where it's like, we had nothing. We had nothing. They had to not only figure out every piece of technology to make that program happen, but they had to build it. They had to come up with the material science behind it.
And they had to get Stanley Kubrick and build the sets and all that. No,
the cameras, the crew,
and
the
it's
lighting.
difficult when the Earth is flat, to get all that equipment to, anyhow. Just kidding.
Earl, I could spend all day with you, but before I let you go, of course, let everybody know.
Don't let me go.
Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about MUFON, if they're in Southern California, where they can go to get involved with SoCal MUFON, because y'all have your own website.
You just said it.
All that kind of stuff.
SoCalMUFON.com. It's SoCalMUFON.com. And that is all of our local stuff going on in Southern California. I'm very proud of what we do. And if you're in another region, just go to MUFON.com. But you should go there anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's where you can join MUFON. Although we do have like a little, join MUFON button.
Yes.
We put that in there.
You should.
And we have like a little link to, report a UFO on our own website too. And then it just takes you to MUFON.com.
Totally.
So we love what we're doing. We love being part of MUFON. It's the greatest, best. There is no other organization like MUFON. That people copy us, but we're the best.
That's it.
We're the best.
Earl.
Captain, my captain.
Thanks as always, my friend. More than a pleasure, bud. While you are online checking out everything from not only Southern California MUFON at SoCalMUFON.com, but also MUFON at MUFON.com, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment, all that kind of good stuff. That is also where you can get your official copy.
Yes, you want to get that.
The field observation and encounter log, everybody. If you are out in the field investigating the paranormal, investigating cryptids, investigating UFOs, UAPs, this right here is your pocket source to be able to put all of your data in.
Everybody should have
never lose
one.
it.
Where's that camera? You guys, everybody. Oh, there you are. Well, the big lights there.
Yeah.
Everybody should get one of these, because then you could be your own field investigator on your own. You see something weird in the sky, you write it down, you get the coordinates, the time, date, and everything. And then, but then you should report it to MUFON too.
That's right.
But you've got it, the physical copy.
You've got
there.
it written down right there, ready to go into the MUFON database on your computer. And if you're out there investigating, it's the fact of you've got all your notes right there together, especially if you're going to the same location to do investigations over and over again.
Well, I'm probably going to have to get
that.
like 3 or 4 or 5 of them.
We'll take care of you, bud.
Fill up.
Take care, everybody.
Right.
We will be right back after these messages with more live coverage here at the 2024 MUFON Symposium here in Irving, Texas. We'll be right back after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas. We have the pleasure of speaking right now with Geraldine Stiff, whose family is quite literally the witnesses of the Hopkinsville goblins. So tell us a little bit about this case, because this is one of the very interesting cases that kind of set forth one of the ideas of where we get the concept of, quote, little green men.
Little green men, yep, you're right. Well, it's a great story. People absolutely love it. Of course, it happened to a family that was, innocent. That's the only way you can put it. They were innocent. And they didn't know what was going on. In 1955, Kelly, Kentucky, you look at all of this and you're thinking, wow. And Kelly, Kentucky at the time was only like a population of 50. And they were sparse farms. And my grandmother had a farm there, a little 27-acre farm, and she was a widow. So she had 3 young children at the time that were 12, 10, and 7. And my Uncle J.C. and his wife, Eileen, lived with her. And O.P. Baker was Eileen's brother, and every once in a while he would stay the night there. And the weekend that this happened, it just so happened my dad and his wife at the time, Vera, and their friends Billy Ray and June Taylor had come in for the weekend. They were stationed in Evansville at the time. And Evansville was like 2 hours from Kelly. So they wanted to come visit for the weekend and see, his mom and have some good home cooking, and all that Kentucky stuff. So it just so happened this little occurrence happened on Sunday evening. My grandmother had been to church. She was very religious, and they didn't have plumbing. So you had to go out to the well to get the water. So Billy Ray went out to the well to get water, and as he was out there, he heard something. Looked up to the sky to where he heard this, and there was this oval-shaped silver object going across the sky with all the colors of the rainbow flowing behind it. Didn't know what it was, scared him to death. Ran in the house, slammed the door. Everybody looks at him like, what's wrong with you? I saw something. And he kept on. Everybody was trying to tell him, well, maybe it was a shooting star or a meteor shower. And he says, no, it was none of those things. And he kept on. So my dad said, well, take me out here and show me where you saw this. And they went out to the well. He pointed, told him again. My dad tried to reason with him again with the shooting star and all that stuff. No, we knew what all that looked like. He said, well, let's go back in. Finish the rest of our evening, so we got to go back to work tomorrow. And as they were going to the house, from the back behind the house through the woods came this little 3.5-foot tall being with big glowing eyes, a huge round head, big ears, and arms almost touching the ground. And its legs weren't moving. It was floating on top of the ground.
Interesting.
They didn't know what it was. Scared them to death, ran in the house, slammed the door. Of course, everybody in the house thought that Billy Ray done got my dad out there to get him to go along with his little story and scare the girls.
Sure, yeah.
And my grandmother jumped on him and told him, says, listen, y'all got to stop it because I got to get these 3 kids to bed and you're not helping me any.
Yeah.
But, one went to the front door, one went to the back door, one had a shotgun, one had the rifle. So my grandmother knew something was serious.
Yeah.
So she decided to go to Billy Ray and ask Billy Ray. He was at the back door and asked him what was going on. And he told her, he says, Miss Glennie, I don't know what it was, but it was something I hope you never have to see. So they sat there and it was quiet. And lo and behold, finally one of them come around the corner of the house where my grandmother was sitting. She saw it. She screamed. She fell. Everybody heard her in the house. They come running to her and she told them, says, there's something out here. I saw it.
Interesting.
And about that time, a shot rang out in the front of the house, and it was my Uncle J.C. shot one through the window. Billy Ray runs out the front door, and as he's standing there, there's this little stoop over the door, and a hand comes down and tries to grab his hair. Well, my Aunt Eileen grabs him and yanks him in the house. And my dad runs out the front door then, and he turns toward where the hand come from, and there it sat, a little being. He shoots it. It falls, it rolls, it floats away. One of them, they holler, there's one in the maple tree. They had these huge maple trees in the front yard. Sure enough, he turns, right there in the limbs, sat one, shoots it, it falls to the ground, rolls, floats away.
Wow.
And they're hitting these things.
Yeah.
Because these are country boys that could shoot. They can hit.
Yeah.
And by the time it's all said and done, they're shooting one off the back fence. They're keeping them out of the windows and doors. They're trying to keep them out of the house, and they are not dying. That's the problem. They're not dying. They're coming back. Of course, everybody's hysterical.
Yep.
Kids are crying. Women are crying. What are they supposed to do? How are they going to get out of this? My dad tells them, listen, it's going to be fine. We're going to get to Hopkinsville, and we're going to get help. Hopkinsville is 7 miles down the road.
Yep.
Well, he gets them quiet. They're sitting there. And all of a sudden, they hear one going over the tin roof.
Oh.
And they hear its little nails. Like it was just about doing it on purpose. Well, this really sends everybody to hysterics. The kids are crying again. What is he supposed to do? How are they going to get out of this mess? And he tells them, he says, listen, we're going to get to Hopkinsville. Just calm down. Just wait. So they sit there a while longer. Gets quiet again. He says, let's go. They hit the trucks and head to Hopkinsville, looking behind them the whole way. Get to Hopkinsville, run into the police station. Of course, this is 1955. One little officer on duty.
Yeah.
You've got people from the ages 7 to 50, 11 of them running in there in the middle of the night trying to tell a story, and he's trying to understand what's going on. And he says, you're trying to tell me little men are trying to attack your farmhouse? And my dad's telling him, you don't understand what's happening here.
Yeah.
He says, listen, I'll get you some help. Hold on. So he calls the chief. He calls Chief Russell Greenwell, tells him what's going on. Chief says, calm them down. I'm a-coming. So him and his wife jump in the car, get there, and he tells the officer on duty, he says, call Fort Campbell Army Base, which Fort Campbell was 10 miles down the road from Hopkinsville. Call Fort Campbell. Call the paper, call whoever you can. We're going to Kelly. So by the time it's all said and done, you got a caravan of cars going out to Kelly in the middle of the night. They get out there. Of course, it's pitch black dark. There's no lights or stuff like that back in 1955 out in the country.
Yeah.
They pull up, and they can tell. It feels funny. It's eerie feeling. Clear evidence something happened because there's shotgun and rifle shells all over the ground.
Sure.
There's shotgun and rifle shells all in the house. Woodwork is shot up. Screens are shot through.
Wow.
What happened here?
Yeah.
But no bodies, no blood, no feathers, no fur, nothing that showed that they
That
killed
there was
anything.
anything there.
You know, so he goes up to my grandmother and he tells her, he says, Miss Glennie, I am so sorry, but there's nothing here. We can't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
So
other than shells on the ground and some broken stuff,
they
there's nothing for us
searched
to
everything.
investigate.
They searched everywhere they could, and they couldn't find anything. And so they all leave and left my grandmother and all of them there to fend for themselves the rest of the night. Well, she gets the kids in bed finally. She lays down in her bed. My dad sits by her in a rocking chair with a shotgun, and they're exhausted. And she looks toward the window, and there one stands again. And she's thinking, well, I'm just tired. So she closes her eyes again. The second time she looks, it's still standing there. Third time she looks, she yells at my dad and says they're back. They get up and they start the battle again.
Oh, man.
And this goes on till daylight. And the only reason they think that they left at daylight was because the sun come up and those big eyes couldn't take the sun. That's the only thing they could rationalize, reason with, that they left.
Interesting. And did they ever return?
Not that we know of. But I like to tell people that even if they had nobody would have said anything, because after this, my family was ridiculed so bad.
I was going to say, I mean, my family comes from Mamou, Louisiana. Very tiny little red light town. My cousin graduated with about 60 other kids in high school. So when you're talking a town like that, it's you're literally talking Mayberry RFD, man.
Yes.
Like the operator in town knows everybody's business.
Yes.
The banker in town, like that is where it's like you want to know the town business.
Yeah.
Go to the barber shop.
Right. And this was a community of, like I said, maybe 50.
Yeah.
And farms.
Everybody. I remember the first Sunday I went to church in that town. I heard a kid behind me like, "Who's that guy?" You know, like that's what kind of town it is. And when you're talking 50 people, it's either going to go one of two ways. You're going to find very little middle ground of support in that area. And how supportive was the community toward your family with this incident?
Well, as far as people in Kelly, they believed wholeheartedly because others heard and seen things during the day that day.
Oh, really?
And at night. Yeah, no, they did not come forward till later because everybody was seeing how my family was getting treated over this.
Sure.
But it was later people were coming forward and saying, yeah, we heard and seen things that night. And, you know, even the farmer in the back that lived in the back behind my grandmother's land, he was going to come help them because he heard the commotion and he thought something was wrong.
Yeah, he's hearing gunshots on the neighboring property.
Well, he started
sure.
hearing them carrying on at first. He was that close, and he was getting ready to go. He put his boots on, grabbed a flashlight. He was getting ready to go.
Wow.
And the gunshots started, and he didn't because he's afraid he'd get shot.
Yeah. I
And he
mean, you're
probably
rolling up in the
would've.
dark.
Yeah. And, you know, and my dad set the family down the next morning and told them, we're going to forget this ever happened. Don't even talk about it because I heard them last night. They were making fun of us. And that's the last thing my daddy wanted was to be made fun of.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, you want to be taken properly in the town that you live in.
Yes, because he was a serious person in the first place, and his word was his word. And people not believing them, it hurt him to his soul.
I'll bet.
And because something happened.
Well, let's explore real quick because this is obviously a story that you grew up with. Was it something that was widely talked about in your family?
No, my parents kept this from us.
And that's interesting, Geraldine, because that is something that we discuss regularly on this show, especially with people like Les Velez from Opus, people like Kathleen Martin, Earl Gray from the Experiencer Resource Team. The idea that experiences like this drive families apart. They drive husbands and wives apart. They drive best friends apart. And it's normally because nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. You know, and it's no different a violation than a personal violation of your body. Frequently it is a personal violation of your body.
Right.
When you're abducted, things like that. I mean, even the fact of the creatures reaching down, touching your uncle, trying to come into your home, that's an invasive process that imparts PTSD on people.
Well, yeah, my Uncle JC was a Korean War vet.
Oh.
And this affected him more than that did.
Wow.
After this happened, he was unable to keep a job. His life just went into tatters, and it was just a mess.
Well, because once again, it's something that if you talk about it, people ridicule you because of your experience and call you crazy. So now you can't even trust your own mind. It's either that or you don't talk about it, and it's buried, and you can't trust your own mind.
Right. Yeah.
Because it's like, did I even experience that?
Yeah, but you had 11 people experience it and saw these little beings. So, you know, you had 11 minds that were, you know, it's not like it was a couple of people seeing this. This is 11 people. 3 of them were children. And it was a terrifying experience. And people in Kelly that lived around there were terrified. Like I said, you know, they didn't know whether they were going to come back. What were they there for in the first place?
And was your mother one of these children? Or
No. My mother, she lived in Kelly at the time with her first husband. And they actually had 7 kids. So they lived over, she said, in the valley. And they were terrified.
Wow.
Terrified.
Wow. Yeah. And once again, something that after many years, the community came out and said that numerous people had these experiences. Is it now something that is more widely talked about in town, more accepted?
It is more accepted now. It wasn't because back in 2011, we started a Kelly Festival.
Okay.
And at first it was like, oh my gosh, you could tell people didn't like it. You could tell.
Yeah.
But over the years, it finally got there. And COVID hit, and then it knocked it out, and we're not having it anymore. But I did get good news the other day. They're starting to kick off next month.
All right.
Hopkinsville is going to try to get it started back up again.
Good.
It's going to be in Hopkinsville instead of Kelly.
And, that's something that we speak about pretty regularly on the show. We do a lot of live on-site things like this at festivals. And one of them that we go to is the Falk Monster Festival in Falk, Arkansas. And it's interesting when you get into small rural communities because it's an all-or-nothing situation. There's very little middle ground about how they treat these stories and encounters. They either want to protect them as a town and onlookers please go away, looky-loos, like, please, we enough. And even in Falk, there's a contingent of people in the town that are like, enough with the story, enough with the people coming and taking pictures, things like that. And then there's another group that fully embraces it and is like, no, this is a unique part of our town history. And if we don't preserve this, it may very well disappear. Not even for the fact of a festival or anything like that, but the fact of it's an oral tradition of the area now. Right. It's become an embedded part of the oral tradition.
Well, that's what has happened here because Kelly, like I said, it died when COVID hit. I think they were glad because they actually had built a UFO and set out in the park there at Kelly.
Oh, wow. And
as soon as they found out that this is no more, they had that sucker tore down and it was gone.
Yeah.
So Kelly is fine with it being gone. But Hopkinsville, they see it as a part of history.
Yeah.
They're wanting to keep it. So this is why they're trying to start it back up again. Maybe Kelly don't want nothing to do with it. That's fine. We'll put it in Hopkinsville.
Well, and that's just it. It's hard. It's hard for a town to fully embrace that. It can be really tough, especially when you're talking small Christian towns, things like that. It can be interpreted in a lot of ways, and once again, a lot of old timers just do not want the attention of strangers.
That's
and
the problem with
interesting.
Kelly. That was the problem with Kelly because it is very religious oriented, and a lot of people that were involved in that festival were really religious people. So it was kind of hard to do the things we wanted to do because they wanted to, how can I put this, Christianify it, I guess.
Sure.
And had a gospel singing and all that stuff, and that don't go with aliens. And so it was kind of hard. So I am so glad Hopkinsville is going to take it over because they're going to do it right. They're going to do it right.
Sure. And the story is definitely one of those amongst encounters in the United States that is a preeminent story because, once again, it's not like there were 2 or 3 witnesses that were separated. This was a family of 11 people in one location that all experienced this. And then years later, an entire community of people that came out and said, no, I heard things in my back lot that night. I saw things in the sky, things like that. So it's pretty fascinating to see, once again, how a story like this over the years evolves and becomes larger. And you come to find out, much like MUFON says regularly, we don't care if you saw an object in 1992. Make a report. Make a report because it may well be the case that there were 8 other people that saw that object in 1992 at that point. So your information, even 20 years later, can help corroborate the experience of other people. And even 30, 40 years down the road, it can make a difference, even as a sigh of relief to the other experiencers that experienced something that night. The Pascagoula UFO is a great example of that, where many years later, numerous people came out and said, yes, I saw something that night, and it gave relief to Clive and the other. that they weren't the only ones.
Exactly.
Because I think that's an experience that so many people that witness and experience, especially in the rite that they did there in Kelly, Kentucky, that it's an up-close, personal, very traumatic experience. You know, it helps to find out later that you're not alone.
Yeah, and people are, you know, they don't talk about this stuff. They're afraid to.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be labeled crazy or on drugs or something,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
Well,
and they are. They're afraid, you know.
And, yeah.
And a lot of people have come forward and told me their stories and stuff. And so it's interesting. I mean, you'd be surprised at the people that have had some really weird things happen to them, you know, over the years, but they're just afraid to talk about it.
Yeah. And well, let's get back to the visitation. Were there any other instances of visitation after this? Was that the only isolated incident?
As far as we know.
Wow.
That was it.
Yeah, that is remarkable to know that something like that, because it wasn't like a typical sighting, or even the fact of like we were like Betty and Barney Hill. We were abducted. We had numerous hours of missing time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have to go through a regression to find out what happened during that time. This was a real time over numerous hours experience.
And the thing is, after the fact, people came forward, and even police officers. There were several police officers. Actually, the desk sergeant that was on duty that night had seen stuff 3 times.
Yeah.
Chief Russell Greenwell, he had an experience a couple of years before this incident.
That is something.
And so that's why they clung to it and had always believed them. And in fact, that night that it happened, like I said, after the fact, people were coming forward and talking about it, and there had been lights seen all the way across several counties.
Yeah.
Starting with Clarksville, Tennessee, it hit Fort Campbell, it hit Hopkinsville, landed in Kelly. Now, what were they doing? You know, people were seeing this.
Yeah.
And the only thing that we can figure is, and a lot of people don't know this, but Fort Campbell Army Base was having a nuclear arsenal on base at the time. So did they miss Fort Campbell, you know, and hop over a couple of counties and accidentally get caught in Kelly? You know, I feel sorry for them in a way because they stopped at the wrong place. You know?
Well, and once again, the experience happening over numerous hours is what's so remarkable. The fact that this wasn't like spotty. It wasn't, we saw something, then the next night something else happened, things like that. This was a continuous event.
Yes.
And that is absolutely remarkable. Now, years down the line, were there any ill effects? I mean, other than, of course, trauma to the experience.
Trauma.
Were there any ill effects medically, things like that?
Well, not that I know of. Of course, all my uncles are dead now. My dad passed away. All of them, I think, from cancer, but I don't think that had anything to do with that. But I don't know for sure. Of course, the 3 younger kids are still alive.
Okay.
My Uncle Lonnie, he's 80 now.
Wow.
Mary, who was 7 at the time, she's in her 60s. You know, so, but they don't talk about it. Now, my Uncle Lonnie used to. He used to talk about it because he's seen it, he saw it. He saw the being. He looked through the window because my dad was trying to protect everybody, and he didn't want the kids, you know, seeing this thing. And he did. He looked out the window, and there was one right there.
Wow.
And he used to talk about it, but he won't talk about it no more. And I think it's because of his mind. He's 80 years old. I think he's afraid to because he might forget something and he don't want it to be wrong.
Yeah.
Because they were very adamant about this story. I mean, it never changed. It stayed the same. They were all taken, you know, in a room and asked to describe the little creatures, and they all described it almost to the T.
Wow.
You know, there's drawings of them.
Yep.
And it never changed.
Yeah.
So
well, and that's just it. Once again, somebody who is, especially in small towns, you get very concerned about reputation. You get very concerned about being the man of your word that you are, and being taken at your word fully and rightly. So for him not to want to share things for fear of not getting things correct because of his mental capacity, I could utterly see that. because he wouldn't want to corrupt his story. He wouldn't want to make it seem like he was disingenuous then because of something now.
Right.
And even the fact of the rest of the family still to this day not really talking about it, like that
it's traumatizing.
It's exactly one of the things that we bring up regularly, that these events are something that change who you are and how you are so intrinsically, that even people who experience them together don't know how to cross that bridge of conversation.
Well, I'll give you a good example. The Kelly Festival, we used to have it every year, like I said, and I would have to get up and talk.
Yeah.
Well, they would schedule it out, so you knew the schedule. Well,
Sure.
I had noticed that my 2 uncles and aunts would never come when I would talk. Well, I found out why. One year they kind of scooted me in on an extra one, and my Aunt Mary was there, and she didn't know I was going to be talking. Well, she stayed, and she was out in the audience. And when I was done, she come up to me, and she was as white as a ghost. And she told me, she said it brought it all back.
Yeah.
Now, she was 7. She's a little bitty thing today. So these things were probably bigger than she was.
Yeah,
And,
that would have been.
So it was terrifying. I could see why she blocked it out.
Yeah.
And plus, my dad set them down and told them, forget it. This didn't happen.
No, exactly. And that's just it. These traumatizing things that happen in life, it's hard to pack them away, and it's hard to unpack them. It leaves an experiencer in a very, very hard spot where you don't know who to go to, and you don't know how to broach it.
Exactly. And, my dad wouldn't talk about it. People would contact him all the time wanting to, and he didn't want to bring it back up. Yeah. It scared him to death. You could tell it did.
I'll bet. Wow. Well, Geraldine, thank you so much for taking the time
coming
on, talking about this, because once again, the Hopkinsville Goblins is one of the preeminent cases of direct contact with possible beings from another place. Let everybody know where they can go to find more about you, where they can go to follow you, everything else, right there in the camera, Geraldine.
Well, I don't have a website anymore. I kind of cut it out, but I have an Etsy shop where you can go on that, and it's called Aliens and Goblins, all lowercase. And you can always go on there and contact me there. Of course, I have an email, gstith@hotmail.com. You can contact me there. And I'm easy to find, really.
I found you on social media.
Just Google me, you'll find me. And I'm always glad to talk to people and help them out, or, whatever. I get contacted all the time by people who have stories and, want to talk about them and experiences and stuff. And I guess it just makes them feel good to get it off their chest and be able to talk to somebody that won't make fun of them.
Yeah, that hears them with open heart and open mind.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what this show is about, because without that, we cannot have a conversation,
exactly.
Geraldine. And
very good.
That's how the world moves forward, is with conversation.
Very good,
so,
yes.
Thank you so much for your time during this very busy symposium. While you are online finding Geraldine and looking up everything about the Hopkinsville Goblins, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. Curious Realm is where you can find all of our interviews from live episodes or from live events. That's where you can find your copy of the all-new field observation and encounter log. Make sure to stay tuned, everybody. Right after these commercial breaks, we'll be right back with more of our continuing coverage of the MUFON Symposium 2024 right here in Irving, Texas, right after this. Continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium here in Irving, Texas. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Chanel Shan. She is the literal granddaughter of Kenneth Arnold, the man who we can thank for the term flying saucers. So tell us a little bit, because not a lot of people understand what it is to come from a family that has been steeped in this kind of history, this kind of lore.
My aunt that passed away, she went to a UFO convention once and never said who she was because of all the ridicule she got growing up. After my grandfather had his report of seeing the flying saucers, her and my other aunt were made fun of at school.
Oh, wow.
And so, like, my aunt's except for I do have one aunt that kind of wants to speak on his behalf, but everybody just grew up with, ridicule. Like my mom was called Arnold the pig, because stupid Green Acres.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
But so with me though, I grew up in the 80s for the most part, and it became the right time, and he used to say it wasn't the right time when he died in 84.
Yeah.
And died very disappointed because he believed he never had tangible evidence of of what he saw, and he had like 8 sightings in his life.
Wow.
Yeah, his 8th sighting was in Susanville, California, and he saw 2 flying saucers that were almost transparent, and he felt like they knew he was there, so they kept their distance. And anyhow, he wasn't public with his other sightings because of all the ridicule he got with his first one. But on June 24th, 1947, he saw 9 flying saucers over Mount Rainier, flying about 1,200 miles per hour, but later he calculated them at 1,700 miles per hour. He thought they were guided missiles. It was 2 years after Hiroshima and Nagasaki happened, so there was a lot of tension. And it was his patriotic duty to report what he saw, he felt. And he just didn't understand why they were going so fast, and they disappeared by Mount Adams. The sighting only lasted for 3 minutes. But when he landed in Yakima, he told the reporters, or he told the station guy, what he had seen. And then by the time he got to Pendleton, there were reporters waiting for him. And this reporter's like, how did they fly? And he said, they flew like a saucer if you'd skip it across water. And he goes, flying saucers? And he's like, yeah. And that's kind of how the name was coined. But, he was the first pilot. He's the man that started it all. That's what they used to say. And then, the Roswell crash got really popular. And, my grandfather passed away. So, some of the old people remember him because it's been a long time, since 1947.
Yeah.
So, I'm very proud to be his granddaughter, and I feel like, I'm trying to speak on his behalf because he felt like they're the connection between the living and the dead. They're just so, it was always such a spiritual experience for him. He was into the Waspy Bible, and I brought his Waspy Bible.
Oh, wow.
But if you just check this out, it talks about, it was written in 1881 by John Newbrough, and he was a dentist that was a medium. But in the Bible, it talks about flying saucers. Here it is. And this piece of paper here, if you read that, is
wow.
all about the flying saucers in the Waspy Bible.
Yeah.
And he has a quote here that he highlighted, but higher and higher it arose in the form of a crescent, slowly turning on its upright axis, turning and rising, higher and higher, and then the music faded away in the distance. And he had underlined that that was
interesting.
They were talking about flying saucers, and this is written in 1881.
Yeah, I was going to say this Bible was written right up around the same time, oddly, that the airship craze started, which is really interesting. And right here in quotes is apart from it. The light above us descended fast toward us like a ship of fire. It came nearer and nearer. The occupants of that ship follow on that page with a hint as to where they came from, who sent them, and why. Absolutely wild. And, like you said, something that your grandfather held on to his entire life, experiences that he held on to that changed him in the way he viewed the world around him.
He really wasn't a public speaker until the year I was born, 1977. The UFO Congress invited him to Chicago, and they flew him, my grandmother, and my aunt to Chicago for that, and he was the guest keynote speaker. And they paid him well, but he just was so grateful that he was invited there. But still, he felt like it was towards the end of his life, and he didn't really fear the government anymore like he did in the beginning. Because, after his sighting, he figured he'd have seminars because he got so much mail from other experiencers. And he just felt like he had to have seminars so everybody could talk about it, kind of like what we're doing at this MUFON conference.
Yeah.
And his friend, Dave Johnson, he was a part-time Air Army guard. He worked at the Idaho Statesman. He and my grandfather were in an airplane, and Dave Johnson saw a UFO banking in a cloud, and a lot of my grandfather's friends were seeing these flying saucers after my grandfather had seen them. And he said, hey, he took my grandfather, Dave, who had a military background, took my grandfather out in the desert and said, hey, walk 50 feet away from your car hey, I need to tell you something, Ken. You need to stop having those seminars. You know, the military doesn't like it, and they eliminate their own men. You need to be quiet in the sake of your family. And he felt like his life was threatened with that. And so he wasn't a public speaker, you know, for many years, and even got offered $50,000 to do a fictional book by Doubleday Books in the 60s, and he wouldn't do it because he wanted it to be true. Yeah. And it, you know, my grandmother was really upset about that because she wanted that money. Oh, yeah. But, and then, you know, I brought this to share. This is like the pamphlet that everybody wants. Yeah. The last one I saw on eBay, it sold, it was like $2,400, but they're so rare. But it's called The Flying Saucer As I Saw It by Kenneth Arnold, and it says 50 cents a copy. And he spent his own money, you know, researching UFOs in his life. He spent about $30,000 of his own money. But, you know, it starts off with like, you know, how they discovered the crash of the military airplane he was looking for that day. He saw the flying saucers. And you know, him and Captain E.J. Smith, they were close because they did Maury Island investigation together. And Captain E.J. Smith, after my grandfather's sighting, saw 9 flying saucers over Emmett, Idaho. And so my grandfather definitely wanted to meet him. He was a pilot for United Airlines. And, you know, they had a close relationship for the rest of their lives just because of how this brought them together. And I have the first edition of The Coming of the Saucers autographed from my grandfather to Captain E.J. Smith. And then my mom found him before he died in Emmett and had him autograph it to me. But I didn't bring that because that's worth a lot of money and it needs to be rebinded. It's an old 1952 book. Yeah. But this I brought just because it's laminated, and, you know, Bob Salas definitely wanted a picture with it because, you know, he really admired my grandfather. Absolutely. Really great to meet him here. And, you know, and then I republished his book, and I just wanted to mention that. It's on Amazon. Awesome. But we added, my mother was so proud that I got this book together. She added a lot of rare documents, and he had a uranium mine. He was trying to get rich off uranium, and I said it was when he was on the campaign trail. He ended up dying of cancer, go figure. But, yeah, he had a uranium mine trying to get rich. But, like, when he was running for governor of Idaho, he met President Eisenhower. I don't even know if I can show that on there. I show that up there. But he's very, very well-respected businessman, you know, somebody that people would listen to, you know, because after he had his sighting, they call it the Summer of Saucers in 1947, everybody started seeing them. And the government and ufologists are just baffled by it.
I was going to point at you and say it's all your fault.
I have his DNA, you know.
And this right here is the actual image of the craft that he saw, folks, which is interesting, you know, because it's not a traditional disc shape. It's not it's very unique.
They changed formation too, and I always have to emphasize that was the most common sight as you saw them fly. And then did you see Earl's rendition of the Pennsylvania one that I've been sharing it with people because it's just like the one my grandfather saw. Downloads.
Did
I show you that?
Yeah.
But they're still here.
And like you said, an inverted crescent. And when you start looking at these things, when you start considering all of the possibilities out there, like you said, your grandfather, his first sighting was 3 minutes in length. Yeah. That's
he was
long.
only 29 years old, and he was had a couple small kids. So
that's a massively long sighting, though.
Yeah, you know, for like 3 minutes. Oh wow, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize that. They think, you know, oh, somebody saw something 20, 30 minutes. No, like most of the time it's 20, 30 seconds that something is seen. You know, typically unless you are up close experiencer, unless you're abductee or something like that, things normally aren't 3 to 10 minutes long. You know, they aren't that long of a sighting. And for him to have even been almost at altitude with them, it's not like he saw them from like, oh, you know, there they were 3-4 miles away off on the horizon. Like he was pretty up close and personal with these things.
Yeah, and there's a song that it really makes me think of his sighting, the Moody Blues Tuesday Morning. He saw him on a Tuesday morning. Well, you know, It was Tuesday afternoon, I guess. I don't know. It just reminds me of his sighting just because it was so mind-blowing. And the Moody Blues, just like they get you in that state. I don't know.
Yeah.
But when I was on Coast to Coast, I had him play that song just because, the Moody Blues are such an awesome band.
Well, and it's one of those, his case specifically, much like Betty and Barney Hill, things like that, it catalyzed the concept in a different way. It catalyzed the word flying saucer once again it catapulted it into the public domain, right into the public's imagination.
Oh yeah, and they're still calling them flying saucers to this day, even though they're UAPs now. It's just so confusing. They keep changing it, but people still think of them as flying saucers, and they they're seen all over the world, and I believe that they're the angels that were written about in the Bible, they say like chariots of fire and stuff like that. Eric Von Dijk.
Yeah.
How do you say his last name? Eric
Von Daniken.
Van Daniken, yeah. His chariots of the gods, totally. To have him, hit on all of that, I think it is kind of almost, I don't want to say biblical, but it's like they're here and we're noticing them, and it probably has something to do with our ultimate destiny, just like a letter that he received from the Olympian Society. There's a show called Monsters and Mysteries, UFO Cult, Mountain of God, and it's all about this letter that he got that I donated to a museum, and they researched it, but it was this UFO cult that nobody knew nothing about that was in Temecula, California, and they found out that they were out in the mountains in California so they could see the lights better, and they had no electricity, but they knew about the flying saucers' ultimate destiny supposedly in this letter that I have. I didn't bring that to share, but he got all sorts of interesting letters, like the guy that talked from the people from Venus, Adam, I can't think of his last name, but he got a letter from him, and he got letters from anyone that had a UFO experience would mail him
Adamski? Is it Adam Adamski?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he saw the people from Venus, and there's a letter somewhere circulating around in my mom's files from him. But some of the mail, just my grandmother threw a lot of it away. It was just overwhelming for them because they got letters from all over the world.
How often growing up did your grandfather recant this tale to you? Was it something that you heard regularly from him, or was it something that he kind of kept to himself?
Well,
in that kind of way?
Like our family, really, we weren't religious. He connected with the Waspy Bible, but my family believed in reincarnation. Like my grandparents believed they lived many lives together, previously. And so like his belief system, I guess that was his belief system. And he probably, felt like a great man because he did change the world. It was just it was hard on him. He felt like an Orson Welles just because so many people didn't believe him.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it. That's one of the things that we've talked about it probably in every single segment that we have had here. Probably every single segment that we have talking with experiencers and abductees. Chanel, that is the topic of conversation. The idea that, it's something that changes your life entirely. Like on the drop of a hat, drop of a dime, your life is 180 degrees different. And the way that is processed through your life, the way that manifests in your life, not everybody is able to process it in a proper way. Not everybody is able to continue life in the career that they were in. Not everybody responds in the same kind of way to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely changed my family's life, and just like I said, my aunts they never wanted to be public speakers, and I'm I guess being a speaker for him just because my mom's a little too old to travel now, but I am inheriting the estate, so eventually my mom really wanted it all in a museum, but yet she's still holding on to it, and ufologists always want to come in and copy it all, and
Oh, absolutely, guaranteed.
She protects that stuff.
Well, and rightfully so, because it is not only a family legacy, but it's a legacy of a concept, Chanel, and something that should be closely and carefully guarded to make sure that it's not used improperly, to make sure, because you want it to go to a museum, but you want to make sure that it goes to the right museum.
And
you want to make sure it doesn't just end up in some filing drawer that's being watched by the best men.
She's heard that museums will get donations and they'll turn around and sell them.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So
yeah, no, they'll sell them as
hesitant.
part of collections. And once again, they'll put them in parts of archives that just get tucked away until we're doing an exhibit on this at some point in 10 years, and we'll pull out 3 parts of it. And the rest of it is, once again, tucked away like the Ark of the Covenant in some case in a back room that is being watched by the best men, and being curated by them instead of being made available to the public, instead of being made available to researchers.
Yeah, and I did find a museum that I approved of. It was the Chehalis Museum where he took off on his flight. They have a flying saucer party once a year, and I'm not going back this year, but for the past 3 years off and on. I mean, it started right before COVID, then it took a pause for a couple of years, but in their museum in Chehalis, they have a whole area dedicated to my grandfather and just odd things of the Northwest, Sasquatch, stuff like that. But they have like a guy with the tinfoil hat on. And I donated that letter that the Olympian Society, that was from them. And they did all the research to make that movie, Mountain of God. And I was so glad that I did that because my mother and I didn't have the money to research that. And she was kind of mad I kind of gave it to him. But I had that vision that would happen, and it did manifest and happen. So they totally, found out a bunch about that. They did all the research and had the funds. And Vince, one of the guys from Chehalis, he had a friend in Temecula that was actually a movie producer guy. So he totally took it on, and
awesome.
And he was able to go find the old compound of where the Olympian Society was located. And it was all abandoned, but it was up in the hills in Temecula, California. And the main compound burnt down, but it was definitely kind of, they still don't know much about the cult. They say they might even been like some sort of weird nudist colony. So, but yeah, they found out a lot about just one letter that was just really mysterious to my grandfather, and he held on to it. And it always stuck out to me because they knew about the flying saucers that were flying over Los Angeles 3 days after my grandfather's sighting. They said that, the fog was heavy, so they could, fly to their ultimate destiny without being seen. And that was, quite the thing to say to my grandfather in a letter. So, because he felt like, they were something out of the WASP Bible, and they're here for a reason. And people want to say it's biblical, and I have a friend who thinks that they're fallen angels, and I don't really want to think that way. I mean, I think that they've always been here, but what's weird, what I don't understand is why we forgot about them. Why did we forget about them if they're on cave paintings on the wall, if they're in Renaissance pictures,
Well, and that's an interesting concept to explore, Chanel. It's something that we talk about regularly on the show, is the rapidity with which humanity forgets. And the example I normally give is I am half-blooded Cajun. My mother is full-blooded. You are hard-pressed to find anybody in my family, even in Cajun country, that speaks Cajun. It's one of the only languages native to the United States.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. And in one generation, it's almost gone.
Wow.
That's all it takes. Doesn't even take 50 years. It hadn't even been my mother's full lifespan.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And that language is almost dead. Almost dead. So it does not take long for us as humanity to forget.
Yeah.
Like all of that same span ago, you could have taken a 6x6 wooden column to 5 or 6 artisans and gotten a quote to have a spiral column hand carved for you. Good luck finding that dude now.
Yeah, that's true.
All of 50 years later. We aren't, unless you're going to Amish country, you aren't hand carving wooden columns anymore. It's being CNC'd. It's being done in a machine shop, things like that, So we lose track of things as humanity so rapidly. Even talking with Thiago Tietche, the sole Brazilian MUFON investigator, about stories that come from the jungle in Brazil, stories that come from the natives. I was like, whenever you go out to, let's say, take a statement from someone in an oil field out in the middle of the jungle, out in the middle of the rainforest, do you hear reports from the natives? And he was like, on occasion, but typically they don't really make a report because for them it's not out of the ordinary.
Oh, wow.
It's been seen for generations for them. they're utterly used to it, so they don't question it. It's us who live in the city who have lost track of being in touch with nature and the world around us, and no longer looking at the night sky every night, telling stories that we don't see them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that like indigenous people, they're in their culture. You know, just the flying saucers are in their culture.
Well, even
the star people.
Even talking with UAP-PD, who was set up right down the hall from you yesterday. You know, the idea that when they go onto a reservation, they hear totally different stories than they do right next to the reservation. Like, the people on the reservation have zero qualms with saying, like, yeah, man, totally saw a Bigfoot in my backyard.
Yeah.
Whereas somebody 3 blocks down the road in the city would totally not make that report.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because they would be, it's anathema. You don't think about that. It's not, you know, so that cultural difference makes a huge difference. Mm-hmm. And even to think about the idea of UFO, UAP in a worldwide aspect, you know, we would receive that totally differently than India would, culturally.
Oh, I know, because in India, I used to study with the Hare Krishnas. They have the Vihanas, the flying machines.
Yeah, Vimanas, everything.
Yeah, and they have, their Vedas are 5,000 years old.
That's right.
In the, you know, the guru that died the year I was born, I cannot pronounce his name, but he made the Bhagavad Gita. He took all those Vedic texts and put them in this book, and it's usually songs and whatnot. But they, you know, they were, the Vihanas were part of their culture, you know.
That's
and then they even talk about nuclear war, you know, that nuclear wars happen.
Oh, they talk about huge weapons being fired, all kinds of things. So that's just it. Like, when you start looking at things culturally, it's a different world. You know, and it's interesting to explore that. It's interesting to explore the concept of how we talk about it, why we talk about it, and if we even talk about it. You know, like you said, your aunts don't really talk about things a whole lot because they were ridiculed as children because of their father's sighting.
Yeah. My aunt that passed away, it's sad she lost a lot of the stuff in storage. Like Ray Palmer and my grandfather used to send records back and forth because they didn't have long distance. And unfortunately, those were lost in storage. But we did recover the 2 Coming to the Saucers books that were autographed to my 2 aunts. Some lady bought them at a flea market, she says, or she got the storage unit. You know, we don't know for sure. But she actually sold them back to us. But at least she got a hold on the Kenneth Arnold page on Facebook. That's my page. And told me that she had them. And I happened to be with my mom that day. I go, Mom, oh my gosh, they got, you know, Aunt Kiska's books that we lost. And this lady wants $300 for them. My mom didn't, you know, she, I think, talked her down to $200, but she had to pay for them. Yeah. But, you know, this lady, however she got them, luckily, and we even got a bunch of pictures back that were family pictures that were, that whatever, you know, it's just crazy that people will lose their storage units and people go through somebody's stuff, you know, because my aunt lost everything, and and it was just so tragic, you know.
I was having that conversation yesterday with Daniel Allen Jones, who was on the panel with you talking about the Aurora investigation, and somebody asked him out here, just right up around the corner, like, you know, there was somebody who supposedly had this piece of metal from the Aurora crash and this and that, and Daniel was like, well, yeah, you know, but, like, that disappeared, and I don't know, the guy's like, I don't know how something like that disappears, and I'm like, well, I'm a collector. I can guarantee you until 1990, there were a bunch of mint condition He-Men sitting around in attics all around America until some mom went upstairs and went, what's this trash from when my kid was 5? And threw it away. Because it meant nothing to them. When somebody takes over a storage unit, things like that, like, book,
oh, I know.
Throw it away. Picture, some old family picture album. Throw it away. Like, fortunately, that person did not do that because you were able to recover a bunch of things.
Yeah, but we did lose a picture of my grandfather's grandmother who was Sioux Indian, and she had braids and everything. And, that was the only picture we had of her. And that's only, you know, I'm just like a tad bit indigenous, but, you know, and I think it's a, you know, purposeful. But, you know, like my grandfather was German and indigenous Sioux, what else was he? German, Irish. I mean, he was just kind of a mix of cultures.
True American mutt.
Yeah, American mutt. But yeah, you know, like my dad's side of the family, they're, you know, LDS. And I think the Mormons definitely were talking to aliens, you know, with the whole Moroni come into the room and appearing to Joseph Smith and all that. And my grandmother used to always be like, this is true, honey. I'm like, yeah, maybe the part about the aliens, you know, they're not angels, Grandma. They're aliens, and they just want to call them angels. And, you know, that's growing up so religious. That's how I felt. I'm like, these are angels, you know.
It's the fact of, much like any culture, you will refer to them as what is familiar, as what makes the most logical sense as to what you know in the world around you, you know. And that's just it. Like, you're processing those experiences through the lens of history, through the lens of time, extrapolating out to now. It's interesting to see where we've ended up and how experiences have ended up this way. And even, like you said, your grandfather reported his initial sighting because of his patriotism, because of his love for his country, and because of his concern for his country. Like, we had just World War II was right there, you know, the Battle of Los Angeles, all kinds of things were right up around that time. And the idea of reporting that because of your patriotism, then all of a couple years later, no longer talking about it because of your fear of the government and their reprisal. It's interesting to see even that clash of concept going on.
Yeah, he said it. They make it a crime to talk about it. That's how he felt. They made it a crime to talk about flying saucers, and he felt like his life was threatened. So yeah, he was quiet for a really long time. But it's just crazy now because you know everybody can share their experiences. Like Coast to Coast, I think, is what opened it all up, and the X-Files, and you know it's been a gradual thing because I've grown up through it. You know. I finally got my favorite Time Life collection of all the paranormal stuff, you know, that I got it at Pal Books in Portland. I bought all of them. Yeah. But yeah, just that was the ultimate book collection growing up, like that paranormal, you know.
I've still got my original 8 or 9 that my mom got for me.
Yeah, I know. I'm so glad I have them.
And you know, things like that are what you're right up around my age. I'm not going to belie your age, but my audience knows my age.
46.
And
I'm 46.
I'm 48. And it's the fact of, you know, there was an interesting conversation that was open to our generation with things like V, stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
being
V
on
was
television.
Oh yeah.
You know, commercials like the Mysterious Places catalog for Time Life books and all that kind of stuff. So those conversations have been open to us as opposed to our parents, where they were shut down so frequently.
And it's so great to be here because, like Geraldine and her story of the goblins in Kentucky, I grew up knowing that story, you know, and I actually got to buy her little 3D printed goblins, you know, and I'm like, this is just so great. But I think Earl Grey was saying that Steven Spielberg stole that that depiction for the Gremlins, you know, and I'm just, that's a typical Spielberg thing. Because, you know, I've heard from my mom that he does, you know, get a lot of ideas from people, and
he sure doesn't
give him credit. But it's just great being here, and then meeting Robert Salas, and he was so happy to meet me, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I've heard so much about this guy, and you know, it's great being at an event like this because, you know, in Idaho we don't have UFO conventions, and it's all about rodeos and pancake breakfasts, breakfast and stuff. But and being here, it's just, you know, there's so many people from all over the world that came here. It's just amazing, you know, and they have it in a good location right by the airport, and, you know, nice big Marriott hotel. But this reminds me of kind of the Phenomenon. I met Dolores Cannon at the Phenomenon taping. It was the 701 at the time, but then James Fox changed the name of it. But Dolores Cannon, I had no idea she had such a big following, and, you know, she was quite old when I met her, and she died, you know, a little bit after that was filmed. But, you know, I love some of her theories. You know, Dolores Cannon, do you know much about her? But she you know, she was a person that believed in reincarnation too. Yep. And so, you know, that's kind of, you know, what I was always trying to figure out with is how, you know, the Bible says that we were born and then we die and then that's it, you know, and that just doesn't seem right. It seems like I've lived a lot longer than 1977, you know.
Yeah.
Like, and even though I don't remember, you know, where our memories are all white.
Well, it's you know, once again, I mean, even half of our memories from our own life are wiped or utterly corrupted. Because of our filter of experience, like we consistently filter everything through experience forever and always. And even the observation log I made, that's the idea, is to get it down now as you observe it instead of 2-3 hours later when you get home or when you get back to camp, because at that point you're already processing the information now. It's no longer a raw stream of data coming from your head.
Yeah.
You're now processing it through a filter of experience, through a filter of lifetime, now through a filter of belief, and that may not be the best way to gather data.
Oh, yeah.
Like hard data for science.
Yeah.
So, and that's just it. Now we are at the point, finally, Chanel, where science has stepped into the fray, like full on. So it's going to be really interesting to see where we go in the next 5 years.
So far, I mean, the powers that be are hiding all the technology from us because it's a technology rush. Who gets it first? And a lot of this technology we have, like computers, it's all come from the crash UFOs. It obviously has.
That and the space race.
Yep.
Every bit of it.
Yeah, and then I think in college we talked about how the moon used to not be here, and it was brought here about 10,000 years ago because it calmed the world down. The world was like, we didn't have...
It cured tidal forces and things like that.
And, and then the Sasquatch were brought here because we lost the war on Mars, and they fought the war on Mars, All these theories are coming about now where we're thinking bigger, like we blew up Mars, had to come here, and then the aliens had to bring a surveillance, the moon here. And it's hollow. It pings, they've said that. And it's got to be an alien satellite. They say that, they never show the dark side of the moon. But I swear it's like a place where they gas up.
I've said for years, oh no, we went to the moon. We were just invited not to come back.
How funny, yeah. It's like, it makes sense. Who took that initial picture of, was it Neil Armstrong coming out? Who took that initial picture? Who was there? The camera guy?
Yeah.
But, I have friends that say it was all filmed in Hollywood. And,
there is that hypothesis.
Yeah.
There was a camera on the landing leg, but
that's... Oh, is that what it was? Okay, because I never heard why that was the way it was.
And there's a... For all of you out there who think it may not have happened, we will actively be talking to an Apollo scientist at this show.
Oh, good.
So I can't wait for that. I'm so excited to talk to her tomorrow. And it's one of those, like, yes, there is a website where you can go. It's pretty hard to get up close, that close with cameras to be able to catch everything. But you can see the remnants of the Apollo lander. You can see the tracks from the carts on the moon. Like, we went. Sorry. Hate to tell you. Let's just say you probably wouldn't be talking on the cell phone you're talking on right now if we hadn't gone to the moon and had the necessity of miniaturization of everything to get there. And the whole equation of a rocket. And so you want to take a 1 pound thing to outer space, you need 2 pounds of fuel. Oh, so you want to add another pound? Now you need 5 pounds of fuel.
Oh, damn.
Because you always need metrically 1 more pound of fuel than what you have in payload. So by the time you get to a 15-foot wide command module that's 10 feet tall and this many pounds, you need a 30-foot tall rocket of fuel to get it up into space and to break Earth's atmosphere.
Wow.
Like, it's called the rocket equation, and it just metrically gets bigger and bigger and bigger the larger your payload gets.
Wow,
I know. that led to our whole micro-miniaturization of everything. So we need this instrument that fits in this box to now be this big.
Wow.
So that we can get it into space for a third the cost.
Yeah, that's like, I love how, my grandfather kind of believed that there were a connection between living and the dead, and they were coming from other dimensions. And that was really progressive because a lot of people didn't believe that back then. They thought they're coming from outer space.
Yep.
But a lot of people here do believe that they know how to open portals.
I am a big believer in the dimensional concept and even the work of Dr. Michael P. Masters, who we interviewed at MUFON last year, with the idea that it could very well be us from the future.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Coming back to because when you start looking at a lot of the warnings that they give, like stay away from nuclear weapons, take care of each other, watch out for poisons in your atmosphere, the whole idea of DNA experimentation, gathering DNA, it really seems kind of like they're trying to almost reverse engineer what happened.
Yeah, and I do. My grandfather had a friend named George Smith, and he used to videotape, and I don't understand this. My mom's never shared it with me, atom bombs going off. And they would always stop at this certain number. But he knew Robert Oppenheimer because of this. And Robert Oppenheimer gave him a penny, and I don't ever take it with me because I have it now. But it's an 1843 penny. And when I was about 14 years old, I went out to eat with my mom and George. And, this George is dead now, but he's like, hold this penny, Chanel, and think of Robert Oppenheimer. I'm like, I don't know who he is. He's like, oh, you will someday. You'll know who he is. And I held that penny. And then, years later, I just like had this huge white, like a panic attack thing happen to me. And I was surrounded by white light. And I was just like, oh my God, it's kind of like a divine plan. Maybe it does send like everybody back to the source, and unfortunately it does destroy, but like we all go back, and it's kind of a divine plan, just like the Bhagavad Gita, they talk about it back then too. But, there's people that believe in ghosts and there's souls that are stuck here. And I think it just blasts everybody back to the source, everybody that's stuck here. And, it's kind of a scary concept. I'm not saying blow everything up, but, Robert Oppenheimer, he felt like he, shouldn't have shared that. But then again, he did it, for us to be the first. But now, look, Russia's got him. I mean, North Korea's got him, and we don't want them to have him. And NATO is falling apart. And, I'm really worried about where we're going in the world with this election. It's just pretty scary. I was supposed to go to Argentina this year, and traveling during a presidential year is not a good idea. So I'm kind of glad I'm not going to Argentina. I'm afraid I'll be locked out of the country.
It quite literally is one of those. We were just talking with Earl Grey about it a minute ago. The idea that so many of the solutions to this are a political solution. So many, whether it comes to how to stop the black site money, how to stop the train of contractors that are hiding technology, what have you. So much of it is policy. So much of it is how we hold our government accountable and being a patriot like your grandfather, because he was worried about something. He went and said something. He went and did something.
Yeah, he also, sent Harry Truman, the president, a telegram. If I can find it really quick. And here it is. Harry Truman, President, personal delivery only, the White House. Your Honor, I understand there is enough evidence on hand by our intelligence and the people of your great country to announce that flying discs, flying saucers, and other reported strange missiles that are being seen by reliable people throughout the world daily are aircraft from outer space. We are not making or flying these aircraft. And the United States is the most scientific nation on earth. Why should not America be at least the first to announce this great discovery? Kenneth Arnold, Boise, Idaho pilot. So, he sent that to Harry Truman. And, he just felt like it was his duty because, they weren't giving him answers. And, and of course they know because I got to meet Ben Hansen, and he's my age, and his grandfather worked at the Air Force Base where the Roswell crash went to in Ohio. Was that right, Patterson? Right, Pat. And so, he kind of, and then he was part of the FBI and all sorts of stuff, and he's like, big wig. But my point being, gosh, getting back, I'm kind of losing my train of thought. But
telegram.
But anyhow, I mean, with the telegram, I just don't remember my point.
We were talking about the idea of being a patriot and being worried, and if you see something, say something. That's the kind of guy your grandfather was. And quite honestly, it's one of those. Even whenever I talk to my wife is one of those that does not hold enough faith in humanity for there to be an overarching conspiracy. And by what I mean by that is she does not believe that there is enough organization within, like there would just be too much infighting for there to be this overarching conspiracy across the globe to hide all of this. Could it be in the hands of a few individuals? Sure.
Yeah.
And closely guarded by contractors, much like Eisenhower said, hey, we had to go through extreme measures to win this war, including giving up some of your rights to these people. Go get them back.
Yeah.
make sure to go get them back. Otherwise, they will keep them forever, and they will hide all of this from you.
But yeah, this technology that we have, it's from the spacecraft we recovered. I guess maybe that's where I was going.
Sure.
You know, it's all reverse engineering, alien technology. That God's a supercomputer. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah.
And we're in an organic simulation, and the
I am
aliens.
all about that.
The aliens, I've heard that we're a container for souls, and that's why they're kind of interested in keeping us going. Obviously, wherever we're from is where we go to when we die. So we go back to where we're from. And, it's obviously home, because I've heard so many near-death experiences where when people are there, they feel all this love and they don't want to come back. So wherever we come from, we're going to a good place when we go back. And, you can't destroy energy. We're all balls of light.
Yep.
And my grandfather had an experience after his flying saucer sighting where a ball of light came into the house, and he was so scared. He said the Lord's Prayer, and then it finally went away. But, that happens sometimes with experiencers. They see balls of light. So there's something, they could be souls, or, I don't know. I think that they're souls, these balls of light. And I am at my house. I have orbs all the time in my house. And after my dog died, I just want to share this. It was pretty crazy.
Please.
I had a dog that died, and she had a heart murmur, and a year and a half she just died in the backyard. And I got another dog. And as I was taking a picture of my new dog, a little dog face, like it was after we took the picture, we could see the orb, but it went right in front of my new dog, and then my little dog's face was in this orb. And so like it was coming back to approve of my new dog because she died so tragically, year and a half years old, died of a heart murmur, and I have it enlarged. But it seemed like it was my dog approving of my new dog. But, when we do take pictures, we just get all sorts of orbs in our house. And, are those souls flying around everywhere, and they're not always dust because of the way they move. Yeah. You can see them now with smartphones. You can actually see orbs if you're taking a picture, like, and just like ghost hunters see. But, I think that, possibly we come back after we're gone to see relatives that way, Sure. We're these balls of light, and then we can go back into the dimension where we go to when we die.
Absolutely.
And we can go in and out. So definitely kind of believe in that. And I did study with the Hare Krishnas for a while because they believed in reincarnation, and I wanted to see what that was all about, because there's no American or English religions that kind of believe in reincarnation except for like Dolores Cannon's people.
Yeah, and aside, I guess not really any Western religions, so to speak. The closest thing would be like Orthodox Judaism, possibly. Things like that definitely have the doctrine of reincarnation, and that's where the whole concept of sins of the father comes from, is that you're born back with the sins from that were there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And karma, definitely, I definitely believe in karma. You got to keep your karma good.
Well, and it's because we are vibration. We are integrally linked to the universe around us. This is by all ninth grade science, Chanel. We are 90% empty space.
That's true. We've
literally. Yeah. So, even to deny that is just a denial of actual physics. So
that's too funny.
Like right now, our butts on this chair is a repulsion of electrons. Like the chair isn't even there.
That's true.
Yeah,
we talked about this in philosophy class.
yeah. No, exactly. That's the whole Platonic concept, is the idea that somewhere in the universe exists the perfect concept of chair that is incorruptible. It will never break. Every one of these is faulty because we brought it into being. It will never attain the essay of chair, the perfect being. So we are perfect beings inside. We are perfect vibration. We have to learn to resonate with that and to move with that.
And I'm always I'm always like, we got to keep our karma good. We got to be
That's
good
right.
people. But then
That's
you think of like people like Jeffrey Dahmer. It's like, where in the heck that guy end up? Just like the evil in the world, it's like, where are these? How are these people? So why are they so evil?
That's a different conversation.
Yeah, because most people are good to each other.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Well, and it's the same way that we've talked with Kathleen, with other people here on the ERT, everything else. The idea that every species out there would be good is like saying that every dog out there is good.
Yeah.
Some dogs just bite.
I know.
Yeah. They were never put through anything traumatic. They had the same upbringing as the rest of the pups in the litter. they just bite.
Yeah.
So to think that one alien race out there wouldn't be the mean one or wouldn't be the one to do experiments without permission, that's kind of short-minded and short-handed, I think, in the long play game of consideration. So, yeah, it's been great talking with you. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Chris.
I appreciate it. You've got to come on again.
Yeah.
This has been a great conversation. We've been connected via Facebook and social media for probably about the last 2.5 years now.
Yeah,
so,
and it'd be nice to go to South by Southwest someday.
You are always more than welcome in Austin. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to get their copy of Coming of the Saucers, where they can go to contact
Coming of the Saucers is available only on Amazon for $19.47, and it's the one that's this cover with the red airplane, and it says republished by Chanel Chance. There's a imposter out there that has no pictures that's printing it, and
without permission.
Without permission, yeah. It's just
that's the big part.
Yep, it's in the public domain, so that's that. But and then also I'm on Facebook. People can reach me there. Chanel Chance. If you want to email me, it's my name chanel.chance@hotmail.com. You can email me like that, and my name's, should I spell it?
Yes.
SHANELE.SCHANZ@hotmail.com.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it. While you are online checking out everything from Chanel Shan's and Coming of the Saucers, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment. That's also where you can find your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log. When we come back from this quick break, we will be continuing our live coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium here in Irving, Texas, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas. We have the great pleasure of being joined by the MUFON Director of International Investigations, Bob Spearing.
How are you, Chris?
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Great to finally meet you in person.
Yes.
We've spoken numerous times, especially about Project Aquarius, things like that. I was very happy to see Project Aquarius getting a good response from people here at the symposium. How have people been receiving it?
It's going very well. As a matter of fact, we're just about to begin redacting the 64 diaries of Leonard Stringfield. It's about 6,000 pages, all right? And we're going to be putting them up one diary at a time. There's so much sensitive stuff in it, and some of the people involved are still alive.
Yeah.
That you have to redact some of the information out. When I was in headquarters in Cincinnati in October, I found a box with 6 8-track tapes and 2 reel-to-reels. And the 6 8-track tapes were audio interviews with Leonard Stringfield.
Wow.
And the reel-to-reels were interviews with NICAP people in the 1960s on radio shows. So I just dropped them off in Nashville on the way here, and they're digitizing them. So they're going to be going up in a week or two. So it's just growing and growing and growing.
Epic. That is so fantastic. And to know especially on 8-track.
And they The guy looked at them, the digitizer, and he goes, "These are in really good shape."
Yeah.
He goes, "I think I'm going to be able to do this."
That's awesome. That's awesome. And you know, once again, whenever you're archiving things, it can be so hard to properly store media to make sure that things are archived for eternity. And the fact that you guys are going through and digitizing literally 30, 40 years worth of information from 1969 to now, coming up at 55.
Yeah.
55 years. So, yeah, that's absolutely phenomenal and amazing to be able to make that available to the public. Now, let's start getting into, because you're here at the symposium presenting cases of interest this year.
I'm doing actually 3 presentations.
Oh.
I'm doing 2 more tonight.
Wow.
So,
wow.
I just finished the cases of interest for 2023. The criteria is it either occurred in 2023 or it was reported in 2023, but may have been in a historical case. Like sometimes people wait 40 years.
Yeah.
I was 15 years old in 1975, and this happened to me. But they wait till now because they didn't know about MUFON or they were afraid of being humiliated.
Yeah.
And the third criteria is there's a case in 2023 that's part of a larger pattern. So this year we did something different. Instead of doing like 5 to 10 standalone cases, we did 3 standalone cases of interest. And we found a lot of patterns because I'm a patterns guy. And so we did 3 suites of cases, one on animal mutilations and abductions, one on jellyfish UFOs. We start off with the Corbell, analyzing the Corbell video.
Yeah.
And then the first one were a phenomenon that we only recently discovered called skull drillers in people's bedrooms.
Let's get into that for a minute. Skull drillers. Explain that to the audience for those that may not be familiar, Bob.
Okay. Last year, I'm very good friends with an Israeli psychologist, and she knows I'm into the UFO thing. She says, "Bob, I have a patient." She claims that a hooded figure came into her bedroom. She suffered sleep paralysis, and it drilled into her skull behind the left ear and inserted something. So I said to her, we get a lot of bedroom incursions by mysterious objects, but I've never heard of something being drilled into somebody's head. Don't you know, 6 months later, last year, a case came in from Australia. Woman paralyzed. It's 90% of the time it's women. Their husband never wakes up. All right. There's obvious harm caused.
Sure.
It's either hooded figures, tall Nordics working in conjunction with Greys or Greys alone. And they all do the same thing, and they all use tools. So this first case was from Brisbane. And we found a second case because we thought it was interesting because I have the doctor's case. My friend, I have this first case. I found a second Australian case. And it was essentially the same enigma. And they talk telepathically to each other. Don't go there, go here. And sometimes they talk to the witness, don't move or you'll die. And the witnesses believe that something's being inserted in their head. Turns out that the second Australian case was only 60 miles away from the first Australian case on a 3,000-mile continent. Roger Stankovic, I brought it up to him. He goes, there's a book in Australia by Bill Chalker, the famous Australian ufologist, called Hair of the Alien. And that's about a man who has the same thing happen to him and then had subsequent sexual encounters with the tall, blonde female Nordic. And she left behind a strand of hair. And the DNA analysis showed that it had 2 different genome types in it. Then we started finding more skull driller cases. In all, I think I presented 9. And the most curious set was there was an Oklahoma case with a woman who had an object allegedly planted. But a lot of these people, they never find the
have
object.
no objects found.
But in 2 of the cases, there were objects. And
really?
One of them got lost. Yeah, one of them the doctor never gave back to the woman. He goes, I don't know what this is. But
it's biomedical waste, and you can't have it.
That's right. And this Oklahoma case from 1980, Oklahoma City, is identical to all the others. 11 days after that, in Joplin, Missouri, which is only 300 miles away from Oklahoma City, a woman reported a new case of a skull drilling. So while they were separated by decades, they weren't separated by much distance, and it's just really odd that there was one case from 1980 and another one from this year, 11 days after we got the first one from 1980.
Wow.
That's weird.
11 days. That is a very close proximity of time, especially for such a unique case, because it's not like somebody saw the same object in the sky or reported the same thing running through a field near their house, something like that. That is a very specific case to be repeated in such a small amount of time and such a small radius.
And plus, it's part of a larger flap. It's temporal flap over time. So at the end, I asked the audience for their opinion. I go, do you think this is just a dream? Nobody raised their hand. I go, do you think it's demons? Nobody raised their hand. I says, that's pretty good, because I don't think demons use tools, all right? They use crystalline,
I don't think they have a need for
fiber
that.
optic needles. And there was no agreement on what it was. I asked time travelers, I asked interdimensionals. The government ended up being the biggest answer, because it seems like it may be some sort of subversive mission, you know?
Sure.
So.
Yeah, and it's interesting, especially once you start going into the world of implants. You know, I mean, Roger Lear lived in that world for many decades and pulled out numerous things. I mean, Terry Lovelace, right up the road, is somebody who had an incredible object embedded in his leg.
He had the microchip in his leg, right?
Yeah, the clover-shaped, with an antenna, like a wire coming off of it. It was
Did you know that
absolutely remarkable.
When Ivan the Terrible died in the 1500s in Russia, they found a microchip-type square metallic thing in his skull.
What?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yep. We can never test it because it's long gone.
Yeah.
But that's so unusual.
But it is chronicled for the fact that they actively found it.
And did that make him such a brutal, crazy guy?
Yeah. Yeah. So. Or was he hearing voices?
Yep.
You know, and even the idea of the Havana syndrome being tied with UFO, UAP cases right now, which will be presented tomorrow. Was presented today. That guest will be on tomorrow.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm getting my appearance and appearance messed up.
Roger's a great guy.
Yeah.
Very knowledgeable neurosurgeon. He's got his own laboratory.
Yeah.
He's the man.
And that's just it. When you're talking scientists on that level getting involved with something so very specific, you know, the Havana syndrome is something that has really popped up on the radar here in the last 5 years. And is the tail end of a phenomenon that has been reported for the last few decades of people called targeted individuals, who we talk about regularly on the show. Like, that is one of the active causes that we are behind, is figuring out what's going on with targeted individuals. And the idea that these two phenomenologies share something, the idea that, you know, some experiencers and even abductees may be experiencing the same thing as Havana syndrome, hearing the loud noises in their head, experiencing bright flashes of light, memory loss, all kinds of stuff is pretty remarkable. Yeah.
I'm not an expert on Havana syndrome, but Roger blew my mind.
Yeah, and y'all are also right now presenting at this symposium crash wreckage. Let's get into that for just a minute, Bob.
That's tonight. We're going to present on some materials. I'll tell you a couple of stories before I get to the main one. Rummaging through when I found the Leonard Stringfield audio 8-tracks last year, I found a box, and inside the box was dirt. And I started reading the letter, and it was a letter from a boy. And it was actually the dirt from the Delphos, Kansas case in the 1980s. It hasn't been analyzed in this century. All right, the last time it was analyzed was like the 1990s. So Valet doesn't believe it's anything. He thought it was mold. And then this other book came out that said, oh, it's the real thing with electrons. Yeah. So now we're going to retest it. So I'm going to show that tonight.
Okay.
We also have a woman who has these, they look like gelatin, but they never decay. And they were tested by the NSA several years ago, and they never gave her a sample back, but she got the results that they didn't know what they were. We've retrieved some of her samples, and we're going to be sending them to the lab for analysis. We also have an abductee who claimed they had a gel spread all over them recently. And we know from back in the day, Antonio Villaboas, it was like some sort of aphrodisiac. Sometimes we think that it's to decontaminate the person. But this witness had the the good foresight to scoop some of it off her body later on. MUFON Labs got that now, too.
Wow.
And finally, we got the Russian sample, okay? And the Russian sample has a very odd story to it. And when we were initially contacted by this fellow Arkady, we didn't necessarily believe him. We thought it was some sort of, contactee experience. But he apparently belongs to a UFO group. They do these CE5 meditations. And he says that material started to materialize in front of him, little black pieces of material.
Ooh.
And he was in contact, and this happened over the course of 2 weeks last year. And he threw the first one away. He didn't know what it was. And then more kept coming every day, little chunks of this black material. And he believed that he was receiving telepathic communication from an unseen entity called Timothy. And Timothy said, "This is pieces of my wreckage." All right. So we said, okay, send it to the MUFON lab. All right. And he sent it all the way from Russia. And it's very hard to get something from Russia right now because it has to go through Turkey and then to and it made it to the MUFON lab. Along with it, he sent us 2 lab reports from Moscow, from gemological institutes, where they were able to identify 10% of it as an odd alloy combination of 6 metals, and the other 90% these 2 laboratories couldn't identify. So
the other 90%
they didn't know what it was.
Wow.
So it arrives in the MUFON lab. Lynn Mann, our chief lab technician, puts the X-ray fluorescence gun on it. And after she tested it against aluminum, which is the standard to test it, the gun was working fine. It registered nothing. All right. The spectrographic analysis, all right, which I will present tonight, she says, I've never seen a graph like this before. It doesn't match up to anything they have in their database. So we don't know what this is.
Yeah.
The next step is we're going to have it analyzed with an electron microscope and a few other tests at the lab. So right now, it's anomalous. And the crazy part of the story is Lynn sent me the sample to present. It disappeared from my mailbox.
You told me that on the last show.
Yes.
Oh.
I opened it. It was delivered. The lady at the post office says, I put the box in there myself, and when I opened it up, there was nothing but a Yellow Pages and a supermarket flyer.
Wow.
We got a second sample.
That is fortunate. That is like the fact that happened to begin with.
And it had to
is
go
incredible.
And it had to go through Turkey again. And we were so secretive about it. We were sending letters with stamps to each other. You're going to get the package, all right, because we didn't want anybody. It's still laid in customs for 17 days. We didn't think we were going to get it. And then the code name was Hiawatha. And I got a phone call maybe a week before the symposium says, Hiawatha has arrived. So we have Hiawatha in the building.
Nice. And once again, just to hear the fact that 90% of that sample is unknown. I mean, it's one thing, if you have a 1% unknown in a sample like that, that's pretty good. Even the fact of 98% of this is fully known material. We can trace the alloy down to the mine that it came from because of the, atomic properties and the way that the isotopes are and everything else. But this is 90% of it that is unknown and unregistering on the device. And that's remarkable.
The 10% that was known, it was the one lab found 5 elements, and the other lab found 6. It was titanium, copper, iron, arsenic, and the other 2 I can't remember.
Probably antimony or something like that that's normally used with titanium, things like that, and aluminum alloys, things like that. Antimony is very much used in the world of alloy. And yeah, but even to know that 2 labs.
3
labs all came back with the same result, that 90% of it is
90%,
unknown.
2 labs, 90%. Our lab, we couldn't identify any metal.
Oh, man. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That is remarkable. That is remarkable. And what an incredible journey of that sample to make it to begin with.
Yep, that's half the story.
And the fact that you even have to code things to keep the mail from losing it.
Well, we know how much stuff has disappeared over the years that's UFO related.
Yeah. Well, and that is the sad fact of it, Bob, is the fact that, trying to find a private courier in this day and age, is a little bit harder than it used to be.
We were highly criticized for putting it in the mail, all right? But people think like we're this massive, IBM or Google. It's like, if we're not hand carrying it here to the symposium, we don't have people driving all over the country.
You can't afford an independent Pony Express to get it from one carrier to another, hand it off, in that kind of way. And that is something very important to bring up, Bob, when it comes to MUFON and the investigations and the way that things are done, is that, there are very few people, and I won't say that there are no people on MUFON that are under paycheck, or on salary. There are, but 98% of those people working in labs, everything else, doing the things that investigators are doing, people those people are volunteer, 100%.
Yeah, it's probably closer to 99% are volunteers. We only have like 3 or 4 people that were under pay. Yeah, just because you need office staff.
Well, I mean, you need somebody who maintains a content management system and a website and a database. You need a front head person to go out and talk to media. Things like that. But it's all volunteer. It's and the results that y'all get for all volunteer is absolutely amazing and phenomenal.
It is. With the volunteer organization, it's different than a corporation. Yeah. There's different levels of participation. There's people who are like doing 90% of something and somebody's doing 10%. But you're always going to have that with volunteers, all right? But overall, the majority of I know the field investigators, which is my area, 90% all forensic backgrounds. We're talking, highly qualified retired airline pilots, fighter jet pilots, astrophysicists, chemists, you name it. We're not amateurs. We're volunteers, but they try to portray us as amateurs, and we're anything but. No, exactly. And here's the thing. I at one point I did I used to have a show called Talking Sound that was all about my AV industry. And at one point in the first season, I did an episode about 10,000 hours to be a professional, and I broke it down. It's like, okay, so if you're doing something 20 to 30 hours a week for 5 years, you could pretty well call yourself a professional. I think so.
You have well nailed the 10,000 hour mark at that point. So, but I'm sorry, you're a professional investigator, whether you're getting paid or not.
Right.
You have put in enough time behind the investigation and research desk to be able to call yourself professional.
Yes.
At that point.
To the point where my wife knocks on my office door sometimes and goes, "Did you forget about your family?"
Yeah. Yeah. Or like mine. "Hey, here's some food. You may want to eat today." Because you get so enwrapped and engulfed in your project, the world ceases to exist.
Oh, my God, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
No, absolutely. And that's just it. I don't think I know a MUFON investigator out there that isn't a night owl, isn't up till midnight, 1 in the morning, because something is just scratching that itch of investigation so much that you cannot put it down.
Yep. I'll jump up out of bed in the middle of the night and go, I got to look at that Ecuador case again.
Yeah, I got to look at that again. I am the same way, where it's like I've got to get up and read that thing again because it's literally in my dream right now. Like it's infiltrated my rest cycle, and it's incredible. And the work that you guys have done for the last 55 years, I've said over and over again, I cannot wait until y'all apply AI to the volumes of data that you guys have, Bob, because you will start to find patterns, you will start to find connections that you may never have been able to find because of the sheer mass of data that you guys have.
Yep. And it's we've pretty much digitized everything now. When you add in Aquarius to the CMS and everything else, it's like it's all there now, digitized, waiting to be crunched, for results. So hopefully within the next couple of years.
Epic. Now, we've got you for a few more minutes here. How can people become involved, Bob? How can people help the cause of MUFON? How can the average person out there help this topic grow legs, move, walk, run.
Keep up with what the government's doing, all right? If you see something, say something. Go to MUFON.com. You can report. Just click on the report a UFO button or report an abduction if that's what may have happened to you. Become a member. Membership start at $60 a month. You get a bi-monthly newsletter. You get a monthly
60 a
magazine.
month or 60 a year?
60 a year, thank you. 60 a year, very cheap.
Yeah.
And you get an e-journal every month. If you want the paper copy in the mail, it's a little bit more. And we have different levels of membership. You can include MUFON TV. That's more, and you can actually include Project Aquarius's digital library in the top membership.
Yep.
But most of all, the thing that I loved best was after I became a MUFON member, I decided to become a field investigator. Yeah. And I purchased the book. It's a one-time charge. You study it. It's an open book test. Most people have, some sort of background, but anybody actually can buy the book and take the test and pass and become a field investigator. And I'll tell you, it's the most rewarding thing I ever did. Some of the cases that I've worked are so scary that they would make your hair stand up.
Yeah.
But when you do as many cases as I have and have researched as much as I have, and you see all of those patterns, you just know that this is a real phenomenon. And if you want to be part of it, become a field investigator.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting ready to sign up for my field investigator training as we speak. My wife and I were talking about it as I arrived the day of field investigator training this year. And I was like, I need to go through that next year. I need to talk to my state director, get on the list, and make sure that I am at training next year, because it's definitely something that I feel as though, because we all have different skill sets.
Right.
Not everybody is great with an electrical meter. Not everybody is great with, taking scientific data, things like that. But many people are better at talking, being able to be trusted by people. And that's really a lot of what a field investigator is being able to open-heartedly talk to somebody, open-mindedly listen to them without judgment.
Sure. We actually have an entire course in MUFON University, our digital university for field investigators, which is free to a field investigator, where we teach you how to interview people, interview techniques, how to tell if someone's, perpetrating a hoax, never lead the person with leading questions, make them feel that you're going to protect their anonymity, okay? Yeah. So there's all sorts of things they teach you as to how to interview people in a case.
Yeah, and we were just talking about that with UAP-PD, because they were here for the field investigator training, specifically talking about interviewing subjects, and not making it an interrogation.
Right.
Making it an interview and a conversation, which can be hard.
Oh, sometimes
it can be hard.
I'm on the phone with the witness 3 hours sometimes. Once they get into it and they trust you, it's like, let me tell you another one that happened to me.
But that's just it. My wife has seen me numerous times where, a targeted individual will call or an experiencer will call because, Seb sends them my way or something like that. And she'll just be like, I can't believe you just spent 3 hours on the phone with a stranger. I'm like, how can I not? Like, somebody is sharing one of the most intimate moments of their life with me right now. Like, I got a steak to go make. Like I can't leave that.
Right.
And that's just it. If you're that kind of person, you should really think about becoming a field investigator. Because
let me tell you a quick story.
Please.
I was wearing my MUFON field investigator shirt, and I went to Walmart one day. And I was going into the bathroom, and I heard somebody yell, MUFON, hey, MUFON. Guy followed me into the bathroom, knocking on my stuff. Can I tell you, I had an orb chase me. It's like...
And this seems like an opportune spot. I have a captive audience.
But that's some of the stuff that happens to you. When they know you're from MUFON.
That's just it. So, Bob, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to come and sit down. I cannot wait to go see the presentation tonight on materials. It's going to be fantastic. Let everybody know where they can go to join MUFON, where they can go to find out more about Project Aquarius.
All you have to do is go to MUFON.com, and the website's self-explanatory. There's There's a join button. There's a become a field investigator button. Very, very easy to do. Report a UFO button, report an abduction button. And right now we still have a big ad with the Project Aquarius logo that you, by the way, created for us.
Absolutely. Well, it was more than a pleasure, and I can't wait to be more involved with whatever I can do to help MUFON, because it is truly one of the causes that we are behind with our show. It's something that it's an amazing community of individuals, an amazing community of researchers. So thank you for your devotion to it over the last many, many years, and everything that you do in the world of investigation with the Office of Director of International Investigations.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Absolutely. While you are online checking out everything from Bob Spearing and MUFON at MUFON.com, everybody, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment. That's where you, too, can get your copy of the field investigation and encounter log, where if you're an investigator out in the field, you can keep all of your notes right there in one convenient spot. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We'll be right back with more of our continuing coverage of the MUFON International Symposium 2024 right here in Irving, Texas, folks. We'll be right back. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas. We have the great pleasure of being joined yet again by Barbara Sobani. Welcome back to the show.
Oh, thank you so much. Always a pleasure.
You have the distinct honor of being family of the actual founders of MUFON. Tell us a little bit about what it was like to grow up in literally a UFO house.
You know, I think about that all the time, and because clearly not everybody has that experience.
Yeah.
But so things that were very normal for me, I'm sure were not the norm. You know, my dad being involved in pretty much everything UFO.
Mm-hmm.
You know, having lots of UFO folks over to the house on a regular basis.
And Stanton Friedman, people like that.
Yeah, Bob Wood, you know,
Wow.
all kinds of folks that I just took for granted. Like, doesn't everybody know these people?
They were just people.
They're just our family friends, you know.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Dad working on cases and things like that. That was just, you know, UFOs were everyday conversation for us. And I think that really helped me, though, sort of establish a very open mind. You know, I mean, I am a scientist.
Yep.
I work with engineers. I do, you know, but having a perspective that allows you to think about all the possibilities.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's important.
It is. And, you know, that is one of the things that we bring up on this show regularly, Barbara, and something that we talked about last year in Ohio whenever we had you on was I understand a lot of people's kerfuffle in the community about the change of UFO to UAP.
Right.
However, I fully stand behind what the director of the NASA panel said in the first panel, where they were like, no, changing it to UAP brings it directly in our backyard. It makes it our purview.
Right.
It's our responsibility to look into phenomenon. Right? Unless you subtract the phenomenon from the data set, you don't have a complete data set. Like,
right.
I would not have passed chemistry with a 5% remainder of solution.
Right.
Did it go off gas? Did it go to sediment? What happened to the 5%?
Right.
You know?
Right.
And that's just it. Like, science starts with observation. It starts with experience.
Absolutely.
Literally. And that's why MUFON starts with an experience. It starts with taking in a witness statement. Like, you have observed something. That is literally the beginning of the scientific process.
Right. Right. And encouraging people to talk about their experience, as, you know, I think that over the years, and you know, again, sort of reflecting on how
Sure.
things have changed as I've, you know, grown up, it was very much not invited, not encouraged to talk about your experiences for the most part, right? Because, you know, lots of folks in the scientific community didn't want to talk about it. They didn't want to be associated with it because of really the stigma, right? So, you know, if a small change in nomenclature can help remove that stigma, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, precisely, because it is the conversation, and that's just it. Like you've got to have an open mind. The beautiful thing about the scientific method is that served, and once you've gone through and cataloged information and looked at things in a different way, now you're supposed to have the open mind to consider all possibilities. All possibilities.
Right.
Is what's supposed to be there. Hypothesis should literally be anything from the craziest idea to the most sound.
Right. Right. And then you test it and you figure it out.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, with you actively working in the field of science, how have you seen some of the methodology in the world of UFO UAP change as far as investigation, things like that?
You know, I've been a part of, well, on the editing side of MUFON for many, many years.
Yeah.
So I actually edited some of the very first versions of the Field Investigator Manual.
Oh, wow.
And one of the reasons actually that my dad had me do that was because of my scientific background. And he's like, let's kind of look at some of these things with that eye.
Yeah.
And as we're training our field investigators, are we laying in that groundwork for helping field investigators approach things in that scientific manner?
Yeah.
And which I fully appreciate. And what I have seen in MUFON is a growth there, you know, really digging into helping field investigators, helping members really understand what that process is all about. Yeah. You know, because if we're trying to get to the bottom of a mystery, you have to approach it in a systematic way.
Yeah.
You know, so I see so many parallels, of course, with, you know, how we're approaching things in MUFON and then how I go about things with my students. You know, it's not really different.
Yeah, no, precisely. And trying to get across, once again, that methodology of how do you catalog things? How do you make sure that you are putting things in the proper perspective, not filtering the information through experience as you take it in, things like that.
Yep.
And, you know, especially that objectivity. We're literally 1.5 miles, 2 miles away from my alma mater, University of Dallas. And I always refer back to Dr. Churchill, my psychology professor, who was like, no, Chris, just write down what the gorilla did. Don't write down why they did it.
Right.
You don't know why he picked up the stick. Just put down 2:30. Gorilla picked up stick, held it for 1 minute, put it down. And that's the observation.
That is the data. Right.
Beyond that, you're assuming what the gorilla is doing. You're personifying what the gorilla is doing. And that's not science.
Right. And, you know, and as with anything, you know, when you become passionate about something, you know, it is very easy to start infusing some of that. And, you know, into observation or data. It does happen. It can happen.
Absolutely.
You know, and not for any nefarious purpose, just because you get really passionate about it. Right. And I think that's where I think all of us as researchers need to make sure checking ourselves every once in a while, right? Yep. Like, am I still remaining objective? Or am I still looking at this with a critical eye? You know, that kind of self-reflection, I think, is important for anyone, but particularly for any kind of researcher.
And
you know, because it always sets off a little bit of alarm bells when somebody, I know all the answers and I know exactly everything and I've got it all figured out, because I don't think any of us have it all figured out.
Well, even
even
the idea of science being static.
Right.
Once I don't know. I have a problem when people say it's science. It's like, you know what's science? I have an astronomy textbook that I made A's in high school that says Pluto's a planet. My son's astronomic chart doesn't say that from 3 years ago. It says it's a planetesimal.
Right.
It's not a planet anymore because science changes.
Right.
You know, like the day science is static, it's dogma. It's no longer science.
Right. And that's where I think it's so important to help people understand that. that it is a process. Science is a process.
Yes.
It's not an end result.
That's right. It is, and it's an ever-evolving process,
Right.
and it has to be, and you have to see it that way. And the phrase that I have always loved is killing your darlings. Don't be afraid to kill your darlings, and that's what you're talking about when it comes to you get so involved and so engulfed and enwrapped in a project and so passionate about it that it becomes your darling, and you become afraid to let somebody attack your darling or let somebody bring in a different data set that may set it aside.
Right. And you have to be ready to set it aside if it's not right.
Yeah.
But that's hard to do. I mean, we're humans. So.
Now, getting to your work with the Colorado Space Grant, what kind of work do you do there, and how are you helping bring up the future of science?
Well, that's a great question. So it in a couple ways, being the director over the statewide program, I really do get to kind of look at things from a broad perspective, because we have programs that we set up to help students learn that process, learn the design process, the engineering process, the scientific method. We design statewide challenges that spur that, and also get them excited about learning and taking part in that process. So we have a robotics challenge, we have a high altitude balloon payload challenge, and a wearable technology challenge. And right now we're in the midst of trying to acquire some funding to start a new space biology challenge.
Oh, wow.
Which we've got a lot of neat ideas around that. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Now, can you give us any concepts on what you're working on with that? Is it totally hush-hush?
Well, it's not that it's hush-hush. It's just that we don't have the funding
you're
yet.
You're still in the works, but what's the concept behind it?
Well, we've got a couple neat ideas, and we've made some great connections with some researchers across the state that are doing really awesome work. On plant adaptation to extreme environments. How does change in gravitational exposure, does it affect telomere length in cells, and things like that. So lots of really neat questions, and we're trying to figure out, okay, how can we wrap that into a challenge then that we can challenge college and university student teams to come up with unique ways to test things and things like that. So it's exciting, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
That is truly exciting. It really brings back to mind the NASA experiment that was conducted about 3 years ago with the twins.
Absolutely.
Where they had the two twins, one on Earth, one in space, for like a year and a half.
Yep.
And to see the biological changes that were different when he came back after a year and a half.
Right. And that actually, that is sort of the premier experiment.
Yeah.
But then there's lots of other experiments that have gone on particularly with the space station, and exposing different organisms to long-term presence on the space station, and then studying those, comparing those to ones that have been on Earth. I mean, that gives us a huge amount of data to work with to really figure out, okay, what are the questions we need to be looking at?
Yep, and they've been doing all kinds of experiments for years. I know. I want to say it was China that just took some bees up to see how they make their hives in zero gravity.
Yep.
We've had ant farms in space for years to see how they differ.
We've had spiders to see how they build their webs or can't build their webs.
Yeah, and it's pretty remarkable. And with that in mind, what do you think the downfall, and how long do you think the fallout will be with the upcoming scuttle of the space station? Because that is one of the saddest moments in my life.
Yeah.
I'm born in 1975, so it was right up against Skylab dying.
Right. Yep.
I got to see the space station come back to life in my lifetime, my whole span, and to see it disappearing again. Way to go, SpaceX. Push it right into orbit. I can't wait to take pictures with my equipment. But it's one of those, it's sad. We're going to be without that platform for a few years.
Right. And, you know, and it won't be forever.
No.
You know, they're working on the plans for Gateway and, you know, some of these other projects.
Yeah.
So we will have another platform, but I totally agree with you. The amount of amazing science that has been done on the space station, it just blows me away.
Well, even,
you know,
even a 3 to 5 year gap between the two, like that is a massive amount of scientific discovery that will not occur.
Absolutely.
In that kind of way.
I agree with you.
Especially with our return to the moon right now with Artemis, things like that. What kind of things are they looking at? Because, of course, you're involved with the robotics challenge, things like that.
Yep. Well, and also we have a lunar project that it's a student run and student developed and designed project to design some sensors that we would like to deploy on the lunar surface.
Cool.
To do characterization of the lunar regolith and different properties and look for actually deploying these little lunasats out in a network, and so we could detect micrometeorite impact rates, because that's what helps make the lunar dust and the lunar regolith is the impact of the micrometeorites. So anyway, so we've been working with students on this project, and then we are using this as an opportunity to help students formulate questions and figure out, like, what kind of questions can we answer by doing and developing this technology and doing this experiment. So even though, you know, I kind of look at that like I think we're going to be using the moon as the platform in the way that we have used the space station as a platform.
And sadly, you know, had we never stopped making moonshots, we'd have been on Mars like a decade, 20 years ago.
I know.
But yes, to know that will be our new base of operations for space experiments moving forward, that basically the new space station will be a way station on the way there.
Yes.
Like, it'll be used in experimentation platform until we get to that.
Right.
But at that point, it's just going to be a way station.
Right.
You know, and that's a beautiful and amazing thing to see that we are right up against having a whole new kind of lab with microgravities and things like that will actually help us experiment a lot more as far as reaching out into the solar system, going to other moons, things like that, especially when it comes to Europa. That's why I just always go right back to Arthur C. Clarke's 2010.
Yeah.
You know, everything is yours except Europa.
Except
like,
Europa.
Don't touch it. It's like, leave Europa alone, please.
Although the Europa Clipper mission that we've got headed out. So,
and that's just it. There's some amazing science being done in the world of stellar biology right now. And exploring things like that, exploring Venus for possible life in the clouds.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really remarkable. Really,
there are some exciting things on the horizon. So, yes, we're sunsetting the space station, but I am also sad about it.
I don't know a scientist that didn't.
Right.
You know,
well, and you know, that was one of the big projects that my dad, a large part of his career was you know, space station development. So you know, it's all very near and dear. But so a couple of years ago, I got the chance to go to the Neutral Buoyancy Lab and tour. And actually, I don't know if folks know, but that was my dad's project. He was director of engineering on that project.
Wow! Too cool.
Yeah. So, and you know, they developed that so they could put modules, space station modules, in the tub and have them work on it. But when I went and visited, so they still have that, but they had a whole section that they had like the lunar surface. So they're already starting to do that training and
underwater and everything else.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So I was like, oh, this is kind of like a vision of things to come.
And you know, with that in mind, because we are having an Apollo scientist on today, things like that. Your educated opinion, Barbara, did we go to the moon?
Oh, of course.
I just had to ask because I can hear my audience right now like, lunar surface, regolith. Like, yeah, sure we went to the... No, man, like we went to the moon. You wouldn't have a cell phone right now if we didn't go to the moon.
Right. And you know, I mean, we can do experiments on the stuff that we brought back from the moon. It's
and on what we left on the moon.
And all you can see it.
We have laser reflectors that we left up there. We have seismographs that we left up there.
Absolutely. We have all of the data. In fact, my students this summer, I had them download all of the Apollo seismic data because we're developing, the little accelerometer. So, they're like, this is so cool. We're actually like looking at the lunar seismic data. I'm like, yep, you sure are.
That is wild, interesting, and to be able to pass these techniques on and give the verve to the next generation of scientists is beautiful, and that kind of brings us to the point of the Legacy Fund, which was just started by MUFON in your mother's name. Let's get into that a little bit, Barbara.
Well, we've been thinking and talking about this year, like how can we continue to inspire folks? Yeah. And my mom was of course an integral part of MUFON, and she worked tirelessly with my dad on MUFON, all things MUFON, and thinking about her legacy, her passing on last year. How could we honor the spirit of volunteering and, the spirit of really giving to an organization like MUFON or really anything, but that spirit of, support and volunteerism and those things. And so we decided, well, let's start a fund. Let's start a fund, in honor of her memory. And then the money that goes into the Legacy Fund, the donations that go into that, we have some very specific things that will help support, in increasing our capacity to do research.
Sure.
The MUFON lab is, one of the things, supporting all things IT that have to be developed, of course, and for us to be an effective organization. So, really supporting, and something that I'm really excited about is supporting outreach, because I think that's what MUFON does. We have to be able to get the word out, about what MUFON is doing, how it's doing it, encourage others to get involved with it. We need great field investigators. We need folks who want to be a part of understanding what's going on.
Absolutely. And most importantly, Barbara, we need the next generation. The example I give is whenever I walk into a Knights of Columbus meeting, I'm 48. I walk into a Knights of Columbus meeting, I am hailed as like a hero. People buy me beers. Like, hey, young buck. And it's like, I don't know if I'm the demographic that you should be courting. You should really be looking at like 25-year-olds. Right. We're a mile and a half away from a university. Right. Contacting Office of Student Life. Hey, we'll gladly give a 10% discount with the student ID. Yeah. Things like that. Right. Contacting the science department. Bring your students, come check it out. This is a different way, because MUFON, the symposiums used to happen at universities. There was a full-on handshake between the two. Right. So to bring that new generation in is what we need. It also provides a whole new scientific perspective.
Right.
You know?
Absolutely. We have to do that. It's not it would be nice. We have to.
It is an essential. Right. It's an essential. Right. And that's the idea of even the word legacy. It means past, present, future.
Absolutely. And setting up a fund is just a small part of what we need to be doing to make sure that legacy continues.
Yeah, precisely, because it's about building a mentality and making sure that mentality carries forward, making sure that the heart of MUFON carries forward, the heart of the research and the way that it was originally built to do. Yeah. So I want to thank you so much for your time once again. It's always great talking with you. I love following you on social media and seeing all the amazing lab work that you do with these students, all the great stuff that you're doing for the future of science. It's absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about the grant program, where they can go to get involved with the grant program and get involved with the Legacy Fund.
Absolutely. Go to MUFON.com, click on donate, And there's in the drop-down menu it says Legacy Fund.
All right.
There.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Barbara. While you are online getting involved with the Legacy Fund at MUFON.com, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment. That's also where you can get your copy of our official field observation and encounter log. If you're out there investigating the paranormal, investigating UFO, UAP, investigating cryptids, at some point you will have to shake your hands with science. And unfortunately, they need the 1,000 words, not just the picture. So stop on by. Check that out, everybody. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of the 2024 International MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON International Symposium right here in Irving, Texas. We have the great pleasure of being joined by one of the speakers here at the conference, Robert Stankovic. Welcome to the show.
Thanks,
Rogers. Rogers, so sorry. I was fascinated by your presentation and by the idea of Havana syndrome, being married with UFO UAP experience. One of the great causes of this show is Havana syndrome, targeted individuals, targeting technologies, and the idea that there is a crossover here between Havana syndrome, the symptoms, the symptomology of that, and UFO UAP experiencers. How did you first, let's start off with the science of it all. How did you get into the world of neuroscience? How did you get into the world of studying Havana syndrome to begin with, Roger?
Yes, I've got to go way back. So I did a Bachelor of Science degree at Sydney University, majoring in zoology, and as a very young student. And then later on, I got into the workforce. I was in medical technology, medical laboratory science for quite some time, and then I decided to specialise in neuroscience. So I got a job at the University of Sydney as a scientist in a neuropathology laboratory, and then they gave me the opportunity to actually do a PhD in neuroscience, and I did that in ALS, which is a motor neurone disease. So I did a mouse model for motor neurone disease, and then we published several papers, and I got my PhD. So that's how I got into neuroscience in a nutshell. And then basically I have had an interest in ufology for close to 40 years. I had an experience when I was about 15 on my parents' property where I actually saw an orb-like object in the evening near a lake, which is at the back of my parents' property. It came at fairly close proximity, and what it did, it actually hovered, did a crazy maneuver, and then landed and lit up the whole area for a couple of seconds as if it was daylight.
Oh, wow.
That frightened the hell out of me.
Yeah.
So I ran back to the farmhouse, and ever since that day I've been obsessed with UFOs, because I was a blank slate to start off with.
Yeah.
Didn't know anything about UFOs, and when I had this experience I thought, well, this is nothing prosaic. Basically I thought, my God, there must be intelligent life form coming to Earth. And so I read profusely on the subject and eventually got involved in MUFON as a field investigator much later in 2014 or 15, I can't remember. And then shortly after that I became national director. And so I got into the research aspect of it, and being in MUFON, you actually get to talk to witnesses and investigate cases, which is great, So it's a proactive sort of thing to do rather than just read books. And, so basically, later on, I actually got involved in a organization called UAP Medical Coalition. So I saw their webpage, and I organised a meeting with them, and basically they're interested in getting people that have got a medical background into their organisation so that they can actually utilise these people to get involved in their program, which is dealing with people who have had experiences with UAPs, whether they're close encounters or whether they're having psychological problems from other things like ontological shock, disclosure. So basically I got involved in that initially, and then one of the assignments that I was tasked to do when I joined that organisation was to read a report made by the intelligence community, which involved the Havana syndrome. Because I'd heard about Havana syndrome in 2017. It was briefly on the news in Australia, but I didn't know what it was about. And I didn't look into it, and I thought, it's something to do with, targeted energy attacks, and I don't know anything about it. But when I started reading this report, and a lot of it was redacted, I got intrigued because I thought, my God, this is a modern-day mystery, because no one really knows who the perpetrator is, and no one knows what the actual energy weapon is, if there is such a weapon, or whether it's an attack by a directed energy weapon. They don't know. So it was a bit of a rabbit hole that I had to go into. And so the further I got into the rabbit hole by reading extensively, the more I got intrigued and the more questions came up. And so eventually I sort of after reading a lot of articles, listening to a lot of podcasts, listening to what Congress had to say, Congress people, and
the
also
medical reports on the brain activity.
Medical reports on the brain activity from Gary Nolan and Kit Green and people like that. Basically, I got further and further intrigued, and I came up with a hypothesis that my leading hypothesis was that UAP transparency and disclosure is inextricably linked with Havana syndrome. And I didn't come up with that lightly. It wasn't something that I had joined some dots, and through the information that I'd gathered, and I gave my talk the other day, and basically it was received quite well. With a lot of people come up to me and said, "Wow, that's an amazing theory." And I do have, I'm in contact with a Havana syndrome patient, which I can't really say a lot about, but
a lot of them are still under gag order. A lot of especially Canada has been pretty kind to theirs. We have not been so kind to ours.
No.
As far as feel free to talk to somebody about your medical issue. We have not been so kind here in the States. They've been a little bit kinder about not gag ordering victims in Canada. Things like that, and it's been really interesting to see that gag order response of no, don't tell anybody about your affliction right now. That is a really interesting point. Just the idea that none of them are able to talk about their actual injuries, or the results of tests that have been done on them. And it's been pretty remarkable to see, of course, the idea of the quote immaculate concussion. The fact that there is some white matter brain damage in many of these victims, and we recently had Dr. John Hall on. I know I was talking to you the other night about his work. He's been in the world of targeted individuals, targeting technologies, things like that for many years, and it's interesting to see the tie with hypothalamal damage. And the idea that when your hypothalamus or hippocampus rather, when your hippocampus is damaged, that it's almost direct access to your amygdala. You know, and that is like fight or flight response. That is
Exactly.
the reptilian brain
Exactly. Yeah,
at
the
that
amygdala
point.
is the flight and fight response.
Yeah, and
the hippocampus has is mainly memory.
And does a lot of regulation with that amygdala and with the access to that amygdala. So if you have hippocampal damage and you aren't regenerating your hippocampus the way that you should be, you will be in a state of panic. You'll be in a lot of the state that these Havana syndrome people are saying that they're in, you know. Now, when it comes to how do you marry the Havana syndrome symptomology with UFO UAP experience and with specifically abduction and close quarters experience, Doctor?
Yeah, so I looked at both the signs and symptoms of patients that have had close encounters of the third and fourth kind, and that was mainly through the ODNI report on, or actually, I think it was a lot of it was Kit Green's material that I looked at, and looked at the signs and symptoms and put a table together with the signs and symptoms of what the Havana syndrome patients were getting, and it's almost a perfect match, apart from two things: is that close encounter victims can actually fall unconscious, and also they can actually even die from a close encounter experience, and radiation effects as well. Whereas Havana syndrome, and that's inadvertent, so if you get close to a UAP or if you get taken on board or whatever, basically this is exposure, whereas Havana syndrome cases are targeted individuals, so it's an intentional thing, and also they don't undergo any radiation effects. So it's just specifically targeted to the inner ear, and then there's damage done to the brain. We don't know whether it's done through the inner ear, the otolithic organs. So it's different in the sense that the attack or the exposure is very controlled, and as you say, it's an immaculate concussion. So you get brain damage and white matter damage. There's damage to the neural networks. And it's in a very controlled way, in the sense that whoever's doing this is actually controlling it to actually decrease the cognitive ability of the person that they're attacking. So they don't want to kill that person. They want to just decrease their level of cognitive ability, so it actually compromises them doing their job.
No, where it interrupts your sleep cycle, starts making you tired, starts making you anxious,
vertigo,
headaches,
tinnitus. They get brain fog. They can't cope. They can't function at the cognitive level that they were before. They feel like they're a different person. And so basically they have to either resign from their position as a intelligence community a staffer or a diplomat or someone in the armed forces, or they might go part-time where they'll do 2 hours of work per week, and that's all they can cope with. So it seems as if someone is trying, or something is trying to incapacitate the government's most, the elite people who are, the high functioning people in the diplomatic staffers and intelligence community, deliberately, so that it's giving the government a warning, saying we will keep targeting these individuals if you continue doing what we don't want you to do.
This policy continues, the harassment will keep up until the beatings will continue until morale improves. Kind of that concept. And, when you start looking at this, especially in the order of, once again, third, fourth order contact of the third and fourth kind, that's something that we speak about regularly on the show, the idea of a watch and a magnet. Once you're around a field like that, I come from the world of broadcast radio and TV. We have very large fences around our antennas for a reason, Doctor. We accidentally discovered microwave popcorn because somebody got a thing of an ear of actual corn from their lunch too close to a radar dish at one point, and it started popping. You know, like these are the things that we're using to communicate on a regular basis, whether it's an AM, FM antenna, whatever. These are high-order RF fields. So if you're talking about a technology that can warp space and time, travel interdimensionally, that is a high-order magnetic or RF field. You're talking about major vibration, and that will innately change your body. It will the same way a watch around a magnet, it will always be magnetized. It'll never really tell time right. You know, like your body will be changed when you're around these things.
Exactly. I mean, I listened to a podcast of Kevin Knuth. I can't pronounce his name properly. Is it Knuth or Knuth? The physicist who is interested in UAPs as well. He was at the Seoul conference, but he made a guesstimate of how much energy is actually generated by a UAP, and it's in the it's phenomenal.
It's got to be in the megajoules.
Yeah, megajoules. So if you're going to be around something like that, that's giving off that much radiation, of course you're going to get bio effects on an organism.
Yeah, I mean the dentist steps out of the room when he scans your tooth. You know, what do you think that field is doing? So and that's just it. There are effects that begin to happen biologically. There are effects that begin to happen brain-wise. Like you said, a lot of these things that third and fourth kind contact people have when it comes to brain fog, when it comes to inability to function in society, when it comes to the PTSD that they experience, it is very akin to Havana syndrome and to a lot of the injuries that they are showing.
That's right. Yep.
So, where do you see this research going from here? Now that you've kind of got a hypothesis for the fact that at least the two symptomologies may be sharing something, and we may be looking at least a similar interaction of biology with technology, whether or not targeted individuals are being visited by aliens or being hit by a brain-shaking laser or what have you. These are high-order technologies. Where do you see this going from here, Doctor?
In terms of research, it's very restricted. I mean, you can't really do much because these patients are it's hard to get access to the patients, and it's also hard to get access to the information because as a scientist, you've got to have the data, and basically. I've approached the CIA for the data of just the statistics of how many patients throughout the years since 2016 have been affected, in which country, what age they are, what sex they are, etc. And I've been waiting for close to 8 months now with
FOIA request
for my request, the FOIA request, and until I get that statistics, I can't really do much. And so the IC report that I was talking about when I first started with the UAP Med Coalition is heavily redacted. So basically, as a scientist, it's very difficult to read articles or reports that are, like 53 pages, which are just completely blank.
Exactly.
So I'm not used to that as a scientist. I'm used to reading articles which have all the information there with references. So it's you're basically kneecapped, and you can't really do much research on that in that field. I suppose I can just keep watching and learning and. If there's any further developments in terms of new developments in terms of what it's what they're coming up with in terms of what is the weapon, what is the EMF that they're using, etc. I can't.
The frequency range, things like that.
Do much. I have looked at this other case where if you were at the talk, you would have you would have seen this, but basically there was an incident in Long Island where 2 researchers from the Galileo project had spotted a UAP over the Atlantic Ocean, near Long Island in August 2022, and they actually taunted this UAP with an infrared beam, and it responded, sending an infrared beam back and paralyzing the 2 researchers waist down for 1 minute.
Wow.
So this is possibly an indication that if you taunt a UAP, it might react in an adverse way. It won't, kill you, but it will actually do something that will shock you by paralyzing you or something like that. So this is like a bit aside from Havana syndrome, but in terms of what the mechanism could be, but it indicates that if you do something to a UAP, it could retaliate in the sense that if the government is doing something which non-human intelligence doesn't want them to do, they could retaliate in a way that could target individuals. So it's just it's sort of like an analogy of what could happen. So you could do research in that regard, but I'm sort of like kneecapped when it comes to doing research on
and I was going to ask, as you were saying, like you put in a FOIA request with the CIA about it. I was going to ask, so how's that going? Because I know Dr. Hall has to literally submit his new chapters to the DIA and things like that. They're like, hey, here's what I'm writing. Like. Don't come take my medical license, things like that. And like even quite literally, even writing about it, his lawyer was like, you may want to reconsider this book because they may come take your medical license, and even the idea that a doctor doing research into something that is affecting patients and people could have their medical license stripped from them for simply doing some research into something, whether you approve it, like, that's horrifyingly authoritarian.
I don't know what the legal aspects of that are, but I'm sure there's some recourse.
It was just it was interesting to even hear the idea that like no they could take your medical license away if you're saying that like this technology is out there and doing that. It's like wow, what a horrifying threat to hold over a doctor's head. How are you supposed to help the symptomology of a patient?
Exactly.
How are you supposed to research the symptomology of a patient if even going down that rabbit hole puts your career in jeopardy? And that's something that is a repetitive course of conversation at this show. Every year is the idea. I mean, from UAP-PD to scientists to, it doesn't matter. Like your actual career is threatened by researching this. I mean, and that's one reason why I'm a big fan, and I know a lot of people in communities aren't a fan of the change of UFO to UAP. I'm a big fan of it because it allows people to research it without losing their funding. It allows people to research it without a university saying we're going to take your tenure from you. Because you're looking into this fringe. Once you label it a phenomenon, it is in the backyard of science. It's now science's job. Because you got to eliminate the phenomenon from the data set. That's part of it.
Exactly,
and working on that data set, especially like you said, trying to come up with you can't start a data set. You can't start a study without knowing what percentage you need to. What percentage control do we need against how many people are affected? Things like that. How do you look at moving this research forward? How do you look at possibly doing studies in other sides of this right now?
Well, as I said before, basically, like without the statistics, you can't really do much, and I can't really progress until I get this answer from the CIA, and if it's classified, well, I've got to wait for it to be declassified, and push for that. And until I get that, when I get that, it'll be clear. I think that what's happening is that. the intelligence community doesn't want to, and this is the thing. It's never been questioned by the media as to why these statistics have never been published, and I'd never seen any publication where they were saying, "Oh no, we don't." Like, why haven't we got the statistics for Havana syndrome?
Yeah.
We want to know. We want to know how many people have been affected in which country, and
our actual employees are being infected.
Yeah.
They're like, these people are our employees.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what's happening to them for their own safety.
How do you manage this without any, demographics and we want the data behind the incidents and the reason, for the cause of it. If there's an actor behind it, how do they deploy this technology?
Yeah.
We want to know how it's affecting the brain. They did experiments on monkeys at one stage by microwaving their brains and observing how they would react, and this was in response to, I think, the Moscow signal in the 50s and up to the 70s. The U.S. Embassy was irradiated with microwave radiation by the Russians, and although the occupants of the building probably weren't affected to any great degree because the dosage was quite low. The Biden government actually recently declassified Project Bazaar and Project, I forgot the other project name, but it was related to that sort of like incident where microwaves were irradiating the U.S. Embassy, just to see whether it is microwave radiation that's happening now. And they're saying that it could be pulse microwave radiation. But if you don't know what the radiation is, how are you going to know the interaction with the brain, etc.? You have to know what's going on. Is it an ionizing type of radiation? Is it a microwave radiation?
Is it a directed? I mean, I work in the world of audio video, RF, things like that. Is it a directed RF signal in the multiple high gigahertz or terahertz range?
You're not going to be able to do much not experimental work, but you're not going to be able to put the pathological changes, correlate them with the type of radiation that you're expecting it to
no, you're just stabbing in the dark. You're going to go from 1 hertz all the way up to terahertz and see what happens, and good Lord knows how long that will take. If you know a general range of frequencies, and we know 2011 China came out with a brain-shaking laser to put out in the battlefield, give soldiers brain fog and vibrate their brain inside of their head, things like that. There's all we even the United States had a program funded to have lasers that put voices into people's heads. So all kinds of technology out there that's using pretty commonplace things, and literally the resonant chamber that is our skull and the transducer that is our brain. The idea that our brain itself is a radio transducer receiving and sending signals all the time is pretty remarkable. And the fact that can be hijacked, the fact that can be affected by a distance, even the wild concept that they just did with the folks, and I want to say that they had implants that helped them control seizures. And this was done at MIT, where they actively put them into the MRI, had them listen to Pink Floyd, recorded their brain waves, then had them come back 2-3 weeks later and were like, think about that song we played for you. And they reassembled the Pink Floyd song from people's memories.
Yeah, that's amazing.
These are the things we can do with the brain now. So there's they're talking about possibly inserting ads into your dreams. It's wild, the stuff that is out there. So when you start looking at, once again, where do you start? Because without a frequency range to look into, without knowing how many people are actually affected, you don't know where to start the study.
No, I think the intelligence community is deliberately trying to obfuscate and also keep that data away from scientists. And why is that the case? Like what is so sensitive that we can't have access to that data so we can progress with research into Havana syndrome?
I think sadly some of it, Doctor, might just be the simple fact that we've said for years, microwave weaponry doesn't exist. Microwave weaponry doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure it does. At least by some of these things that are coming out. No, pretty sure it's out there, so it's like, this is basically an Area 51 situation where it's until somebody sues the government because they got poisoned from off-gassing of burning toxic chemicals at Area 51, they will never admit Area 51 exists. Until the government got sued by people that got hurt by Area 51, they had full plausible deniability. So we're right up against that Area 51 moment right now with microwave technologies and things like that, and they are fighting tooth and nail to keep it out of the public spotlight because they've been saying for decades it doesn't exist, and it's out there. So the fact that this symptomology is shared with people of UFO UAP experience, it cements into my mind that those experiences are something that biologically change you. They are something that mentally and spiritually change you. It changes the way your molecules in your body vibrates.
Exactly.
So thank you so much for taking the time, Doctor. I greatly appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Chris.
It's been a great symposium. Let everybody know where they can go to follow your work, where they can go to follow your
Twitter.
website.
I've got my Twitter account, which they can follow me on. I'm only basically active on Twitter these days. That's just under my name. So.
All right.
So, thank you very much, Chris.
You're absolutely welcome. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. While you were online checking out all of the amazing work of Dr. Roger Stankovic, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment. That's where you can get your copy of the Curious Research Observation and Encounter Log. That's also where you can find binaural beat music, as well as great interviews from shows like the International MUFON Symposium. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of the symposium right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com, or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage here on site at the MUFON International Symposium here in Irving, Texas. We have the great joy of being joined by Jeremy Ray, one of the the head investigator for Colorado.
Oh, well, yes, sir. Well, I say everybody's head investigator because we're all volunteers. So
that's right.
It's good to see you again,
you
Chris.
You too, man. It's always great. I love our conversations outside, inside, after sessions. How did you first get involved in the world of MUFON, Jeremy?
Well, I you know what? This is something I've never really ever said on a podcast. That's a good question. Before, I didn't really believe in UFOs when I was a kid growing up, and I had my own sighting. And that one day changed my entire life and my whole perception on the world view. I started questioning everything. A couple of years later, a buddy of mine, because I lived in Victoria, Texas during the time, small town, a buddy of mine said MUFON was coming into Victoria, and a woman named Doris Upchurch. She was a Corpus Christi chapter, and she was coming up just to meet at a convention center and talk to people in Victoria seeing UFOs. So I think I was 18 at the time. I drove my car out there, and I had the picture of the sighting that I took, and I met Doris Upchurch, and I gave her the photograph and told her everything. It was my first time where I didn't get that two-step back, you know what I mean, because back in 1996 or whatever, UFOs was a taboo subject. So if you brought it up, everybody thought you were loony. And that was probably the first person that took me seriously, because she's an investigator. She's heard this stuff before. And I was very impressed by her professionalism, and I was very impressed of the acceptance of my story. And, when I got in the military, I had another sighting. And, MUFON was always in the back of my mind, and I always thought, well, one of these days, when I become a civilian again, I'm going to join that organization. And that's how I started. I joined in 2006, and I've been with them ever since. So it's almost 19 years now.
How many cases have you investigated thus far, would you say?
I've never counted, but it's around 150 to 200, I think. I would have to count. But I was an investigator in California, took a bunch of cases there, Texas. I lived in Texas I came back to Texas and lived there, did a bunch of cases, and then moved to Colorado. So I would have to, that's a good question. I'd have to get on the CMS and check every state and start counting them up.
Well, Colorado especially is one of the populous states with sightings and things. Let's start getting into some of the stuff happening right there in your state purview.
I would say some of the hot spots in Colorado would be Peterson Space Force Base, actually. We get a lot of people taking pictures of unknowns around the surrounding area. We're kind of, that happens often. And then Pikes Peak Mountain, there's a lot of sightings that are reported there. I mean, even if they're not reported to MUFON, I still hear through the grapevine when people are like, I saw a sighting at Pikes Peak. I saw a sighting at Pikes Peak. And so I would say those two areas are areas of interest, sir. Okay.
Wow. Now, when it comes to investigating out in the field, let's start somebody, because, of course, every MUFON case starts with an intake form. It all starts with a witness sighting, because, of course, the scientific process begins with observation. So without a sighting, without a witness, what do we have to work with? How does the process begin with MUFON? How does it move into the world of a field investigator? And how does a field investigator handle that?
So what happens is somebody sees a UFO, they do a little research, or they've heard of MUFON, they get on the MUFON website, there's a tab that says report a UFO, they click on it, there's a questionnaire to fill out, and short description or long description they might put in, and they leave their contact information. Once they hit submit, that goes to our state director or our chief investigator. Well, actually, it goes to International MUFON. Somebody goes, okay, this goes to Colorado. And then it's real quick. We get an email immediately once it's submitted that Colorado's got a case. And either Seth Feinstein or the chief investigator will check and see how many investigators are available to do a case. We don't want to swamp people. Like if you were an investigator, Chris has already got 5 cases. I'm not going to give him a 6th one, you know. Sometimes we get slammed. Sometimes they're very sporadic. So that's how it would be assigned, to make sure we could find somebody that could do it. And then once that happens, that field investigator sends out an email to the person requesting an interview, whether it's over the phone or a place to meet up. Most of the time when there's evidence involved, we want to come to the house. And like if something landed in your backyard and there was landing trace evidence, I'm not going to call you on the phone and say thank you and do the report and hang up. We're going to come to the house and we're going to see what we can gather as evidence.
Sure.
And some cases can be closed real quick. Like we had this, thanks to Mindy Tafest, we had this, oh my God, I can't think of the word right now, but where we close cases quick for like Starlink satellites. Because I'm telling you, when those things come over a populated area, we get slammed with UFO reports.
Living in Texas, I get pictures of Boca and things like that regularly. Look at this thing in the sky. It's like, yes, that is a launch. Like here's their website. You can follow their launch schedule.
Yes, sir.
And there are numerous tools out there like Stellarium. is a fantastic one.
I use it.
And that one will actively show you not only the constellations in the sky, but the satellites that are in front of them, things like that. And if it's not a military satellite or something, it'll give you the satellite designation, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty interesting. Even Flight Radar 24.
There's fantastic.
There's a lot of things like that, you know, that even if you're the average person out there and you saw something and you have a picture, you could probably rapidly eliminate it by pulling out Flight Radar 24, pointing it in the same location, and you can even travel back in time, like, what was this Tuesday? You know, things like that, and see what they looked like and see what was there.
Yeah, we non-MUFON related. One time at one of my jobs, we had a helicopter. It was really close, and and I work in the security department. And in about 30 seconds, I already had the tail number, where it came from, what airport, and I turned it over to my supervisor, and he thought I was a genius, and I taught him how to use Flight Radar 24.
No, it's a free app. Here you go.
It's real simple. It's like a VCR. You can rewind. Just find the location and where you're at. No, that's a great tool. Heavens Above is a great tool. That tracks most of the satellites that are public, you know, not the secret ones.
Yeah, you're not going to see, like, you know, Office of Surveillance satellites and NSA satellites on there, things like
National
that.
Reconnaissance Office.
NRO is exactly what was in my head. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Stellarium. I actually am a big fan of Sky Map app on our phone. I mean, sometimes I've had people that said, hey, that live while it's happening, and I'm telling them it's Venus, and they're arguing with me, so I just pull out the app and show it to them.
Yeah.
You know, you just take your phone and point, and it'll tell you what star or what planet, any celestial object. It's pretty cool.
Well, let's get into that part of the conversation real quick, because that is probably amongst the communities online, of which I belong to a plethora of communities, from paranormal to cryptozoology to UFO, UAP. I'm yelled at a lot by a lot of people. Jeremy, because years of living my life behind a lens, I can explain a lot of lens flares. I can explain a lot of things that are there on your camera that are probably an aberration in the picture that you took, things like that. And I break a lot of hearts. But like we talked about with Sobhani earlier, Dr. Sobhani, it's the fact of you've got to be willing to shoot your darlings. You've got to be willing to let something go. How important is it to cull data from the data set, to actively eliminate things? I mean, I know it breaks somebody's heart because they had a moment. They saw something. They took a picture of it. Their Ring doorbell took a picture of it. But how often is it that you have to let somebody know that, unfortunately, this is a very explainable event?
I have many different ways of explaining to somebody so I don't get attacked, but we usually, when someone sees something that they truly believe was a 1 in a million life thing, and they're mistaken, whether it could be anything that we could come to a down-to-earth explanation for. I've had people say, well, this investigator wasn't a good investigator. He shot my report. I want to take this upstairs. And they contact MUFON, and we'll actually assign another investigator to investigate the case. And the state director will have eyes on. And you'll have 3 people. You know, sometimes you just need an 80%. Is a really good probability, you know, of assurance that, yes, that is a Mylar balloon. I'm 80% sure because the wind direction was blowing this way. The videotape shows it blowing about 5 miles an hour, and it was launched at this time, and we can say it would have taken about 30 minutes to get to this location. So we're 80% sure that that's a Mylar balloon. And with all these facts that you could throw in, people still want to believe. I had a case where a woman filmed a bunch of fireballs in the sky, and it looked amazing, all right? But I was assuming it was Chinese lanterns because I've seen this before. When I'm looking at UFO videos, I want to see a zig or a zag, but when things are just drifting and they're all going together, to me it's like, hey, it looks like the wind's blowing it. So what I did is I found out that there was a wedding at a park nearby, and they lit up a bunch of Chinese lanterns, and I asked if we could get a copy of the wedding and the release of all that. And what I did was crop it. You don't show the wedding, of course. Just them in the sky. I'd crop it and I put it up on a thing where the witness could look at and view.
Sure.
And she was like, "That's exactly what I saw. That's exactly what I saw." And the timing of it was perfect because it drifted over to where it was at.
Yeah.
Once let her know there's Chinese lanterns, there was a disappointment, but also a happiness that finally someone worked to figure out what this was.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't, because sometimes
haunt you for the rest of your life,
right? So we do good things, but sometimes there's people that are pretty gung-ho on, I know what I saw. I wanted to share the experience. I didn't want you to come at me and tell me that I don't know what I saw.
Yeah.
And you'll have a bash MUFON. But look, we're really trying to find the truth. And if it is the real deal, we are going to tell you. And when it becomes an unknown, it's not just like one person goes, well, I'm just going to write it off as an unknown. No, your state director and everybody above you gets involved and
that's right,
checks everything and makes everything's good. Our state director, Seth Feinstein, is fantastic, and he will spot check that stuff really quick. If we've got a we don't want to be lazy. Like sometimes you might get an investigator that probably wasn't trained and just started, and will put unknown on anything, and we'll be like, why do you think it's a bird? Do you have any proof that it's a bird? If you're going to put that report, you need to have something to back it up. And then teach people, don't put your opinions. We train people.
Yeah. The field investigator training here, all that kind of stuff.
But yeah, it's hit. Sometimes depends on the personality.
Yeah.
But we get hit with flack when we come up with an IFO. We know what that is as an airplane. These are the blinking lights and
IFO would be identified flying
sir.
objects, folks. Just so you know.
But a lot of it is weeding through the chaff. Trying to come to a down-to-earth explanation. If it's an unknown, it doesn't mean it's an alien from another planet. It just means we went through our entire checklist and we're not able to identify what it is.
Well, and that was honestly one of my favorite parts of the first NASA panel that happened was the splaying open of the Go Fast video.
Oh,
where quite literally they were like, okay, so why did this make it to this point? Because on the heads-up display we have the altitude of the craft, observing it. We have the speed of the craft, observing it. We have the distance to object. We have the distance to background. Out of all that, we can trigonometry the size and speed of this object. It's 40 feet going 40 miles an hour. That's within the realm of known quantitative. We can put our efforts into unknowns.
Yes, sir.
So even the idea of that, like once again, be willing to shoot your darlings. That was one of the 5 videos that came out of the declassification of things that lasted until NASA got involved. And like he said, all that data is right there in front of your faces. It's all right there for you. Why didn't you use it?
Oh, here's I can give you a simple explanation. I had a guy that was hunting geese or whatever. He had a little hole pit that he dug out. He took a picture of his fake ducks that he set out to try to lure in with his duck calling. And when he took that picture, that's the exact time where he heard this loud, huge roar. Never heard anything like it before. He imagined it was a massive UFO that was cloaked right above him. It shook the ground kind of thing.
Wow.
Well, okay, we have no video. We don't have any photographic evidence, but I would beg to differ because with the story, he said I took the picture at the exact same time and when this happened. So what you do is you can take the picture, go to properties, look up the metadata. You can get the location if it's in there and the time and date. And I took that time and date and location and plugged it into Flight Radar 24. And sure enough, Buckley Air Force Base, there was a fighter jet that took off and was booking. So by the time it went over his head, he didn't hear it, but you're getting the sound effect later.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't see it. It was way long. Yeah. It was way gone.
Way gone. So just that, even not even having a photograph of the incident, but the fact that he said, it's when I took the picture, I heard the noise, I was able to get the metadata in time.
Well, and that is exactly part of the reason why I created the observation log that I created, was because so many para communities out there, whether it's paranormal ghost investigation, whether it's people out in the woods squatching, whether it's people out in the field looking for UFO, UAPs, things like that, we always see a picture or a video even, a blurry video. But we get very little of that data. Very.
Very
Like
little.
Daniel Allen Jones is fantastic in the Texas UFO Network group. Whenever somebody's like, I filmed this over San Antonio. It's like, awesome. What direction were you facing? What day was it? What time of day was it? Like, we need more data. We need more information, because the video alone is just a picture, and unfortunately it doesn't tell us 1,000 words.
Right.
It's not worth 1,000 words to science at all. It may be worth 1,000 words to your memory of the situation, but it's not 1,000 words worth of data.
Correct.
For a data set.
Yes, sir.
Which is what you have to have in order to decode these things.
The more the data, the better.
And that's just it. Being able to, any good cop will tell you, after 48 hours, that data starts getting deprecated. Somebody's witness statement starts getting filtered through life experience. They start filtering it against personal belief, things like that. You're losing raw data at that point, and you're getting corrupted data.
Yep.
So the more of it you can get at the front end, the better off you are.
Great example. I'm not going to name their names, but 2 military lieutenant colonels had a UFO sighting a year ago. Interviewed them separately a year later, right? One says it was white. One says it was blue.
Yeah.
So your memories do get distorted. It's
That's
not.
right. That's right.
If you just like that television show, Another 48 Hours.
Yeah.
You need to get those facts as quick as you can, because
That's
as soon as it starts to deteriorate, and the longer it goes, the probability you're not going to be able to solve this.
Exactly. And that's just it. And even the idea of, I saw something 40 years ago, go report it to MUFON, because there may be 3 or 4 other people that are waiting for confirmation of their sighting from 40 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Your data may help confirm a sighting from 40 years ago. Like the Pascagoula is UFO abduction is a prime example. There were people just in the last 3 years that came out after hearing about it and going, oh, no, I saw that.
I saw that too.
I saw that, and they went and made reports about it.
I've had people that don't even know each other that were in the same zip code. One reported it immediately, and then 2 years go by and another guy reports the same incident, describes the exact same object. We will label it as a historic case.
Sure.
But still, I'd contact the witness that I did an investigation, and say, hey, you know what? Guy, same zip code, same date, describing exactly what you saw, just decided to report it a year later. You know what I mean? And so it's not just the MUFON CMS database that will check reports. We'll check other places.
Absolutely.
The collaboration with other UFO organizations to see what they've gathered.
Well, and that's just it. Science is about communication. It's about opening things, and mainly, much like the theme of this year's symposium, it's about transparency.
Yes, sir.
It's about transparency of data and the fact of being able to openly share data sets, being able to not have that stuff obfuscated by government entities, by contractors who are in charge of technologies, and that was the example that I give every boomer that I talk to that comes at me like, oh, you Russian little green men. It's like, okay, hold on. Whether or not we're talking about little green men in a vault, let's put that aside. What Grush did come out with in his testimony was that his job was to follow a trail of money. And when he got to the door where the money was, the people in charge of that door were like, nah, dude, go away. We're not telling you how we spend your money.
There's no transparency.
Yeah. Like, if you ran a McDonald's and you found out since 1947 people have been embezzling your money and spending it without your permission and without your knowledge, you'd be cool with that?
No, I wouldn't be cool with that. And I'm pretty sure that black market, drug trading, arms trading, you name it, has funded black projects.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
It'd stay off the paper trail.
And we have numerous points with that. Like, good God, we can look back at Air America in Vietnam that took us right into Cambodia and all that kind of stuff. We can look at Iran-Contra, and that's the one that I normally compare Grush to.
Okay.
So you were cool with Iran-Contra, right? You were cool
Oliver
with them
North.
taking your tax money, sending weapons over here, then selling them over here to give these people weapons. All right, cool. Making sure you're all right with that.
It's a way to hide the money.
And that's just it, and when you're hiding money, at that point, you're holding people who get that money hostage with the information and the knowledge that they have.
Yep.
You know, and the people who have that knowledge are holding the others hostage.
Yeah, it's a mess.
But it's
dismiss and disinformation. You know, take a little bit of truth and then throw a bunch of lies and see what sticks. It's been going on for a long time, but overall, where we're at now in 2024, there is transparency happening. You got two groups. You got one group out there that does not want this to come out of the closet. And you got another group, big one, and you got another group which is well funded too. And you got another group that is pushing. So David Koresh is spearheading this.
Yeah.
Okay. I am very excited about the whistleblowers that are standing behind him, waiting to come up and have their testimony and blow this door wide open. I think this is great, not just for our country, but for mankind, that we can learn about what's going on out there, other intelligences, non-human intelligence, but also the technology that's involved that could better our lives, whether it's advanced medical or new propulsion systems. Just imagine what we can learn. Clean energy. Yeah, I mean, we can go on and speculate about that, but this is I'm pretty sure this is the century of we're going to find. I'm pretty sure disclosure is going to happen. The way I look at disclosure is, instead of just a bunch of talking heads, it's great that we're all talking and stuff and everybody's on the news, but you need to experience it yourself. You need to hold the metallurgy in your hand. That will be the day of disclosure, when we all, like an Epcot Center, where we can walk in and go, this is the piece of the Roswell crash, and go through all of that.
And the thing is, like, as much as people don't want the government involved, believe me, I understand, folks, your reticence to get government involved in this. I fully understand when they were talking about Arrow last night and poking fun at him. I get it. However, the good thing that came out of Arrow is now there is a shameless system for reporting. Now any pilot can go report, and they won't lose their career. They won't lose their wings. It doesn't matter if you're civilian or military. Now there's a unified place to go report something. So if it took Arrow to make that happen, great.
Actually, Arrow wasn't the first. I think the FAA acknowledged Bigelow Aerospace.
They did.
For a short time, and they didn't do it that long.
No.
But now there is. Pilots should not be afraid. Back in the day, they would ground you, psychological test. I knew a pilot. I'm not going to say his name, but he had like a Star Trek card that said he was captain, whatever. And one of his co-pilots turned him in. He had to go through a psych test. This is many years ago, but
that's what the attitude was toward it. Absolutely, and that's just it. That is much like we talked with UAP-PD over here the other day. We need a system by which law enforcement can go to give their sightings without fear of reprisal, of losing a 25-year carear.
Let's talk
because they saw something on the side of the road. At a call that they were sent to.
I had a sheriff deputy. We had a UFO incident, and I popped up with the police officers, and I asked if they heard about it, and it was a nothing burger, but I gave him my card.
Sure.
And I was expecting to get a police report. Well, anyway, about a month later, I got a call from a sheriff's deputy who had a UFO sighting 5 years prior.
Wow.
He filled out an entire police report, and his supervisor was like, we're not going to take
this in.
Because what really happens is, the public gets to see what's going on after 2 weeks. So if somebody's in the paper for marijuana charge or whatever, it'll pop up in our small town. And they don't want that coming up. So anyway, he held on that report for a while, and then finally, the word of mouth. Hey, a MUFON guy's looking. He turned that report over to us.
Wow!
And they did their full investigation. It was a UFO that that came over their squad car. Their squad car shut down. They weren't able to talk to dispatch.
What?
And then it took off. They decided to chase after it. And I'm going to leave the towns out. I'm not going to say, but it's in Texas. Yeah. But anyway, when it came over this town, it lit up bright, shot straight up. It was nighttime. It was about 3 a.m. The whole sky lit up daytime. And power went out in the small town and many other towns in the area. The electric company was called CP&L. I think it was CP&L. And they even did their investigation to try to figure out Transformers blew or whatever, and they couldn't understand it. Now, here's the weird part. radio dispatch for the police department has a backup generator, so if their power goes out, they still have it.
Sure.
And the generator was drained. It's
wow.
So this is all like not just the incident, but the follow-up and the investigation, talking. I mean, they did all the work for me. It was a historical case, but he did all this work, and nobody wants to see his report. And he's like, I got permission from my supervisor to turn it over to you guys, but they wanted to be anonymous because of, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because they will lose a career.
Yes,
you
sir.
will lose a pension
Yes,
real
sir.
quick. And that's just it. We need to get to a point where these conversations can be had on that kind of level. Like we said earlier, whenever we had Mr. Beckwith on, like, if you're out there and you're a voting member of society, if your congressman isn't down with disclosure, you probably need to vote in a new congressman now.
No, we need to clean
I don't
this
care.
up.
This needs to be a cause. Like, good people like Stephen Bassett have worked on this for years. Good people, even Stephen Greer, despite his recent statements, things like that. He's part of that disclosure movement. He has been there for years trying to get literally lawmakers to pay attention to this. And yes, it is something that we need to focus on politically. It needs to be a rallying cry behind candidates. It needs to be,
whether we all don't agree or not, we all agree on one thing. We're trying to find out the truth, no matter what. And some people got agendas, some don't. I just would like to just tell us, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Maybe I think the population over the years with sci-fi shows and movies and documentaries was an acclimation process, probably. And I think the world's ready now, and y'all can do the drip, 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 but I would like the flood of information so we could tear through the data. I'm ready to rock right now.
Exactly.
So,
I want to thank you so much for taking the time, Jeremy. It's
a
great
pleasure.
having you on the show. We've got to have you on again. Let everybody know out there where they can go to get a hold of MUFON Colorado, where they can find you, where they can submit their case, all that kind of good stuff.
So everybody, if you want to reach out and report a UFO, I'd recommend that you go to the MUFON website. It's www.mufon.com, and you can file a report there. Anybody in the Colorado area that wants to join our public meetings or become a field investigator, the website is CO MUFON. Just type in CO MUFON and you'll see Colorado. It'll show that where we have our monthly meetings and trainings and things like that. And there was another thing you said. What was the other question? Oh, how to get a hold of me personally.
How to get a hold of you?
You can. I'm on social media, but I don't really talk on my wall. But if you private message me, I'll get back with you. So I'm on Facebook, and I will give out my email. Anybody wants to reach out to me, it's raymufon@yahoo.com, RAYMUFON.com. So,
all right.
Oh, no. Yeah, MUFON@yahoo.com.
There you go. Yeah. Ray MUFON.
RayMUFON@yahoo.com.
All right. Fantastic.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on the show.
You bet, man. While you were online checking out all the great information from Jeremy Ray as well as MUFON Colorado, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment. That is where you can get your binaural beat therapy music. If you are a third, fourth degree UAP, UFO experiencer or abductee, it's also where you can get your copy of the new Observation and Encounter Log. Stay tuned through these quick breaks. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of MUFON International Symposium 2024 right here in Irving, Texas, after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON International Symposium here in Irving, Texas. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Margie Kay. She is not only an author in the world of UFO, UAP, paranormal, but she is also one of the heads of the UNX Network. Welcome back to the show, Margie.
Well, thank you so much, Chris.
How has the conference been going for you? It was a nice, good trip for you from Missouri, things like that, but how...
well, you know, it's a long trip from Missouri to Texas, but I'm glad we came because we've just had a lot of interest in the Onyx Network and our conference coming up and our books. So it's been wonderful.
Well, let's start at the beginning. How did the Onyx Network begin? How did you get involved in the world of paranormal, UFO, UAP, and esoteria, Margie?
Well, that goes back a ways. So to my childhood, I would say around age 11, I had my first introduction to a ghost, and just kind of went from there. From ghosts to UFOs to cryptids to anything. If it's unusual or weird, I want to know about it.
Yeah, and I'm very much the same way. It was one of those when I went to the library in junior high, my brother checked out Stephen King and Dinar Coots, and I was checking out books on, vampires and werewolves and lore and amulets and talismans and things. My mother was just happy I was reading.
There you go.
She's like,
whatever it takes.
I don't care what it is, like books on lasers, rockets, whatever, man, just read something. And that's just it. It's interesting to see how a whole life literally becomes dedicated to the world of research. And rabbits are y'all's mascot for a reason, because the world is full of rabbit holes underneath this. And the more you explore, the more they connect. It's pretty interesting.
Well, once you go in the rabbit hole, you can't get out.
Yeah.
Because it just keeps going and going. And, when you discover one thing, there's something else behind it.
Yeah. Now, let's start getting into the festival a little bit. What kind of things can people expect at the upcoming Onyx Festival that's going on?
Well, we're calling it XCon 2024. It'll be our third conference officially under the Onyx Network. And we meet in Springfield, Missouri at the very haunted Oasis Hotel. And I imagine we're going to keep going to the same place year after year, because last year during the conference we had some ghosts walk in and some shadows on the ceiling and some major stuff. So some people even had some ghosts visit in their hotel rooms.
I remember hearing that.
So for those of us into paranormal, it's the perfect place. So we are going to do a ghost hunt. So Friday is our paranormal day. We will have speakers about the paranormal all day, some workshops in the evening, and then, of course, the ghost hunt. And then the other 2 days are dedicated to UFOs and cryptids.
Awesome.
And got some great speakers lined up. Scott Nelson, of course, in cryptozoology, very well known. Peter Robbins in the UFO field. And we've even got Micah Hanks, just came on board. And, of course, he is... both Peter and Micah have shows on the Onyx Network, and it's going to be great. We've got a surprise coming too. I can't talk about yet, but we've always got to put something in there. And of course, we do the Mad Hatter costume party banquet.
Nice.
And sticking with the theme, of course.
That's right. That's right. Now, one of the things we talk about regularly on the show is the connection between these fields, the connection between paranormal, cryptozoology, UFO, UAP. It seems like all of these things are roiling to a head of connection. It's really interesting the more you dig into them, the closer connected they are, Margie.
Well, indeed it is. And for instance, as an investigator, when I'm doing an investigation with someone, I always ask, is there anything else you want to tell me? And it delves into some other subject, but they have these other experiences. For instance, UFO experiencer, and then they say, well, we've got poltergeist activity in the house. People are, something is throwing dishes around.
Yep.
We saw a Sasquatch outside. We're, hearing them.
Yep.
So I think it's actually an individual thing. It's my opinion that once the person has activated their psychic center and they have connected to higher dimensions, then these things in other dimensions are visible to them.
Yeah. And I mean, we spoke last time you were on the show. We've spoken with a few people here about it. The idea that vibrationally, especially if you've been abducted in the presence of craft, things like that, like, you have been around a different field of RF radiation, magnetic radiation. It will literally change the way you vibrate to know that, like, a craft could interdimensionally travel or warp space and time. That would be something in the order of, like, even if you bring food near a microwave, things change, you know.
Yes,
there's a change that happens and that occurs, and it's much like bringing an analog watch near a magnet. Like, something is fixed in a different way from that kind of experience. And even the work of Kathleen Martin, you know, like that's why her work has very much moved from ERT to the spiritual experience of things. And once again, the way that UFO experiencers and abductees have these other experiences, end up being connected with poltergeist activity, end up being connected with portals and other weird things happening around them.
Yeah, it's the individual again. And that's one of the reasons why I teach classes in remote viewing and esoteric knowledge, and just ways that people can activate their pineal gland in order to raise their vibration. And it is all about vibration.
Yeah. Now, let's get into your work in remote viewing and training people for such things, because it's a big point of fascination for me. I take some remote viewing classes with Lynn Buchanan, that kind of stuff. But I also regularly talk on the show about the work of Hal Puthoff and the paper that he wrote so many decades ago that begat laboratory remote viewing. The idea that scientists, when they went home and thought about their experiment, were adversely affecting their experiment. We're actively changing the way things were happening in the lab simply because they were thinking about it at home at a distance. And, you know, as a paranormal investigator, as somebody who trains people for those things, have you ever considered a connection between somebody preparing equipment, getting ready to go out on an investigation, thinking about a location, thinking, oh, you know, I heard this story, I heard that story. You may be very well charging that location the same way that scientist is affecting their experiment.
You certainly can. I think that most people don't realize what kind of an effect, a ripple effect, happens in the cosmos just by thinking something.
Yeah.
And you know, we're talking about telepathy here and remote viewing. And for instance, if there's a paranormal investigation, somebody's got a really bad poltergeist in their house, I will always remote view that first before I go. But what happens is that entity knows I'm coming. They've seen me in my etheric body on site. They already know, so I have affected the outcome of the investigation that hasn't happened yet. And so that's interesting.
Yeah. I was just about to ask, you know, has it ever been the fact of you experience the spirit viewing you as you're viewing them?
Yes. A lot of times they'll back off and they will stop the activity even before we've investigated the property in person, and they never come back because I have been there and I've said, you're not going to be doing this.
Yeah.
It's over.
You've already visited remotely. You've already encountered that spirit in an exorcismic way, so to speak.
Sort of. Yes. Yeah.
You're not an exorcist.
I'm not an exorcist. I don't. But I can get rid of the bad guys.
Sure.
Let's put it like that.
And very much being able to talk to that side, being able to relate to that side. Once again, being able to remote view into that side of things. It gives them the opportunity to kind of see you coming, so to speak. You know, and to be aware of. You can either go now or things may not be as happy for you when you're asked to leave later, you know?
That's kind of the message, yeah. And it's all a matter, actually, of your power level. So if I have more power, I can generate a lot of power. So if I have more than that entity does, they know they don't have a chance and they just leave.
Yeah. Now, let's explore that concept of internal power real quick, because of course that is one of the many messages that experiencers of UFO UAP come back with, is the idea that we are empty vessels for souls, so to speak, is the message that they've been sent back with, that these beings visiting us are very interested in our spiritual form, very interested in the way that we embody this corporeal being, so to speak, to pilot this vehicle around. How do you think that relates to the world of paranormal, Margie?
Well, as far as their perception, and they're obviously watching us.
Oh, yeah.
They're checking us out. They're investigating for many years and wanting to know how we work.
Yeah.
I think we're trying to figure out how we work. We're trying to figure out the whole spiritual aspect, and when I say spirit, I mean light bodies.
Yes.
We are 7 bodies, and we have the physical one, but we have 6 other bodies. And as far as like remote viewing goes, I'm using my etheric body. I don't use my astral, because the astral is more dense and it's more difficult to get it out of the physical to take off. A lot of people do use the astral body, but you really should be asleep or in a very deep meditative state to do it. And so I do it a little differently. It's just a way that I discovered along the way. And but I think that these other beings, whoever they are and wherever they come from, whether it's interdimensional or standing right next to us right now and we don't see them, they're curious. We would be doing the same thing if we knew of their existence.
Why else would we supposedly have them in vials at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base? Why would we be gathering their tape? Because we're curious, and even when it comes to UFO, UAP, aliens, and remote viewing, I am always reminded of a conversation that I had with Lynn Buchanan. And I asked him one time over meal while we were just sitting there, like, have you ever tried to remote view the others who come and visit us? He's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And he began to explain to me the idea of the Greys as we know them, this race of beings that are hive mind, things like that. And he's like, one of the reasons why they have come to talk to us is because uniquely in the universe, we have this thing called humanity and creativity. They used to have something akin to it, but when they decided to become a hive mind, they lost individuality.
Right.
They no longer have the means by which to say, oh, this is a really cool piece of technology. Let's recreate it and use it for this. They don't have the ingenuity anymore or the creativity to individually think of something like that. So they're cooperatively using us to help create new technology out of their technology that helps further them. And it's a very interesting concept.
I like that.
Really interesting. Have you yourself ever remote viewed those that are visiting us here, Margie? And if so, what have you seen?
I have, and the first time I did it was for a case that I was working. An individual had some sightings and some visitation, but she just wanted clarification that she had actually been abducted and what happened during that time.
Sure.
I said, okay, I'll take a look. So suddenly I am on a craft. It has silver walls that are curved. I'm in a room with her. I see her lying on a silver table, and I see 2 Greys, one at her head and one on the other side of her. But there was a taller being with his back to me, and he was observing what the Greys were doing to her. And, they were, doing whatever they do.
Yeah.
And suddenly the one that had his back to me, who was taller, turned right around and looked me right in the eyes. And he was like taking me in for a minute, and then he went back to what he was doing. So obviously I was not a threat, but he knew I was there, and this is a different time period in a different location. And so that showed me a couple of things, mainly that they knew I was there. They could see my etheric body.
Sure.
So, and they knew my capabilities, like no threat. I'm just observing. And so I got out of there, and since then I've done several others.
Interesting. And, that brings us right back to the idea of that vibration, that idea of numerous levels of our being, numerous vibrations of body, and the idea that, they would have had to have either been in that realm of vibration that you were in or had access to it, to know that you were physically there in that realm of vibration, observing them, seeing them, or even be clued into the fact that you were present. You know?
I believe, it's my opinion, they were in fifth dimension, and so was I at the time.
Okay.
That, you know, when I use my etheric body and go to observe something, I'm in fifth dimension.
Okay. Now, let's explore that real quick, the idea, because I've always been fascinated. I've done a little bit of dream work, things like that, and I will definitely say that I have begun that process of astral projection and then had that horrible experience of the sensation of falling and coming right back.
Oh, yeah. That's always fun.
And being jerked right back
slamming
in.
back in.
Yeah. And, you know, there is that idea that if you can get past that's where you get to the point of release an astral projection. You know, that you've got to get past that amygdala fear of falling, because that's actually you crossing through. How do you tell the difference between being in the etheric plane and being in the astral plane, Margie?
Oh, super easy. In the etheric plane, you're super, super light. You don't feel yourself, although you can still feel the ground, or you could touch something and feel it. And humans do not see you. So a living human being would not see me unless, of course, you know, they were also projecting or meditating, something like that. That would have to be the case.
Okay.
And it's also a very light meditation in order to leave my body. I mean, now I've done it so much that I can just sit for a couple of seconds and I can do it.
Okay.
For somebody else, it might take them a few minutes. But you're not in a deep meditative state. You don't have to be asleep. You don't have to be lying down, super relaxed. It's just much easier than astral projection.
Okay, so astral projection would be basically the next step.
Yes.
And how would that, I guess, physically identify? How would that feel when you're, just so somebody can tell the difference between the two?
Sure. I started my first astral projection when I was 15, so I did the opposite of what I should have done, and I started just doing that. And what it feels like for me, everybody's a little bit different, but I start feeling a vibration, a shaking, especially in my jaw, but it could be my whole body. And then it feels like my body's spinning, and I go out the top of my head. So I spin, and then go up. So you get a little bit dizzy, and then rise out of the top of your head. And when the first time you do it, if you know, of course, the first time I did it, I was afraid, and I slammed back in my body and felt like I fell from 300 feet.
Yeah.
And then the second time I did it, I was calm enough to just float up, and then when I did, I looked at myself lying asleep on the bed. And that's always a freak out.
Yeah.
And then you slam back into your body again.
Absolutely.
Because just any little bit of that emotion of fear that pulls down your vibration. You're right. So you're just going to go back to 3D.
Yeah.
But then after that, I was able to easily go out and travel around. And it's fun to do. You can just go anywhere you want to. You can go to the moon.
Yeah.
I've been to Tibet a number of times, and in fact, the first time I actually successfully got out, I went to Tibet for some reason. I didn't know why, and I was floating above the area, and these monks turned around and they said, "Oh, hi, it's good to see you again." And I'm like, "You know me?" And they said, "Yes, you spent several lifetimes reincarnating with us."
Oh, wow. Wow.
and it was crazy.
Incredible. Now, when astral traveling, when etherically traveling, how careful do you have to be, Margie? Because one of the things I have considered regularly on the show is I don't play with spirit boards or Ouija boards for a reason.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to.
I don't know that I would, and kind of in the same right. I don't, even though I have the CE5 app. Like, I kind of hesitate to do the same thing for the same reason, you know, because how dangerous is, A, that invitation out there for something else to connect, B, how dangerous is it for you to go of wandering around in the etheric plane?
Okay, so it's much less dangerous to go wandering around.
Okay.
Okay, because, of course, you've put your protection up. You've got white light around you.
Okay.
You know you're protected, and you're in control. You have a silver cord connecting from your physical to your astral or your etheric, and you're in charge of the situation. Because if anything, let's say something bad happened to your physical body. Let's say the house was on fire or something. You will immediately be brought back, just automatic. You don't have to think about it.
Okay.
Your physical will do that. And I've never encountered anything negative while it was out of my body.
Okay.
I have observed things that have happened in the past that were negative.
Sure.
Such as, some of the work I do with solving homicide and missing person cases. That's usually nothing good. But it is not at that moment, and it's not something that can affect me.
Okay.
Because it's happened in the past, and I'm
Gotcha.
Right. But as far as messing with Ouija boards and spirit boards, I will personally do it because I don't have a fear of it.
Okay.
But for anybody who has any kind of a fear of it or who doesn't know what they're doing, i.e. putting up protection first and then inviting, let's say, a relative, a specific person or entity that has crossed over, you don't want to just open it to anything.
Yeah.
And that's when the bad stuff happens. And, Exorcist, just in, for an example, the movie, which was greatly
Captain Howdy.
Yeah, we don't want that.
and that's the example that I give regularly is Captain Howdy came as a friend. Regan played with him regularly before things happened. And that's just it, that idea of being able to identify what is dangerous, being able to make sure that you're protected before you go through things. Even whenever we talked to Kathleen Martin about the sessions that they did with the Intergalactic Council, things like that, they had a spiritual director on site with them. They had an actual reverend who was there to help them discern good from bad, good acting from bad acting, things like that, like someone there to help focus them in that kind of way, because you're dealing with an unknown. You're inviting communication with something unknown. So you definitely want to make sure to take those protections. And that's something that I always caveat my audience about is, don't be afraid of the etheric plane. Don't be afraid of the other side. There's really no reason to fear any of that because most of that is our vibration that we're putting out. And, negativity is magnified 10 times more than positivity. That's just how the universe works, So, if you're putting out negative vibes, something negative very well may happen with your experience.
I agree with you 100% on that. I think a lot of people who have negative experiences, they are negative people and they're attracting that vibration.
Yeah.
And some of these shows you see on TV with, ghost hunters, and they're working with somebody, and those people you can tell are in that mode.
Yeah.
Everything bad happens to them. They have drama around their life constantly.
Yeah.
That's what they're attracting, and they're in that low vibration.
And that was something that even throughout the whole pandemic, Margie, that is what I kept warning my audience about, was take a shot, don't take a shot. The most important thing is your focus on this and whether or not you are seeing this as the worst thing in the world, whether or not you're seeing it as the end of it. Like, the more negative you see it, the more negativity we are manifesting about it.
Yeah.
You've got to look at the actual positive numbers, Even my wife, I would give her okay, so I've got a 1% chance of catching it, and out of the 1% that catch it, 1% die. I think I'll stick with my 0.01% chances. I still got a vaccination, things like that. But it's the fact that I'm not going to let the negativity rule my everyday decision. I'm not going to let the negativity rule my everyday life and overbearingly crush me in the hopes of the world. you know?
Yeah, and there was a really, really negative dark cloud over the entire planet during that.
Absolutely.
And it just got a hold of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, and even now we're still reverberating from it. We're still divided from it. And it's so interesting to see, like, yes, horrible things happen. Don't get me wrong, but it was the fact of, wow, people really locked into that negative vibe hard for a long time, and they're still in that. And to know that, you know, we were speaking even earlier with Dr. Stankovic about the NIH studies that were done on the hippocampus and negative news cycles. Like, there is actually damage done to your brain from negative news cycles that is almost irreparable with your hippocampus. And when your hippocampus is damaged, you have direct access to the amygdala. That's fight or flight response. That's the reptilian brain. You're damaging the filter to that by watching negative things and by living in that negative cycle. And it's so interesting to see how that affects all of this, how your vibration in the world around you affects every bit of that attraction.
Yeah. I think humanity as a whole needs to learn how to focus on positive. And if there's negative around or this constant news cycle, turn it off.
Yep.
Watch something good.
Yeah.
Raise your vibration. Learn something new. You know, watch TV and shows like yours and YouTube that are uplifting.
Go throw
will
a
change
frisbee.
your life. There you go. Go outside.
Go fish.
That'd be a novel idea.
Yeah, take a hat off and go get some pineal sun, you know, on your brain. Like, these things are essential. They're essential. And we are locked in to a world right now, Margie, that is overwrought with EF. We are constantly surrounded by Wi-Fi signals, all kinds of things. Constantly, at one point, not that long ago, my grandparents' generation, they grew up as sharecroppers in Louisiana. When the sun went down, if you didn't have a fat lamp going on or something,
you're sleeping.
It was dark.
Right.
You remember when the TV cut off?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That was my life. I remember watching the flag wave and like, sorry, man, 8 hours, go to sleep. Go get some rest. TV's over.
Yeah.
Not anymore. It's a 24-hour cycle. It's constantly happening. We're doom scrolling till 2 a.m. and wondering why we can't sleep till 6. You know?
Well,
things like that.
And just watching that blue screen will keep you up for 2 hours.
Exactly.
So you've got to stop doing that for 2 hours before you go to bed.
Yeah. And it's and then you marry to that the fact that, you know, your HD TV is flashing 4 times faster than your eyes see, which means you're going into a zombified state 4 times faster, which means you're more susceptible to negativity.
We just have to get the word out about that so people realize what's going on.
Exactly. How do people, especially experiencers of UFO, UAP, negative paranormal experiences, Margie, how do they begin to reopen their life, reopen their heart to that positivity? How do they begin to shift their vibration in these last few minutes that we have you?
Well, I think that if someone is having ongoing experiences, they really need to talk to someone else, whether it's a therapist or a QHHT practitioner, whatever, or just someone else who has had experiences similar to theirs, just to talk about it. That really helps just lower the level of anxiety, knowing that other people have had the same types of experiences. And what I always tell my witnesses, people I work with, if they wanted to wipe us off the earth, if they really wanted to hurt you, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And we would all be gone because their technology is so much greater, higher than ours, that that's not their agenda.
It's not the end goal.
No.
It's not the end game. Otherwise, exactly. And it's one of those, like, I still follow the modicum of good people like Stephen Hawking. Maybe we shouldn't be blasting our location out across the universe. Maybe we shouldn't be throwing our DNA code on the side of satellites saying, here it is.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we have to be open. We have to be ready for that communication. We have to be open-hearted as a society to experiencers. We have to, no different than the hashtag #MeToo movement, if you aren't ready for that hard truth and that hard conversation, society will suffer. Yeah. It will suffer, and we will continue to suffer. So we have to open our hearts. We have to open our minds to these truly hard conversations, of experience.
Yeah. And we have to realize there's more than a 3D experience. We are multidimensional.
That's right.
And if we just open our minds and do, if people want to know that, there's a trigger. Trigger your pineal gland to wake up.
Yeah.
And it'll happen.
Absolutely. Margie, thank you so much for the time on this very busy MUFON Symposium. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about the UNX Network, where they can go to subscribe, and where they can go to get their tickets for XCon.
Yeah, unxnetwork.com. That's unxnetwork.com. Give you all the information about the network. You can sign up for a free subscription or paid, whichever one you want. You will get a digital copy of our magazine, and our daily newsletter talks about our shows coming up that evening. And, of course, XCon 2024, there's a page on our network that will tell you about that on our website.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the time, Margie.
Thank
it's
you,
been
Chris.
Fantastic.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. Same. While you were online checking out everything from Margie K, the UNX Network, as well as XCon, make sure to stop on by MUFON.com as well as CuriousRealm.com. Curious Realm is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment. That is where you can get your copy of the observation and encounter log that we have made for paranormal, UFO, and cryptid investigators. It's where you can get your binaural beat therapy music. That's where you can find connections to other great places like UNX Network and other spots like that. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of the 2024 MUFON International Symposium right here in Irving, Texas. After this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our waning coverage of the 2024 MUFON International Symposium here in Irving, Texas. We have the pleasure of being joined right now by Joanne Donaldson. She is a actual scientist and former Apollo scientist. I am so happy to be able to have you on.
You're welcome.
Number one, thank you for literally everything.
Yeah.
Like everything, Joanne. Most people do not realize that without space travel, without the Apollo program, without even the whole space race, we would not have had the miniaturization of technology that we have. We wouldn't have smartwatches. We wouldn't have cell phones the way we have them. All of this stuff comes from the equation of how do we get 1,000 pounds of payload into space.
Yep.
How do we get what we need communication-wise up there at a decent cost without having an additional 5,000 pounds of fuel to get it up there? What got you into the world of that kind of science to begin with, Joanne?
Well, in 1969, I had done 8 years in the Air Force. And in 1971, I finished up my engineering degree. in May '71, and so I was looking for an engineering job. So I see this little ad in one of the government magazines, looking for engineers for NASA, and I went, well, okay, I'll apply for this, and so I did. Got called, asked a lot of questions, got called again for face-to-face interview. Finally got a call that says, how would you like to go and work at Johnson Space Center? And I went, and I says, well, okay, that sounds great. So, show up, and day one, my boss, Joseph Baker, looks at me and goes, I got two things to tell you. Number one, you are now officially going to be on the pre-flight and recovery team for Apollo and for future missions. And I'm going, okay. And second of all, due to the fact of what we are doing, we are going to be the people that are going to have to teach the astronauts how to do this. So you're going to end up having to work with the Apollo crews and everything on a daily basis. And it was kind of like, okay. It's like, I wasn't expecting this at all. Yeah. It was like going from a college student to your dream job, just boom.
Wow. Wow.
And it was very, very interesting, very, very satisfying. I got to do super cutting edge engineering. It was just an absolute fabulous time. And even to the point that I made so many astronaut friends, I ended up getting invited to pool parties and barbecues and and all this stuff, and getting to meet the wives and the kids and all this stuff, and even today, every once in a while, I'll run into Buzz Aldrin or some of the remaining astronauts from that era, and they might not remember me at first, but once we get talking, then all of a sudden it clicks, and then goes, "Oh my God, you were on our pre-flight and recovery team." And I said, "Yep." And so it was a very, very satisfying job, and I spent 18 years there before I went somewhere else, because I left it in between STS 85 and 86.
Okay.
Well, by that time, to me, the magic has really gone away. Okay. Space flight was becoming what NASA really wanted it to be, and that was be almost like airlines.
A commonplace situation.
Yeah. We were not doing. By this time, we had figured out most of everything we need to know about surviving in space. Okay, there's none of this. Because half of the experiments we would do were failures.
Sure.
Yeah, but those failures taught us, okay, not to do this on the next experiment, and after a while, we then started getting successes.
Yeah.
So it was a very interesting time, and I look back on it now, and it's like, wow, that was a very, very, that was probably the best job I've had in my whole career.
Incredible. And once again, when you start looking at the Apollo program, and I'm sorry, folks, this will be the second time this episode that I will look directly at the camera and tell you we went to the moon.
Yes, we did.
We went to the moon. I'm sorry. There are websites where you can go and see the lunar tracks, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty hard to observe something so small from this kind of distance, even from earthbound telescopes, that kind of stuff. But there are orbiter pictures out there that show the landing site.
Well, there's a couple orbiters, not ours.
Yeah.
I think one belongs to India.
Mm-hmm.
There's another orbiter that belongs to Japan that have cameras powerful enough that they can actually see the tracks.
Yeah, you can
from
see
orbit.
the lander. You can see
the lander.
Yeah.
You can see the tracks.
Exactly.
And it's not our gear. It's Indian gear and it's Japanese gear. So don't take our word for it.
Take their word for it.
And
that's just it. It would have been good. This would have been an overarching conspiracy and something beyond the scale of the Manhattan Project.
Yeah.
Like, granted, my grandmother was a riveter. She was a Rosie riveter. She helped build things in Alabama, stuff like that. But it's one of those, like, they had compartmentalized programs, things like that. Apollo was not a compartmentalized program. It wasn't compartmentalized like that. There were so many.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Continue.
The reason I say that is that you had engineers that worked on the Saturn V F1 engines. You had engineers that worked on the LEM.
Sure.
You had others that worked on the command service module. You had us, like myself, who were looking at how is space flight going to affect our bodies, and how do we make sure that we maintain a healthy body while we're in space?
Yeah.
And so, in a sense, it was compartmentalized because, you had this section of NASA looking at this, and this section of NASA looking at that, and a lot of times they didn't interact with each other.
Sure.
But they all were working towards the same common goal. Just like the Manhattan Project.
Yeah.
They had engineers working on, how to make the bomb explode. They had engineers what kind of casing do they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff. And so I kind of look at the space program, basically the Apollo program, being kind of like a modern Manhattan program.
Sure. And I mean, granted.
Except it was done not in secret.
Yes, I was going to say, it wasn't the fact of the people building things at a GE plant in Alabama. They knew what they were building.
Right.
It's not like the timers for the atomic bomb where they had no idea what this part was. They're just making 200 of them a day. Yep. No idea, totally compartmentalized. And it's interesting.
Well, everything with the Manhattan Project, there was so much secrecy that they had to maintain because they couldn't afford for Japan or Germany to find out what they were doing.
Exactly.
Whereas with the Apollo program, we opened it up to the whole world.
Interesting. And I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with that, Joanne. Let's explore that for a minute because the idea that it wasn't just American scientists working on these issues. And yes, we did lean on the work of Wernher von Braun. We did add Operation Paperclip, all that kind of good stuff.
Guys.
Don't get me wrong. But when it came to the Apollo program, this was all new science. We, other than, a few satellites that had gone into orbit, things like that, we did not have the materials science for people to be hanging out outside of a capsule in space. We didn't have spacesuits the way that we had them when we went to the moon. All of this was new science, every bit of it.
Yeah, and a lot of it, I'll tell people, they'll ask me, how did you do this stuff? I says, well, basically by, by just trying something or, just trying something.
Yeah.
We would try to do an experiment to see if we could, get data to make sure that, like I said, part of it was to try to make sure the crews stay alive.
Yeah.
To all of this.
Yeah.
And we didn't know what the effects or weightlessness was going to have on the body and all of this stuff. So we tried to do things that would simulate things like that. And sometimes these experiments didn't go the way we wanted them to go because, we're in the dark. We don't have anything to work off of.
Yeah, you haven't been there. You have no data set for what hanging out in outer space is like.
Right. It's like we've realized, we finally figured out that, okay, we can simulate weightlessness by doing what's called a bed rest study. Okay? And that is take a human person and put them flat on their back on their back or on their stomach or on the side, but not let them sit up or anything. And if we could do that over a period of time, we could get, at the time, theorize about hopefully what we saw with the bed rest study, we would see the same thing in weightlessness.
Sure.
Okay, and then we would have a base point. Well, unfortunately, it turned out that bed rest studies were a very stressful experiment.
In what way?
Well, the first one we tried was the 30-day bed rest study. Well, having a college student, so we would go out to University of Houston, Rice, and what's the other one? Baylor. Looking for college students that would like to participate in a bed rest study for 30 days, and we would give them a big, huge sum of money to do this.
Sure.
Well, what we didn't realize, the human body cannot, has a hard time adapting to laying flat for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 30 days.
Yeah, your circulatory system is not made for that.
Yeah. Neither is your
muscular system.
Well, not only is your muscular system, but also your neurological system.
Yeah.
One of the things we discovered was these people were starting to get extremely bad backaches. Okay? And which is ironic because once the crews started getting in space, they didn't exhibit any backaches. This was a artifact of gravity.
Yeah.
Not weightlessness.
Yeah, of the sag of the middle of your back being pulled down to the center of the earth.
So because in the actual weightlessness, you actually grow as much as 2 inches.
Yep.
People don't realize that, but you actually do because your spine will expand.
Yeah, the compression on your spine is alleviated.
Well, you liberate the gravity, and your spine can now stretch out to where it should be.
Yeah.
And so, they don't really experience backaches in space. But that alone caused a lot of attrition in the fallout of.
I bet.
Because we would start off with 30 students, and by the end of the 30 days, we had 1 or 2 that made it all the way through. Okay?
Yeah.
The rest of them is just starting about 10 days into the study, we would start having them drop out. And the closer we got to 30 days, the more and more started dropping out.
Yeah.
And it was oh, God, now we got to figure out how to do this type of experiment, but not stress the subject's body that bad. And so we finally figured out a way to do it, and that was, believe it or not, waterbeds. We found out that solid beds was detrimental to the study. But with waterbeds, we actually minimized the back pain effect. And once we did that, then we had more students
complete the
study, and we got a lot more data points.
Interesting.
So
interesting, and of course, technology like that, experiments like that, is what leads to things like neutral buoyancy tanks, things like that, where you begin to simulate all kinds of environments and situations that the astronauts will be dealing with, so that they can train in an actual pseudo environment as to what they're going to be living and working in for weeks at a time sometimes.
In fact, one of the most commonly used medical devices that every doctor uses today, okay, whether it's your doctor's office or clinic or hospital or ER or whatever, can be traced back to a device that we had to build for Skylab. And because with Skylab, we had 3 astronauts on board the space station.
Okay.
Skylab Space Station. Well, we could not, when we would do medical experiments, we did not want to have two of the 3 dedicated to doing medical experiments. And there was one factor that was preventing us having one person do medical experiments without having another person, and that was taking the person's blood pressure. Okay? NASA developed the automated blood pressure system for Skylab, so that the astronaut would not have to have a second astronaut to take blood pressure readings of the astronaut that was doing the medical experiment. That way, the single astronaut could get we could get blood pressure readings from the single astronaut without another astronaut being present.
Interesting. And of course, even on a standard.
And today, that technology has been revised, miniaturized to the point where now you can put it on your wrist. And in fact, you can get smartwatches that will give you your blood pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, cuffs on chairs in Walgreens, all kind of stuff, all from because of course, even in a zero gravity environment, mercury in a standard sphygmomanometer is going to be totally different. Just so you know, folks, it's called the sphygmomanometer, the little thing that the doctor. So,
it will be.
So yeah, the pressure at which mercury operates would be totally different in a vacuum than it would be here on Earth.
Yep.
So you would have to totally adapt that system in order to be able. You'd have to build a pressurized gravitational system for mercury to work properly and give you a good blood pressure reading.
It's like
if you used a manual one.
It's like when we started putting up the space station, the International Space Station. The International Space Station has a very, very extensive medical bay.
Yeah.
Well, there's one aspect of the medical bay that we had to totally re-engineer, because the item that we would use here on Earth will not work in space.
Which is that?
An IV.
Yeah.
Because
you're not going to get a gravitational feed of water down that tube.
IV operates off of gravity.
Yeah.
We had to come up with a motorized version that would allow them to adjust it,
adjust drip rate.
But at the same time, we can't have drip rate because it would just form as a bubble of fluid, and it would not get.
It wouldn't go.
It wouldn't go into the bloodstream.
And my God, the idea of
so it has to be
pressurized.
We had to be a continuous flow.
Yeah.
But we had to be able to adjust it so that it simulated a drip.
A drip.
Instead of that slower flow.
And good Lord, especially without pressure.
Yep.
Because you'd have to put air into that to make that happen, and now you're talking about danger of putting an air bubble inside of somebody's bloodstream. So we
incredibly
specialized.
If we had an astronaut get severely injured, we're going to have to be able to give them IV fluids and blood.
Yeah.
And blood, same way. trying to give them a blood transfusion, we would have the same problem.
Yeah.
So we use the same device for blood transfusions too.
Interesting. Now, earlier, whenever we had Dr. Sobani on, we were talking about the soon-to-be scuttle of the ISS by SpaceX. They've just recently won the contract to help scuttle the ISS into Earth orbit. It is time to deprecate the station. We did the same thing with Skylab, things like that. As somebody who was there during the days of Skylab, during the beginnings of our long stays in space, helping build ISS as things started with STS, the shuttle transport system, what do you see the impact of losing ISS for these few years?
Well, we won't. Well, I understand. SpaceX is working with Axiom. I don't know if you if you know this company, Axiom.
Yes.
Axiom wants to, before they scuttle the space station, put up a couple modules and attach it to the space station, and then start moving certain critical gear from the space station over to the Axiom modules.
Okay.
And then when they get ready to scuttle the space station, they will detach from the ISS, and we will still have a lot smaller, but we will still have
a laboratory presence.
A laboratory present that has the critical space data that is being accumulated on board the ISS right now.
Yeah, because there's regular data collection that's happening whether people are on board the ISS or not. There's regular sensors, things like that we're picking up Earth gravitational waves and space weather and all kinds of things. So that is absolutely critical information to, like you're saying, is satellite information, that kind of stuff. So to know that that's still going to be there, I knew of Axiom Space, but I didn't know of that together plan for them to have the few modules. That's great to hear.
If you go up on Axiom's website, they'll show you the modules.
Awesome.
They're currently in production right now.
Yes. Yeah.
And so they'll be launched by a SpaceX Falcon Heavy to get them up there.
Yeah.
And the first one will actually be what's kind of like a node module that they'll allow them to attach other modules to.
Sure. Yeah. A master hub.
Yeah, it's a hub, and they'll be able to attach 4 other modules to that, and then the outer hub will be where the SpaceX Dragon can dock to. And with that in mind, it must be amazing for you, especially as somebody who worked on launch, recovery, things like that, how we live in space, how we get back from space. It must be very exciting for you to see not only the idea of returnable, reusable craft, of course, like the STS, like the unmanned shuttle that we have right now that's running missions. Well, and then you got the SpaceX boosters.
I was going to say, those are the most exciting ones that as a rocket engineer must be just having you salivate to watch on screen.
To actually watch the booster recovery from a Falcon Heavy is more exciting than watching a single Falcon recovery, because to watch two boosters come down simultaneously and land,
it's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. Honestly, one of my favorite videos over the last few months on the internet has been seeing the young lady that did it with a solid booster rocket with hey, I just made a model rocket and it lands by itself. Yep. It's like, wow, way to go, kid. So cool.
The next big interesting point is going to happen on Starship Flight 5, which is we've already done 4, and we're going to do 5 here. SpaceX is going to do 5 probably later on this year. They're going to attempt something that hasn't been done yet before.
What are they attempting?
They're going to attempt to capture the booster on landing with the tower.
Wow.
They're going to bring the booster back, to the launch site, and they're going to try to bring the booster so that it comes right down beside the tower, and then they're going to have the two wings come out and grab it.
Wow.
And recover the booster.
So directly back home, not landing on a platform out in the water or anything like that, right back to the point of launch.
Yep. Because
that's incredible.
Because on Starship 4, which went up, back in May, I think it was?
Yeah.
They brought the booster back, and it did an absolute perfect soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
And it actually stood up for about almost 5 minutes before it finally flopped over.
Yeah.
And so, they've got the technology worked out.
They've got the armature figured out to grab it while it's standing.
Yeah. So this time, like I said, they're going to bring it back to the launch site. They're going to try to, as it's starting to settle onto the pad, then they're going to bring the arms out and grab it, so that once they cut the engines off, it can't fall over.
Yeah. And man, and once again, it's one of those, we learn with every mission. And without people like you, without scientists like you that were literally the Magellans of this.
We were as far as space flight, the Apollo program, the Mercury program, the Gemini, the Apollo program, these were all trailblazer stuff. We were like the Indiana Jones going out
Absolutely.
finding a ancient site. We were dealing with stuff that half the time we didn't know what we were doing, but we kept going and we figured it out, and we made a lot of mistakes, but as a result we accumulated a lot of successes and built on top of that, and other than Apollo 1, we have never lost a crew in space at all. Other than Apollo 1. And only reason, except for Challenger. And the other one, I forgot to remember what it is.
Endeavor?
No, well.
Or no?
No, it wasn't Enterprise. Enterprise never flew in space.
That's right.
But anyway, and the only reason that we lost crews at that time is because, and I really hate to say this, because I know a lot of my NASA friends and stuff will kind of get mad at me for saying this, but we got complacent.
Yep.
And
we got very comfortable with the process.
And we started taking, we started cutting corners, and you can't do that with spaceflight.
No, and I remember even
it was like Challenger. We once we figured out why Challenger went off, and that was because
the deprecation of the O-rings due to the temperature differential of the freezing temperatures and
it
the
was
heat
right there,
of the engine.
right there in the regulations.
That's
do not launch below a certain temperature.
That's right.
And what did we do?
We knew we hit those temperatures 8 hours before flight time.
And what did we do?
O-rings should have been checked.
What did we do? We launched
flew
below.
anyway.
We launched anyway because we had so much pressure from.
And it was the same way with Columbia. Columbia was the other, where we lost a tile on the way up, but we went to land anyway.
Well, the thing is that with Columbia, we didn't know about the damage.
Yeah.
Okay?
We didn't know the full extent of damage.
Because it really didn't dawn on us to take the robotic arm and have it go out and
pan around and look at everything.
Look at the backside of the orbiter.
Well, and it was also the fact
if we had done that on a regular basis, every time the shuttle goes up, take a couple hours and take the robotic arm and go out and just look to see how many tiles
visual inspection,
see how many tiles were missing.
Yeah,
we would saw right off the bat oh my God, we got this huge hole.
Yeah. Yeah, and granted, the tiles were something they got damaged on a regular basis. They cracked on a regular basis. They were replaced on a regular basis. It wasn't anything strange for them to lose part of a tile, something like that. But it was the fact of where that tile was and the size of the tile that made the difference.
Believe it or not, by the time we got to Columbia, we wasn't using tiles anymore.
Yeah.
We were using blankets.
Yep.
And these blankets were like 4 to 6 feet in length and about 3 to 4 feet in wide, and they were, and so, because we figured, we discovered that, if we used the bigger blankets, we had less damage to the heat shield than we did using the small 1 foot by 1 foot size towels.
Yeah, because you're technically each one of those is concentrated in one area instead of dispersing it across a large surface area. Totally.
But
yeah, you're creating a pinpoint spot of heat instead of spreading it out evenly. Yeah, and sadly, once again, things like that come from complacency and also a learn as you go situation.
Because
sadly,
once we started reflying shuttle, one of the mandates was once it docked, take the arm and put it around and do an inspection of the heat shield, just to make sure that scenario never happened again.
Exactly. And Joanne, I cannot thank you enough for your time, not only just here in the hallway chatting and talking over the last couple days, but coming here on the show, sharing your realm of experience with one of the most incredible moments in literally human history. Thank you for your years of dedication and work on that.
The one thing I'll tell you about the Apollo program.
Please.
There was one particular moment where the entire world forgot their differences, and that was the Apollo 11 landing.
Yeah.
Because so many people around the world watched that landing.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about all of our enemies and everybody.
Yeah, Russia
just said, we're going to put all our animosities on hold, and we're going to watch this magnificent step for mankind.
Absolutely, and that's just it. We need more.
And we have not done that since.
We need more pinnacle moments like that in the history of mankind.
Yes,
Thank you so much for helping create that moment for us, Joanne. Thank you so much for all your time.
You're welcome.
Let everybody know where they can find out more about Apollo, the space program, things like that.
If you go up on the NASA website, there's a section where you can look at the all the different aspects of the Apollo program.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it right now, but there's a place where you can actually go out and look at all of the extensive database of all of the devices and instrumentation that we developed.
Wow.
And, in fact, you can actually download the schematics, the instructions, and everything to recreate that item.
Wow.
Because that's how we had to publish everything.
Yep.
We had to be able to whenever we invented a new item, we had to document it to the point that another scientist somewhere else could take that documentation and recreate 100% that instrument.
Wow. Incredible. Absolutely awesome. Thank you again for the time on this very busy symposium. While you are online looking up everything at nasa.gov about the Apollo program, which happened, and we went to the moon. While you're online checking all that out, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment. That's where you can get your copy of the observation and encounter log. That's where you can get your binaural beat music. That's where you can find all of the connections to places like nasa.gov, everything else. Stay tuned through this quick break. We'll be right back with our waning coverage of the 2024 MUFON Symposium right here in Irving, Texas, right after this, folks. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our last bit of coverage from the 2024 MUFON International Symposium here in Irving, Texas. I am so happy to be welcoming our good friend and guest, Jason McLean. How you doing, bud?
Oh, so far so good, Chris. Just hanging out with you and having a great time.
Man, it has been great hanging out with you the last few days here. It's always great seeing you at conferences. You are a pillar of the conference community here in Texas when it comes to Paracons. I have seen you all over, of course, with Texas Front Porch, things like that, and doing your artwork, everything else. How has your first MUFON Symposium and first UFO conference been for you?
A lot of fun. Hanging out, getting to meet everyone. That's always the best part, talking to new people, hearing different stories. That's what I love about this, right? I'm a people person when it's time to be, right? So, yeah, it's always fun to get out, talk to people, mill around, get the feel and the vibe, and just having a great time. And I think the thing I've really enjoyed the most is introducing the only field observation encounter log written by Curious Realms Chris Jordan.
Yeah, and
because you get out there with your spiral notebooks and you forget something, you forget to ask a question, take an observation. Not anymore, my friends. Not with your handy-dandy field observation and encounter log.
That's right. And, it's interesting because it was conferences like what we've worked together that really inspired me to write that. I've been involved in the world of paranormal and paranormal communities for years and years, and I've been out on investigations. I remember writing things down, like what time something happened, but as I have been involved with this show, as I have talked to more and more researchers, as I have gotten more involved with things like MUFON, and talked to people like Greg Larson, Martha Hazard Decker, and other former police officers and law enforcement officers that are involved with investigating this kind of stuff, it dawned on me that frequently, we are not handing a lot over to the realm of science. We've got what people and my audience knows. I'm a big believer in evidence is what exonerates you in court. Yes. What you've got with a picture is a point of datum. To add to a data set.
Correct.
That's how 100%. Science looks at it. If you bring them a piece, an image or a video or a sound clip, they aren't going to immediately look at it as evidence. They're going to look at it as a point of datum in a data set. And that data may need to be culled to keep the data set proper. And as we discussed earlier with Dr. Sobhani, as we discussed earlier with other people, you've got to be willing to kill your darlings.
Yes.
When it comes to experimentation, when it comes to doing field work, you've got to be willing to get rid of the known quantitative, and you've got to be okay with saying this is not.
Right. One of the things that I think people forget, they don't forget because they're never taught. They're not. If you haven't gone through actual academic scientific training, you tend to forget what you remove is often as important as what you put in.
Probably more important.
Because oftentimes we're like, well, but these things are all going on. Right. That may be true, but it doesn't mean it actually has anything to do with what you're studying.
That's right.
You need to be able to extract that information out and by the way, two things may not look like they're related, but they can be.
That's right.
Whether we think they're related or not, or they look related on the surface, is irrelevant. The question is, what are they actually in relation to? But you can't get that from just a photo or just a story if you didn't get the information. And so being able to actually give, like I like what you said. You've said all weekend. They need the picture, but they also need 1,000 words that goes with it.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Because like you're saying, data is interesting. But data out of context is meaningless, right? And that's why I really like the field observation and encounter log by Chris Jordan. It reminds you to get the information in there.
That's right.
Right. Sorry. Anyway, it reminds you to get the information that actually makes the data useful. I've got a ton of stories, like my thing's living pterosaurs, and I've got a lot of stories. but not a lot of useful information sometimes, because it's, okay, well, when did this sighting take place? Well, it took place 20 years ago. I was a kid. Great. Do you know what time frame? Was it summer? Was it winter? Was it morning? Was it evening? Exactly where were you? And these things are all gone. They're gone in the ether, and it's just, I saw this as a kid, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, at best, it is, again, like you said, it's a data point.
Yep.
But that's all it can ever be.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't, there's nothing that allows me to connect it to something else and say, okay, maybe there's a pattern that can develop here.
Yeah.
Right? As far as habitat, range. Well, it's the same thing with UFOs or paranormal or anything, right?
That's right.
A photograph can be great, but that photograph out of context, or that photograph without sort of other information about exactly where it is, what's the direction, doesn't mean anything.
That's right. That's right. And once again, the analogy that I normally give is, yes, a picture is worth 1,000 words to the person that took the picture.
Yeah.
Because that 1,000 words explains to you what you were feeling when you took the picture, what you were feeling when you took the trip. That's the 1,000 words. To the person that you're giving it to cold, without the actual data, it's a picture.
Yep.
It's a point of datum. You know, and without the rest of it, you aren't getting as you know. My God, his name just left my head. The rest of the story.
Oh, dag nabbit.
And that's just it. We're supposed to be getting the rest of the story, Jason.
Yes, we are.
And we're supposed to try and get that story. We're supposed to try and chronicle it. The show Last 48 is a prime example. Thank you, Paul Harvey.
We were not going to move forward with that.
That's right. Yeah, it was going to haunt me till the end. But the idea of the show, The Last 48, the fact that if a police officer does not step foot on that crime scene and get things as they are fresh, as they happened within 48 hours, that experience starts getting deprecated. The memory starts getting deprecated. Things start getting processed through emotion. Things start getting processed through life experience, through belief filters.
Yep.
And suddenly the truth of a situation can be obscured or obfuscated very rapidly without anybody's actual intent.
Yeah, no. Also, it's not just belief and processing the emotion, but also you hear other people talking about it.
That's right.
Right? And now that's going
Tropes
to change.
enter your mind.
Yeah. And again, one of the things people forget, we don't actually ever see anything. Our eyes are brain matter, right? That's why and again, it's a terrifying thought that some things we do with our technology, but like those little organelles, which are little fragments of a brain that we create, they, at a certain point in development, they'll begin to develop eyes.
That's right.
The point being, these are just sensors, your ears, your eyes, they're just sensors that your brain is then processing. So you're not actually ever seeing something. Your brain is creating and responding to the data. If you're unfamiliar with something, your brain is actually changing what you see.
Yeah.
So it's really important to get that fresh information before your brain is processing it.
Yep.
Like anything else, right? Like if you have, no matter how good the meal is, if you let it stay out for a week, right, you're going to come back and it's going to be covered in maggots. It's going to stink. It's going to just really smell. Your brain's the exact same way. All that data has now deteriorated, and it's no longer what it was when it was fresh. And bad data is just bad data. Yeah. And it smells. And here's the thing. If your life smells, don't forget your Curious Realm air freshener available on the website.
I am shameless with my merch.
You are. And that's why I love you.
But in all sincerity, it's the fact of we need to be shameless with the data that we gather.
Yes.
Quite honestly. We need to be much more diligent in how we gather data, how we sift through data.
Yes. No, it is not. Let me take a step back here,
please.
Dean, friend of ours, Dean Bertram would point out that science itself is a sociological experiment.
That's right.
Like anything else, right? And so it's flawed in the same way humans are flawed. However, it does have practices that at least call us to try and do better, right? It calls us to say, okay, hold on. There are ways that we can measure and observe and and record that's useful, right? That's why I'm not a true Fordian. I think that science can at least be a tool to help us learn the game.
Yeah.
Right? And so to do that, though, we have to observe. And look what we've been able to build by stopping and having better rules about how we collect data, how we look at things. Doesn't mean it's going to be perfect, but it gives us more to work with. The thing about folklore, and again, there's nothing wrong with folklore. It's actually the point of the new booklet I'm working on. But it's how to understand folklore. But folklore is important, but it's only folklore. It's deliberately malleable and created essentially by a culture to describe what it is. Science is another form of folklore in reality, but if we learn the lessons of science, we can be more useful with these encounters that would traditionally just fall into folklore.
Yeah. Well, even if you're taking something like, let's say, cryptozoology and folklore, because the example that I give regularly when it comes to that is Adam Davies. Yes. Adam Davies, who's done work on the Yeti, he's gone out with National Geographic, all kinds of things. He's not going to contact National Geographic if his scientific method for investigation does not include enough observation locally and stories and folklore locally to substantiate it.
Yes.
If there's not enough stories in the local area, like 2-3 people said they've seen this over the last 30 years.
Yep.
Is that worthy of an expedition?
Right.
Maybe not. But if you've got stories that stretch back for generations, and it's seen a few times a year, things like that, seen by numerous tribes in the area, stuff like that, now your observation data set has moved you into the realm of research of the topic.
Yes.
Research of the topic area. And between those two, if you get to the point of hypothesis, there's enough research, there's enough food available, there's enough range for them to be able to mate without competition, things like that. Now, because of the observation and the research, there's enough to hypothesize enough to have a research expedition.
Exactly. No, 100%. So again, folklore is important.
It's part of the observation process.
Correct. It's part of the thing, but it can't stop there.
No.
And I think that's the problem, is that in all of the 14 realms, we're willing to allow it to remain folklore instead of saying, hey, let me whip out the field observation and research guide, Encounter Log by Chris Jordan, and jot down all of that information. Because this is to take it to the next level. Because here's the thing. There are plenty of times in history where folklore has been proven true. Now, it doesn't mean that all of the folklore...
Lowland gorilla,
that's the big one. But it was in 1990, I cannot remember the name of this thing. But essentially, it's a tree kangaroo. Was discovered because the local tribes recognized it. They had spiritual beliefs about it. They had folklore about it. And a researcher said, okay, maybe there is something here.
Yeah.
And they went, in fact, and there it is.
The Cambodian pygmy deer.
Yes.
That happened in like 2010, 2012, where tribes in Vietnam and Cambodia had been talking about this creature with nose flaps on the side of its nose, a very tiny little deer that doesn't get any bigger than a Pomeranian.
Yeah.
Has nose flaps that open up like gills, and people are like, what, you're crazy. No way. They found it.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. It exists. And that's one of my favorite things about our mutual friend, Ryan Edwards, that he speaks about, is that timeline to discovery. And even whenever you take 1947, 1945 even, let's go back to Kenneth Arnold.
Right.
Let's go back to Kenneth Arnold and flying saucers. We're right up against that 70-year time to discovery. When you look at things like the lowland gorilla, talked about by local tribes, talked about by people in the area for generations. And here's the thing, it's not necessarily that they weren't looking for it. The difference is it's not an anomaly to them. It's a normal thing. It's when the Anglos got interested and when science was like, well, this is interesting, let's start looking. When science got interested in it, 70 years later, we found it. It takes about 50 to 70 years for that to happen. And we are just coming up against that timeline of discovery for UFO UAP. We're just coming up against it for Sasquatch.
Yeah.
We're just burgeoning on that window of 70 to 100 years of timeline to discovery.
Oh, absolutely. Well, look at the, again, to take it back to cryptozoology for 2 seconds, the Borneo rhino. Again, we thought it had been extinct for 100 years.
Yeah.
And then what happened? There was enough people running around with doing things like this that said,
That's
hey,
right.
you know what? There are enough sightings here that says this thing is still alive. And they went and they found it.
Yeah.
But again, 100 years.
Yep.
So that's a great point, is that whether it's UFOs, Bigfoot, whatever, we're still within the 100 range, the 100-year range of things like the Loch Ness. These are relatively new in the history, in the annals and history of mankind. So many things that we take for granted took centuries to develop or discover.
Yeah.
We're part of that. And here's the thing, and I think we both believe this, and a lot of our compatriots do, citizen science is science.
It's where it starts. I would love to say it's not. Feel free to find me a comet not found by somebody like me.
Yes. No, 100%.
85% of comets are named by backyard astronomers, not by Lowell Observatory. Mm-hmm. They aren't found by NASA. They're found like people like me who love to look at Orion, and they're looking at that spot every single night, all night, observing it, taking pictures, things like that. And suddenly it's like, wait a minute, that star's out of place. And then it's out of place again 20 frames later. Then it's out of place again. What's up with that?
Yeah.
There's something in this frame that's moving over a consecutive period of time very slowly, which means there is something orbiting in there and something moving. And then they go tell astronomers, and now they have time to look.
Yep.
You know, but that's citizen science. And it's the fact of, you know, there are tons of people out there squatching.
Yep.
Tons of people out there with trail cams. Tons of people out there doing stuff. And even if you have a deer lease, folks, and you got cell phone cameras, here's the thing. Contact your local university. Contact your local wildlife conservancy department. Tell them where your lease is. Tell them where you're squatch hunting, whatever. Tell them that you have footage, that you have cameras, that you would love to donate the footage to them.
Yes.
Because there's somebody out there studying black bears or studying the birds in the area that they would love to be able to get a camera in that area. What they don't have is money to do it in time.
Exactly.
So you can donate that, and by doing that, you're shaking the hand of science and saying, let me help you. And now when you find something that's anomalous, you can bring it to them and say, hey, man, here's something in your data set that's really weird.
Yeah.
You mind taking a look at that? And they'll look at you totally differently.
Yes, because you've already proven that you're someone who wants to actually come to something.
That's right.
Who wants to walk through the process. It's not just, again, astronomy, because that's your big deal. And again, I love astronomy. That was one of the sciences I used back in college. But archaeology is the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Most great discoveries are made by amateurs.
That's right.
And then, of course, the academics come in and they research the area and they're able to put the money in there. But there needs to be a citizen scientist who says, hey, hold on, I've got the data. There is something worth looking at here, for someone to come in and then actually spend a lot of money to research it and get at better information. But it starts with people like you, people like me, people like the people watching this show, to say, oh, let me do this. Let me fill out this log. Let me do the work so that when you have the photo, you have the 1,000 words to go with it.
That's right. That's right. And that's just it. You know, it's the point of, like we said earlier, and like we've said all weekend, at some point you will have to shake the hand of science.
Yep.
You will. That's the goal for all of this. I don't know how we're going to get anywhere with any of these topics without shaking the hand of science.
Well, and I think the other thing people tend to forget, and they get very sort of black-pilled, to use a common parlance, is they said, well, they won't accept it. Here's the thing. They didn't accept Einstein at the beginning either.
That's right.
Science, unfortunately, does move forward at a glacial pace. By the way, it's supposed to.
That's right.
Right? It's the whole idea of Chesterton's fence, right? You don't necessarily tear something down until you know that you can, or that you even should.
Or that you need to.
Or that you need to. Because maybe that thing's there for a reason.
That's right.
It's very easy to come up against the requirements and say, I don't like this. They're never going to accept it. It may not be accepted today.
Yeah.
It may be accepted 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now.
Yep.
But sometimes science, it's been famously said, science advances with at every cemetery, right? that the old generation, sadly, the old guys have to kind of die off.
Yeah.
But there does need to be someone say, hold on, don't get ahead of your skis, right?
That's right.
We don't really have enough information here yet. But so what we have to do is produce enough information to say, no, we can move forward. There is something here, whether it's something in the sky, something, haunting a bedroom, something in your back 40.
Yeah.
There can come a time when there's enough information that it can be accepted and explored and processed. Those again, Chesterton's fence. Sometimes those fences are there for a reason.
Yep.
And they are very, very necessary, because otherwise,
data gets corrupted. Data gets juiced together with other data that's sitting in the culvert next to it.
Exactly.
And we need. It's not necessarily about keeping things from each other. It's about making sure that the cooperation is happening in the right way.
Correct. Exactly. Because, like you said, corrupted data is in many ways, far more damaging than no data. Yeah. Because it can lead you in the wrong directions. It can lead you to incorrect decisions. That just stinks. Which you can fix with your Curious Realm air freshener available on the website.
And with it stinking like that, it's the fact of, I would definitely say that there is a cadre of people out there. There's a cadre of scientists out there, a certain number of people within academic realms that, yes, they are sadly afraid to lose their letters. They are sadly afraid to lose tenureships. Even coming up here in a month or so, I'll be out at the Shakespeare Authorship Controversy Conference in Denver, Colorado. And I can't wait, because that's one of my favorite topics. Because it's one of those, aside from science, where, maybe we need to change some equations now. Maybe we need to change a whole bunch of things.
Yes.
Like, dude, it's English history.
Right.
Like, literature.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It was fiction to begin with.
Right. Right. No, that's the whole thing, right?
Like, understanding who wrote it is actively kind of important.
Oh, it is.
When most people when most academics throw their hand, what's it matter? Like, no, it kind of matters.
Yeah.
It kind of matters.
It does. Because like anything else, right? It's context.
That's right.
Cultural, historical, political. These things matter to better understand the story.
Yeah.
In fact, I was speaking with your wife about this. One of the big problems is we're often just taught the PR version of history.
That's right.
We're not taught history.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is history is far more complicated than anything else that or at least as complicated as anything that we're dealing with.
That's right.
Because it's not just written by the victors, it's also reinterpreted by different cultures, right? Again, history, like anything else, is a human endeavor. It's messy, it's sloppy, and we have to understand these things. I'm actually right there with you. I'm fascinated by the subject of who was Shakespeare? Was he a front man? But that's a whole other episode.
Well, it's the fact of, what in the large scope of humanity, what does it change to say they aren't going to come take your PhD away because Shakespeare it and Shakespeare. It does not invalidate your hypothesis of a thesis because your thesis is a hypothesis, and as long as you can defend your thesis, you're going to pass and get your degree.
And if there's new data, and again, if you're dealing with the data that you have, then it's support. But if someone comes along and says, "Hey, here's more data,"
that's right,
that says maybe that invalidates, then you should. Again, science is supposed to say, "Great, here's new data. It invalidates my theory. Let's go back to the drawing board and let's figure this out again." You're supposed to hold it with an open hand. That's how science is supposed to work. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's a human endeavor, and humans have pride. We have, we have our egos are involved.
Yep.
So that is absolutely something we have to face, but we need to understand it. But you call them to account not by yelling at them, but by saying, "These are the rules of the game you're supposed to be playing."
That's right.
Let's keep it that
Let's
way.
keep your rules the rules. And that's exactly why you go from, report conclusions right back to observation.
Yeah.
That's why it's a wash, rinse, repeat process, because it never ends. It's not supposed to end.
It's not supposed to end. Because even if you have something that's workably true, right, an observation, even if it's workably true, it doesn't mean that we don't get new information later that says,
That's right.
And you're missing these elements of it, right?
Yeah.
And even one of the things that we've even talked about a little bit offline is the fact that anomalous data even exists.
That's right.
Indicates that the concept that we're working with is inherently flawed. Because if you actually knew everything, if you actually had a workable model, there should be no anomalies.
That's right. That's right.
It would say, no.
It would all be known quantities.
These are all known quantities. We know how to fit them in. We know where these go. We know what those things in the sky are. We know what that thing in the back 40 is. And we know what's, and we know who wrote the Shakespeare plays. Like, there would be no anomalous data. The anomalies are themselves evidence that the model is incomplete at best.
Well, and it's a proof of the fact that science is forever changing is that, like we said with Dr. Sobani earlier, the fact that Pluto's not a planet anymore.
And I'm still salty about that.
Pluto's.
You should be salty about that too.
But
in fact, you should protest by buying one of these and sending it with Pluto as a planet scrawled on it to Neil deGrasse Tyson very specifically and be like, fix that.
But by all definitions, a planet, round in shape, things like that, it's a planetesimal.
Yep.
It's not completely round. It's oblong.
Right.
There's and it's one of those, like, my astronomy book from high school listed as a planet. My son's planetary chart does not.
Yeah.
My son's 7. His stuff is updated.
Yeah.
The science has changed.
Yeah. Because it's
textbooks
it's learning
change.
new.
That's right.
It's learning something new. And again, if we can bring, as a community, regardless of what community you're in, cryptozoology, ufology, paranormal, Shakespeare, but if you bring that data and we can compile enough data and we do it right, at some point it becomes unavoidable. It's something that has to be accepted.
Yeah.
You have more power than you realize. I'm going to talk to the invisible people here.
Do it.
So much of the world is here to tell you that you don't matter, that you are unimportant, that you have no power. There is nothing more incorrect than that. I don't care what realm you want to throw it in. You are powerful. It doesn't mean you don't have to put in the work. You do. Nothing's going to roll over and give you anything. I don't care. What element of life that you want, nothing's going to just roll over and give it to you. You earn it, you work hard, and maybe you don't complete it. But you can begin processes that others can pick up. That is the human civilization. This endeavor that we're in, as Chris has pointed out, it's less than 70 years old.
Yeah.
It's very new. You're part of a larger story. You're part of a larger chain of events that culminates sometime well into the future. Don't be afraid to do your part. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have all of this if at some time along the line everyone just said, I'm not going to get anywhere.
Yeah.
I can't change this.
Yeah, no good.
You can. As we pointed out, it is citizen astronomers who find comets. It's citizen archaeologists who find who find the great discoveries, Dead Sea Scrolls. He wasn't even an archaeologist. He was just some random kid.
Yep.
It is us, the people, who make things happen, move things forward.
That's right.
But you got to put in the effort and the time. And the best way to do that is to buy the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Realm. You can't tell a Palladian from a reptilian without your Field Observation and Encounter Log.
Oh, man. Jason, it has been a pleasure the last few days, man. Thanks, as always, for coming, having these conversations with people all day long. It's been great sitting here the last few days, watching you have conversations, watching you educate people about different sides of paranormal and connection to UFO, UAP that they may not have considered, things like that. It's great to see a fantastic community of open-minded, open-hearted individuals that are ready to have the conversation because, as we say at the end of every single episode, it's the conversation that moves us forward.
Absolutely.
It's the conversation.
My pleasure, Chris.
So always a pleasure.
Thank
Let
you,
everybody know where they can go to keep up with you, where they can go to check things out, all that kind of good stuff.
At the moment, I'm not really doing too much publicly. We're working on some stuff behind the scenes. Right now, I guess just my author page on Amazon. Again, I'm on Facebook and Instagram, and you can follow me there. I'll hopefully have some stuff later in the year. I'll be bringing back Seru Papers, serupapers.com, and some other projects. So, but yeah, for right now, like I said, once that's all ready, I'll come back on and we can give something, people to actually log on to and have fun with. Like, you can have fun with your car.
With
air freshener.
With an air freshener.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much again, bud. Always appreciated. While you are online, checking out the author page for Jason McLean on Amazon, everybody, stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can buy your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log. That's where you can buy your binaural beat music. That's where you can visit CuriousRealm.com/store and buy all the books, videos, and classes from our guests. That is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share, comment, all that kind of good stuff. Thank you so much, as always, for tuning in to this episode, everybody. As we always say, it is your open hearts, your open minds that make the conversation. And without that conversation, humanity does not march forward. So remember, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other, everybody. And stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. To download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault, or become a sponsor of Curious Realm, visit our website at curiousrealm.com. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast and video services, curiousrealm.com, as well as KGRA Radio, APR TV, and the official Curious Realm app for Roku devices. Curious Realm is a proud member of the Ground Zero Media and Aftermath Media family of podcasts. For more great shows and members-only content, visit aftermath.media today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious, and remember, the other side is always watching.